listen to this. Bad boy. It's hard.
Come on.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to match day 11 of the ESL Pro League. It's going to be our last play day of the week. We've had 4 of them. Bit of a marathon for those of us here and those of you at home, but we are almost through it all. Still some great games to come. I'm here with Yanko and Sadakist. Looking down the barrel of the week that was, we definitely had some interesting games and not all that we would have expected if we predicted.
Yeah, a lot of split matches as well. Teams going 1-1. Hellraisers taking a map off of Fnatic. That was probably the biggest upset we had this week. And yeah, now we get to see Navi back in Pro League.
And Sadakis as well, we saw that interesting result between Virtus Pro and Penta earlier on in the week as well. A lot of people wouldn't, even though people have said VP not performing as well online, still maybe wouldn't have expected that.
No, and I don't think we did either, in all honesty, coming into that. We know that Virtus Pro, as you said, struggles online, but I think the first game of the series, they actually comfortably took it, and then they turned around and got beat by them. It's similar to the Hellraisers Fnatic story in just, again, splitting series. And for Virtus Pro, look, that's an improvement over last season, but still they need to find these wins against teams at the lower end of the scale if they want to actually make it through to the LAN, not just survive the season, if you will. Ultimately, that's still an improvement from last year. I can't stress that enough.
That's right, and we do bring it up fairly often that Virtus Pro are in a far better spot they were previously, but you can't split every series. Eventually, you're not going to have enough wins, or conversely, too many losses to really qualify yourself for the playoff bracket. But let's recap, of course, last night's matches for you guys there as well, as we did have some interesting ones there as well. Virtus Pro and Dignitas, we kicked off with gents there. They're mirrored scorelines across the 2 maps. A very different VP we saw across these 2 maps.
Yeah, definitely, and just as Matt pointed out in that Penta game, really dominant on Dust 2, which is, not a map VP is famous for, and then on Mirage, which is supposed to be their playground, they get pretty much stomped by Dignitas. They could only get 1 round on the T side, I believe, so it was pretty surprising how the level of play really changed in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and Mirage as well for Virtus Pro. It seems to be one of the more stable maps for them over their history. It's not a map that I would say they've ever been dominant on per se, but again, for most of the European teams, top teams, they've all had to play Mirage enough that they should be able to put up better numbers than that. That's just a bad day in the office, or bad game, I should say, considering, like you said, they won the Dust 2 map just before that. So it's still an issue for Virtus Pro, this consistency that seems to plague them in many situations. Yep. Again, if they can get to LANs, they usually perform there, but this is the most cutthroat LAN, I think even more so than a major, where they have a legendary status, obviously, and some teams carry that over. This is one of the most cutthroat LANs to qualify for. Only 4 teams out of this amount of talent from each division. It's pretty shocking.
Yeah, it's shaped very, very thin there as well. And moving on to the second bracket of games there as well. Just to notice that last panel between mousesports and G2 actually was a 16-6 victory for G2. Mousesports only getting 1 round in that second half. Another split series, another situation, guys, where we've seen mousesports generally flourish on cash, or at least they managed to take advantage of that weaker CT side from G2, but then they were nowhere to be seen on Dust 2, especially in the second half.
Yeah, for sure, and also G2, I mean, in the first half, as we see the scoreline in the half was 10-5. That was G2 winning 10 rounds on the CT side, which was really surprising, seeing how they were, faltering on the CT side throughout Pro League and just in the previous map on Cash.
And I think the biggest contribution in that is that it was Smith's sizzle. I don't want to harp on him too much, but it's Dust 2. He's more consistent on that, and if you look at some of the rounds, there was a 1 versus 3, I think, that he actually won on top of the A site. There was a couple other moments where he hit some big shots, took the mid fight a couple of occasions. He's more dynamic on that map, and he's actually finding picks, and that's actually a big part of the win. I mean, if you look at Cash, again, he was non-existent in so many ways, and in my opinion, Cash, you cannot play without a CT side op.
And we definitely delivered Smiths a challenge, I think, between those 2 games as well. We pointed out, I think he had 3 frags in the first half, I think, against mousesports in that first map, and we did deliver the challenge. We said we need to see more from him, but you're right, I think Smiths is generally more consistent on Dust 2. We were able to see more from his play. So, another split series, 2 1-1s for the evening there, gents. Let's have a look at how that affected the standings, though, for this season. As now things, well, they're starting to materialise a little bit more for us. You can definitely see some front runners here. One thing everyone should keep their eyes on at home is Na'Vi. I've only played 4 games and haven't lost any yet, so that 5th position could very well change quite soon there. But again, Flipside are languishing down towards the bottom, and NIP in a good position as well to jet up towards that top side.
Definitely so. I mean, Navi, they were on this boot camp kind of thing with SK, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't that much of a competition, but you know, if you have 5 guys together in one spot, then you know any practice you get is probably going to be more productive than if you're just playing online, which is what Navi needs right now with the roster change. Of course, they want to integrate Simple as fast as they can, and you know, starting 4-0 and now having a game against a weaker opponent, I mean, than some in Flipside, this is a great chance for them to start off 6-0.
And we'll talk a little bit more about Navi's lead up into this game as well in just a moment, because we do need to show you guys what matches are coming up tonight. We still got 4 maps coming straight out of the ballpark here. It will be Navi versus Flipside up first here, and then we'll be moving on to mousesports versus NIP to close things up here. Not a great map pool for mousesports, but we can dip into that one a little bit later, guys. Let's talk about this one now a little bit more. Navi have been on boot camp. I think it was Starix who actually said that they only really got like 8 or 9 maps of practice done at this boot camp. So I don't really know how effective it has been, but I mean, is that kind of the situation where you want to be integrating that new player in a boot camp environment? A lot easier, surely.
I mean, this is not your classic boot camp, right? It was more of a media marketing, sponsor stuff, right? But even though if you're all there, you know, you talk about CS and you're more focused when you play at least, I'm sure that they wanted to try out some new stuff against SK. So ideally, they would have just boot camp perhaps, you know, back home somewhere where they could only focus on CS, but it looked good for Navi so far, what we've seen from them.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you saw the round differential. Navi, I think, has plus 28 in rounds 1, and so obviously rounds 1 versus rounds lost. So if you do the math on that, they've won 4 games, 64 rounds 1. That means they've only lost, I think, what's that, 36? That's the average of like, well, it's average of like 16-10, 16-11. I haven't done the full conversion on that, but basically they've been winning the games convincingly as well, is the point. It's not even like they've had any real challenging competition. There might have been, when you look at the actual maps, a little bit different than that portrays, but it says they've been comfortable, and they're the only team not to lose a game. They should be, in my opinion, the top of this league right now. They're the team that's the most on form. Even SK's off on the North American side. They have a chance at world #1 with this new roster, and I think that they're going to be more motivated than ever. I think Simple's going to bring that sort of spark to them, and I think tonight, continuing on, this is another situation where I won't say easily, but convincingly could go 2-0.
Well, I mean, Navi have won all of their games by an average of 7 rounds, so that is definitely some maths we can throw out. That's a big win, of course, for you. Here are your rosters. I mean, we talked a little bit about Flipside earlier on. I think we saw them earlier on in the week. Looked at sort of how well that it was playing into that sort of situation again. So, I read again, Starix has been saying that, look, we're an established team. Navi, we've been around for a while as this roster, I mean, you know, minus Zeus now. So Simple has to fit into our team. We're not going to give him the AWP. He's going to be the secondary AWPer, and he probably won't get it all that often here. Is that a wise decision for you? Would you sort of agree with that kind of mindset when it is the dynasty that is Navi?
Yeah, well, I think more than anything else, it's dependent on positions, and we could see on Dust 2, for example, right? Simple is playing the A bomb side on the CT side with Guardian. Obviously, Guardian will be the primary AWPer in that situation, and then the secondary AWPer has to be someone who's playing on the other side of the map, which is Seized, and he traditionally was the secondary AWPer for Navi and performed pretty well at that position. Maybe on the T side, if they sometimes decide to go for double up, you know, that's maybe when Simple can step up and play with it, but it seems that more than anything else, he's just going to rifle in Navi.
So we've got Navi on one side, we've got what people have named as Mini Navi here going head to head. What are the similarities and differences? First of all, why are we calling him Mini Navi? And why is it that Flipside struggles so much against their big brothers, as it were?
Well, I was going to say, the Mini Navi part, just to touch on it, I mean, they've got Markelov, who used to be a long-time player, and you know, 1.6 Navi, and even the start of some of CSGO. Astana Dragons was in there, of course, but essentially they've carried over from that Astana Dragons, and you had Simple coming out of Flipside, then the sort of the tenure in Liquid, and now back to Navi, and they're both Ukrainian teams. They both play, I think, predominantly out of the cybersports arena, or the cyber arena in Kiev, whenever they boot camp. So in that sense, they're just very closely related, and they're both quite tactical in the fact that Blade is a very tactical in-game leader as well.
I think that's where they're the most similar, and you call it a poor man's Navi because their playstyles are similar, but Navi for one has much better players in their lineup. I mean, more skilled.
Sure.
They have more firepower, and they're just mostly because of that they are better at executing that particular style. Because when you look at it, they both like to play a lot out of defaults on the T side, get map control, and then go for executes, right? But it's hard to be consistent with it if sometimes your players just don't get the kills, right? The execution and the strategies are there to give you an advantage when it comes to entering a bomb site or going into duels. But sometimes even with an advantage, they don't execute properly. So I think that's the main reason why people call them a poor man's Navi.
So on the individual level, even if you're trying to play up with a default or something like that, and you're mismatched against your opponents, then it's going to be harder to consistently sort of execute that.
Definitely.
We didn't get to talk about this at the start, actually. I do want to talk about now Na'Vi minus Zeus and plus Simple. I want to know if it's Simple comes in and plugs the gap or just sort of fills that role. They pick up where they left off before Zeus left. Does he replace Zeus? In what way does that happen? Or does he bring something even newer to the table here?
I think he brings something much different. I don't think Simple's ever going to be a carbon copy of another player and plugged into a role. He might get some of those same positions, but there's no way stylistically he's going to play it the same. We know Simple likes to take risks. It's actually one of the drawbacks that I think Lurpus has touched on. I think everyone's touched on. You've probably mentioned it, I'm sure, if you go back and look, that he needs to sort of evaluate risk factors, I guess you could say, when to push, when not to. And he's getting better at that, but you're never going to take that out of his game. And I think that's the best part of his game in many ways, because when it works, it's beautiful. It gets rounds that you shouldn't get, or it gets you into rounds you shouldn't even be in by finding opening picks. So in that sense, no, there's no way he's going to go in and play the exact same style. But I think he does bring something that they almost needed in that sense. Flamey is very consistent. Guardian's an incredibly quick op. Now they've got another rifle player that can really step up and find these big opening situations and kind of take rounds at the early stages.
I think the problem he had initially in Liquid this year is similar to what we referenced when we were talking about Oscar yesterday, right? That you being the star player in a weaker team, you have to do most of the work by yourself, right? You have to always go for those opening, create opportunities for your team. But then after you move firstly in Liquid and now especially in Na'Vi, that's not required of you anymore. I mean, you have a good structure in the team. The team is not dependent on you to make plays. You have players like Guardian, Flamey, Zeus, Edward, and Seized. Anyone can make a play, right? So for him, it's just taking a step back, pretty much, giving more confidence to his teammates.
We've said that these two teams, Flipside and Na'Vi, have a similar style or a similar approach to a lot of these games. Obviously, Simple didn't work out in Flipside. Is it possible that this kind of player who maybe isn't good at judging those risk factors and wants to go out and make these plays, does he get stifled in this kind of leadership or in this kind of roster where, everyone is sort of being nailed down to their roles and they expect him to do this and play that secondary AWPer role? Are we going to see that the talent of this player sort of diminish because he's being given these standing orders every time he plays?
I don't think so. I think the performance in Liquid at the major, I think it was a good example of how Simple can work in a system of sorts, and if he has a specific role, right? Because you could see Nitro and Elige going in first, creating space, JDM staying back with the AWP, and Simple had freedom in that sense that he wasn't required to do anything in particular. So around the rest of his team, he had some freedom, and it worked really well for Liquid. I think the way that the roles worked in that particular lineup was probably the main reason why they were able to make it all the way to the grand finals.
And I think that's been an evolution of understanding Simple as much as anything, though. If you look at Flipside, I think that, back then he was probably more toxic than he was even now, and I think he does still carry that. I think in Na'Vi he'll tone it down. He respects them a lot more. But even in his Liquid time, he was hard to deal with. I know during boot camps there was certain players on Liquid that would just pull their hair out by the end of 3 or 4 hours practicing because they just felt like they were talking to a brick wall at times. He's very stubborn in that sense. So to go back, reverse to that is what you're saying. I agree. I think Liquid and Na'Vi will use him correctly because they understand that now. People see that in him and see the potential that he brings and the individual skill set that he has. But when he was in Flipside, yeah, he was very contained. He was the secondary AWPer. World Edit, similar to Kusta when he was on Liquid, wasn't really hitting shots. He was showing inconsistency. He's a guy, by the way, that I think you have to focus on if you want success from this Flipside team right now. He has to step up in that capacity. But Simple kind of overtook him and said, I'm just going to take the op at times. And that caused some inner turmoil. And then when you do have a guy like Blade who is very structured, he doesn't feel like he's controlling the reins anymore, and the horse starts to run away without the cart, and it becomes a bit of an issue in that sense. I think now, again, evolution is the thing. People understand how Simple's going to work, and Na'Vi will not suffer that same problem.
So heading in towards this game now, Let's talk about Flipside. Obviously, you talked about having a similar style, but maybe pound for pound, not being as high a quality a team as Na'Vi. What are the boxes they need to check here in these next couple of maps as well? If they're going to overcome a team that plays so similarly to them, what are the keys to victory?
Yeah, that's the problem. When you're a weaker team, you have fewer options available to you to win, right? If you have Simple on your team, sometimes he will just win around pretty much by himself with a couple of crazy headshots. But for Flipside, more than anything else, I think they will be well prepared, even though Na'Vi didn't play a lot of games, but they know the style in general. So for them, it's have to be up to trying to find a way to disrupt their play. And more than anything else, they have to be on point individually. I know it sounds like, you know, we keep repeating that a lot, but with players like World Edit, we saw how he can be inconsistent. And Blade, in an interview, I remember him saying that he believes that the Opera is the main player in any team, right? That he is the most important player. You need to work around him. He's the one who can have the most impact. So considering all of that, they are really good at moving the op around on Overpass especially. I think that they need to start off strong to be able to fend off Na'Vi.
I actually agree with what Blade says in a lot of ways, because if you think about it, when you start a round, you might be, the Opera may not be the top fragger on every team, and you might be losing an individual battle to another rifler, and personally you're thinking, okay, I've got to win this. But first thing you ask yourself is, where's the op? Let's identify where the other team's op is, because it is such a threat in that regard. So, I mean, Blade's, I think, dead on in saying that. And I think that just to further that point, I think that goes all the way to matchmaking. I'm sure everyone watching's had that experience. When they hear the shot come out, where's that op? How do we deal with it?
Well, you have a little bit of a setup here into this game, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, not perhaps a rosy future ahead for Flipside in terms of this game. I think they're definitely going to be up against the wall here. We talked about lack of win conditions here as well. We're going to have to just see strong individual performances across the board from these guys if they're going to challenge out Na'Vi at their own game. At this stage, we're pretty much ready to jump into game, ladies and gentlemen, but they are just rejigging a few things server-wise. So we're going to take this opportunity to show you our top community plays of the week.
Sorry for the delay, guys. All is resolved. We'll be back underway any second now. Train, as said, will be the first map here between Na'Vi and Flipside. I'm joined by Natu. What are your thoughts on this one? Because this is a good map, good matchup. Should be fun.
It should be fun for Na'Vi.
Yeah, let's be honest. Na'Vi in fine form here. We have seen Flipside actually challenge. No, before, you know, you get those domestic matchups, things get a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi are in quite fine form.
Yeah, they are, and they've always had this little edge over Flipside, and it's a fair assessment as to what Desk was saying there about the the mini Na'Vi and the actual Na'Vi. The difference is that they do still have a very similar style in play, but Na'Vi just has better individuals.
Yep, the firepower is there. It's even gotten bigger soon, better. You know, the recent addition of Simple is just, why not add even more to this mixture of fantastic play. But we are live into this, and it looks like actually we've got a bit of a plan coming out from Na'Vi as well. A couple of pieces of utility very early purchased into this one, so curious how they play it out.
Edward has become the raid boss. He has to take down an armor as well. So we'll see how this plays out. It's going to be a very slow start here. Just a bit of scouting here going on from Na'Vi. I think World Edit might be getting some action here early on, though seized.
A little bit of a trade back and forth, and there it is. World Edit finding Flame is going to be good for him. Get himself building up into this. A player that often is looked at to provide a lot of the firepower that seems on occasion to be lacking from Flipside, especially in comparison to Na'Vi, of course. So if World Edit gets off to a good start, there could be something to be seen here. However, still a lot more to be played with. Na'Vi now down to 4. They still have all their utility players at least standing, so Guardian can still put that smoke out. You can still put C smoke into play, and it looks like a B here. Try and get that bomb plant.
Yeah, a couple of smokes coming in, and then they're going to try to plow all the way towards that CT spawn. As we can see, they're going to be deep smokes as well. So I'm sure Edward is going to be the one leading the way here, and they're going to be aggressive.
And on the other side, Markloff and Chara are already on the B site. So they're going to be there pretty quickly. Waylander, Blade, all coming through. But look at it, as you said, they're going to be pushing through. And it's Simple actually getting right around the back. But by this time, 2 kills. Blade get 3 kills have come in. Now Simple has to do it all. The bomb is planted. And that is way too many players for him to handle on his own. And a very comfortable defuse here for Flipside. But you know, credit where it's due to Flipside. Very clean start, well played out. You know, you saw World Edit kick things off there, and Blade coming through on that B side.
Yeah, that was for Na'Vi. That was basically what they wanted to do first, was trying to get an opening somewhere, and then having those 2 smokes on a flash to play with, they then decide on which side they're going to attack after. After, if they let's say they would have made it a 5-on-4, they might have done a different strategy there. Instead, they went inside. This is a good hole for Flipside, really. That flash was the MVP, really, that stopped the actual push, the aggressive push there.
This is looking quite good so far for Flipside. You know, Na'Vi's T-side on train is something to always keep your eyes on. Renowned for having very, very nice pieces to put out on this one. Again, their pacing, their approach always worked well. And of course, Guardian. You know, it's hard to get away from that factor. He's a win condition among, you know, of his own. And well, it looks like it's going to go for that B hit again. More often than not, you will get a plant out of it, as the bomb site is so close by, so you don't have to commit everything to just getting even close to it. They should be able to get this one going. Shara, though, maybe he's under pressure here, actually. Pretty isolated, but he's doing wonders there. Joined in the end by Markloff, so actually this bomb plant might not even happen.
Probably won't have Edward, the last guy. He's going to go down too. So that's Na'Vi trying to get a bomb plant with a minimal investment of 1 smoke grenade. Doesn't work out this time around. So they will have a little bit less money here, but they are going to be going a full buy. in the third. No AWP in play though. But AKs across the board. A bunch of smokes to work with. No Molotovs though, to be noted. But as long as you have the smokes, that gives you a lot of opportunities when it comes to executes on train.
And Na'Vi, you know, play very well out of the default. It's discussed more often than not how good they are at this map as well. But Flipside will know this. They are sparring partners on occasion. They'll, of course, practice against each other numerous amounts of times, and they know each other well enough here. But if you're Flipside, you'd certainly look at Na'Vi more than Na'Vi will be looking at Flipside. So this could work out well for them in that theory, but theories aside, that doesn't always apply. So now Wilder needs to back away. He's lost out a little bit of control towards Ivy, but at the moment, Na'Vi's still just playing through, not necessarily standard default, but you know, 3 players over towards B already here.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, they were trying to look what's going on in alley, and Simple was sent towards the inner bomb site to see if there's any aggression from Flipside. But nothing's really been found for Na'Vi so far. They're going to have to go with this in a 5-on-5 situation. Minute left on the clock. They only have 2 smokes anymore, so that kind of hinders their opportunities going outside. As we can see, they are gathering towards the inner bomb site that is occupied by 2 CTs already.
Yeah, not going to be particularly easy to break into at this point. Simple's already stepping out towards upper, seeing if there's maybe an AWP playing off, you know, somewhere around those lines. Markloff's starting to get an idea of what's coming, but now sees straight through the smoke, just basically barrels through and finds him. Perfectly done. They don't expect Shara, though, to be on the site still with that UMP. So Na'Vi are not out of the woods just yet, but that is a brilliant addition. Edward takes down Shara, which opens up the bomb plant now. That can go in, but taking a couple of fights here and there has brought this back to a 2v2 and make it a 2v1. Ordered it up top. Gonna catch a shot, and Seas can't get away from that one. So again, plant comes in, but this was a buy round. It got close, but Flipside win the first gun round too.
Yeah, it's very hard to hold an inner bomb site when you cannot get that, when you can't get aggressive on that bomb site. So you want to be sure you get into towards the CT spawn, and that makes your retake that much harder. And so this time around, Flipside manages to retake the bomb site, get the defuse, and 3 doesn't scoreline.
Yep, it's a good start. Let's be very honest here. Being pretty clean as well. Haven't lost out on much. Their money's looking better and better round by round. Haven't quite got that full buffer yet, but a couple more rounds and it certainly will be there. 3.6 already sitting on a couple of the players. That's pretty nice for them. Na'Vi yet to really break into it. They're getting the plants. They're getting in towards B. We haven't seen that kind of really well constructed A hit yet. Has to be seen. Oh, and this is different now. Flipside. Or at least Shara, should I say, going for that early little bit of a linger, a little bit of a peek there. I think he might have got an idea as to what's coming his way, but if he overstays his welcome, there's Simple just around that corner, desperate to get an opportunity like this. So Shara's going to back away. You start to get that feeling. You start to hear it. You start to feel that pressure building up. And sometimes playing one of these solo-side players, you have to be aware of this being a factor, because here comes Na'Vi. Everything's been put down. The utility is in place, but Markloff and Shara play it out well. And well, actually, Shara just about staying alive there. That molly could have done a lot more if the smoke didn't come in at the right time, but the bomb yet to be planted in the hands of Simple and Guardian pushing forward.
Solid job from Flipside so far, keeping their distance to make sure that those Tech 9s cannot be super effective. However, that means Na'Vi is going to get that bomb plant, but now it's all down to Flamey in a 1-on-5 with a Tech 9 before the 3rd train. I don't think he's going to have much of a chance here. And there you have it, Markelov's going to get that final kill. 4-0 scoreline, and this exactly is what Flipside needed, though. This is going to be that little buffer you were discussion about previously, that they get to build.
And they've even got, a fair amount of utility left over. This is brilliant from Flipside, I've got to say. Not getting caught out yet, not being put through their paces. I think it can change once you get that AWP in. Of course, Na'Vi can play off the back of picks now that maybe Guardian can provide.
Yeah,
let's go for those all-in hits.
We've only seen one actual buy round from Na'Vi. Even then, no AWP, like you said, and still a little bit limited on the equipment part. But Flipside has been smart about, not overextending in the first minute of the round, not trying to make a play to give Na'Vi a possibility to make that entry and make a 5-on-4 situation. Instead, they've maintained until the later part of the round, and Na'Vi hasn't been able to execute so far.
This is, I'm enjoying this so far, but as you highlighted, only one gun round. But Guardian, first man in towards lower, just peeks in, tries a bit of a shot, and, well, that's the problem. There's the other side of things. For Flipside, now they've lost out on that B Guardian. Now he's gone down. There's no one else to really stop it instantly, so that plant's going to come in, and this is the first time Na'Vi have been working with a very clean advantage. That's the Guardian effect coming out, thinning down those CT numbers now. 5v3. It's not looking likely here for Flipside on the retake.
Definitely not. It's going to be super hard. Even the 3rd guy right now is still on yard, but Waylander's making his way towards the bomb side, and Walden gets a frag as well. But Edward is going to neutralize the situation. That's how to blame and World at it. Are still on action, and, well, World should have hit that shot. Not able to. That pretty much seals the deal here. And finally, Na'Vi is going to be on the board. That was Well, Na'Vi basically just throwing a lot of nades outside and then surprising Shara inside. Guardian trying to, like you said, had a bit of a cheeky player just jumping down the low ramp, but eventually with Edward, who made his way through the higher ramp, gets the entry kill.
Yeah, and he got 4 as well. 3 off the back of that entry, of course.
That's a pretty solid effort.
Really nice stuff from Edward individually. Guardian was the one who found the player coming through connector. So 4-1 so far. Na'Vi going to keep this one looking a bit more competitive than it was starting to look like. And now Shara, he wants to get this info. He's been trying it on occasion. This time, they've got that utility now. They can stop this sort of play. They can do whatever they want now, Na'Vi. They've got a little bit more freedom to play on this one, but here come the exchanges. Here comes the possible first little bit of a back and forth. One being welded at, being challenged down by Ivy, or at least kept on his toes. He can't quickly rotate now. He has to keep his mind that they could be doing a split towards B through CT. They could just be waiting outside of A main. You never know where they're going. So again, Na'Vi keeping options open.
As we can see, the bomb is still in T-spawn, so this is basically Na'Vi just trying to create an opening again. Just trying to force an opening kill on the round, and then make a decision on what they want to do. Again, Simple going to be the man going toward the inner, and you have Guardian there as well. Doing a bit of a cheeky boost, but Shara is playing with the idea of pushing here from higher. If the timing's correct, this could be very good for Shara. Does get the opening kill, and decides to evade.
And nice from him to not outstay there, not to stay too long, get the chance of being traded back in on instantly. Falls away now, Na'Vi look like they're going to go for an A hit. You've got Edward down by Pop, you've got Flamey, Guardian kind of coming together as well. But the thing is that Flipside still have the 3 players here. Blade's going to be watching Ivy this time. You've got Waylander and Welded watching towards Pop and T-Con. So let's see what they can do. Blade gonna flash out. That's actually caught Seas perfectly. Fully flashed, but he doesn't see him. Doesn't check wide enough, and now gets punished. Seas comes through, and this is starting to look a bit more interesting here. You're gonna start seeing the push and the pull. The CT's being pulled left, right, and center, but Seas gets caught on the cross, but clears out close. Nicely played by him, and now Na'Vi's starting to look dominant. But the time, 10 seconds left here.
Yeah, that's very Na'Vi-esque, isn't it? They do get the bomb plant though, but C's down to 11 HP in a 2-on-2 situation. That might make it a little bit more tricky for Na'Vi. But what a way to even get on that bomb side. Didn't seem very possible, but in a very Na'Vi fashion, they make it happen. And that's up to Markelov and Shara to get this defuse going. Well, that's going to help things. Flamey goes down. It's all down off C's now, who has that 11 HP.
He doesn't have it anymore. There we go. Markelov nicely does it on the retake. Both of them playing very well there. But as you said, that round felt like it came suddenly into the hands of Na'Vi. It was like, well, okay, this was pretty good for Flipside, and then
all down to the situation where Blade just didn't check Ali properly, and then sees to penalize him. He got the kill, and all of a sudden it was a 3-on-3 situation, and they get the bomb plant in the last 10 seconds, as per usual for Na'Vi. But still, it's going to be a Flipside picking that one up, and Na'Vi's. Well, they still have money to buy on this one, but should they lose this round here, they'd be in trouble. Still an off for Guardian, though. Simple with the Tech 9.
Yeah, still to be seen from these two. Guardian quickly getting to Pop, though. This could be a little bit different here. He's not gone this quickly before. It's been that kind of slower play, more methodical. Oh, and that's a big punish there from Waylander. I think he just caught a glimpse of him trying to step out, and the player model gave it all away, pretty much. Can't do much more than that. Good stuff from Waylander. We haven't seen Flipside having to kind of resort to further play just yet. You know, the pushing up aggressively. Blade now is pushing a little closer towards Pop. Try and keep maybe that AWP safe. It did almost return into the hands of an RV member, but no. Simple got found in the end, and we're down to this 5v3. Really well held by Flipside so far.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a 5-on-3 advantage for them before Seeds gets to say. Gets that one kill. I think World Edit just saw the hand of Seeds there, and that also is going to neutralize Flamey. Oh, in the end, it's going to be Seeds going down. And now it's all not a headboard anymore.
What?
It's just Na'Vi going down one by one so far. They're not able to. They're not able to trade effectively.
This is quite strange to see. You know, it's still a CT-sided map. You can see a lot of teams often getting a good run of CT rounds on this, but Na'Vi don't normally tend to agree with that. They're a very strong T-side.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing right now is that Flipside is not giving entries. Na'Vi's not able to generate anything, and then they'll end up with that 45-30 second mark where they'll have to make a decision based off of basically nothing. They'll just have to be guessing what they want to do.
Gamble,
yeah, in a 5-on-5 situation or in a 4-on-5 situation, which is even worse. So they're not making themselves a lot of favors, and on the other side, Flipside just playing it really well.
And this is the thing you do occasionally see between these teams. They do have these much closer matchups than you'd ever say on paper as to how they equate to each other, just purely from that kind of statistical approach, right? Na'Vi would always be the better team over Flipside if you looked at any sort of way of clarifying that, you know, LAN wins, player skill, whatever you want to go for.
Yeah.
But when these two meet up, it's always interesting to watch because they know each other so well, and it is a tactical pause. So Na'Vi need to find a way to get those entries. They need to find a way to start this one up, or just, you know, which site hits do we need to go for? How can we make them feel uncomfortable? How can we do anything on the T side here?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, I think it was in E-League where they had a pretty close trend, like 16-13 for Na'Vi in the end. So it's not unheard of that Flipside would be able to be very competitive against Na'Vi. Like you said, these domestic battles are always kind of a question mark on their own. A lot of things, you know, the players just know each other so well. You know, they obviously know each other's playstyles very well. So there's always going to be those little mini games within the game that people are going to be doing when they know who they're playing against in a one-on-one or, you know, in those situations. So that's what makes it even more interesting.
The thing is, they have met on this map quite a lot. Let's not dispute that. This is an often repeated sort of marker. This is something they'll come back in on play almost every time because it works for both their map pools. It's something very similar to them, and almost a very clean eco here coming out. Just the smoke for C. So there's probably the B hit trying for that plan. And the thing is, this is what you say earlier, it's when you're a big team like Na'Vi is, teams will look at you, how you play, they'll try and get a couple of, you know, reads into what you like to do, how you like to approach it. But then for Na'Vi, do they ever do that to Flipside? Because obviously Flipside has so much material now on Na'Vi after playing them so many times, especially specifically on this map. So even just back in E-League, recent results. And now here comes the hit, so Na'Vi can be looking to get that bomb plant. Keep your eyes on that one if that happens. Shara so far doesn't like the idea of it. However, the bomb was in the hand of Guardian. He's going to give it a good try as much as he wants, and he can't quite get it.
Well, I mean, if I want to see something different with their default, if they want to keep running that default, then they're not getting much out of Alley. Then I would like to see them put some more emphasis towards the inner bomb side. Just basically, you know, try to walk out of upward, for example, because Shara plays that bomb side a lot alone. Just try to get that surprise on him and use Guardian. They tried to do the boost. They didn't get anything out of it. Try a higher ramp or just smoke off lower, pop flash, try to run two people in there, try to force that entry, and you can even fall back then. Or if you get the room, you can then just plow in towards CT spawn and get a lot of opportunities. Won't let it though. He's going to finally get that shot. Almost a double. Just gets one. It's going to be a trade.
That's the best he could do in that situation. He was being pressured. If only it hit that shot in the first asking. But now Blade has a wonderful position. This aggression from Flipside, this slightly pushed up spot will cut off at least one of the approaches, but he's bailed out there in the end. Guardian saves the day, taking down Blade, removing that factor and allowing the likes of Flamey to be unleashed and to get the final kill. So Na'Vi finally switched something up.
Yeah,
then for that three-man playthrough, Ivy quickly, really nice bounce back.
Exactly. There's a fast yard push there. This time managing to get the entry kills and trading effectively, but only to survive from Na'Vi, so there's going to be that risk of reset coming into this round, and as we can see, Seast only has a Galil in play, so this is going to be an all-important round in terms of how this half is going to end up going.
I wonder if Na'Vi just go back to the default from before. Do they try and keep switching this up? Because obviously that was the first time. Yeah, it was the first time we really saw something, you know, seem very convincing for Na'Vi. We didn't see that sort of power previous to then, so now while they're getting holding the angle again, smoked off. It's rinse and repeat at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see them now be a little bit more aggressive in inner bomb site. So you can see Simple is playing with the idea. He's here with Guardian. Now there's two CTs playing that bomb site. Markelov has joined Shara in there. Guardian just trying to get a spam and make some damage, but obviously not finding anything. So you can see there, Shara also has made his way to higher ramp. I think he's on top of the ladder just waiting. And again, minute down, and Na'Vi's not able to done really anything.
Yeah, as you said, it'll normally get to about that 45-second marker. They'll have to hit a site, try and make it commit, and it looks like a bit of a fake almost for now, or at least a bit of a ruse. You got Simple walking out on B, something you wanted to see, but he didn't go up. He just went through the ramp and now gets found by Shara, and that's already the initial advantage for Flipside. Again, denying those entries for Na'Vi here, and they're down to 40 seconds. They have to make the hit come in soon, otherwise they're gonna be out of time. Simple as that. And there's Blade as well there, and there's Waylander standing in their way.
This is gonna be tough once again. Waylander on that bomb side. If he stays alive for long enough, then it should be hard for Na'Vi, but that being said, Seast with 2 kills with Galil, and Guardian to follow it up as well. And now the Cities are out of position. The bomb plant's going to go down, and somehow Na'Vi manages to create a round out of that.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can get around like that. You just walk in and just get 2 kills in that sort of fashion is...
With the Galil.
Exactly, with the Galil of all things. Now they've got the double up, now they have the bomb plant, and they've got it under wraps. This one is done and dusted, but I guess this is what can happen when you have such a powerful individual team,
Exactly.
but also surely Flipside had to have made errors in that at some point.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get to see what Cease was doing. Thanks, Rush, but
Yeah, Rush, nice job.
yeah, I mean, still, it's like you said, it comes down to just that individual skill. When Na'Vi needs that pull through, they'll have that skill to go back to. And it works out great for Na'Vi this time around, and they make it 2 rounds in a row. So they get away from that scare of getting a reset. And they also have 4 people alive from this round. That's going to help their cause. And as we see, Flipside right now is a little bit struggling on the money side, but they still seem to be committing into this one.
Yeah, I'm wondering when Flipside have to look at themselves and go, do we need to switch something up? Are we working fine? At the moment, they seem to be working fine.
Yeah,
it was just that individual moment.
Yeah, you cannot really start changing things over one individual moment like that. No, I mean, just play it as it is. It's been working great. You've not been giving a lot to your opponents.
There's 3 players here for Na'Vi. This is looking like it's a commitment towards B. They've done the same thing, throw loads of smokes towards A, try and pretend that's where we're going, but now Edward's going to give away the game. He goes down, leaving it very much up in the air at the moment for Na'Vi. They've only got 2 players left standing and 0 step towards any site. They've got limited utility. Simple's still got a smoke, I guess that's something. But again, this will have to come down to that insane firepower to even be competitive at this point.
Yeah, that was a really quickly nullified by his Flipside there. Also a lack of salesmen there from Na'Vi as well. Going out of bomb side, they threw a lot of grenades there, but just no one to sell it over. And nice out of Flamey and Simple, like you said. Simple with the op. I think he's just going to walk out maybe and try to get a kill here. But, well, realistically speaking, there shouldn't be a lot for Na'Vi here.
By the way, he uses the nade to try and cross out, use it almost as like a mini smoke to be able to cross through there. I don't know if he was intending to do that, but that was actually quite a cool little thing. So now he's got an angle to work with, but I don't know if he's going to expect Markelov to peek into this, which he's going to do. Markelov...
No,
reason.
don't need to do that.
Absolutely no reason to do it, because you've got Flamey and Simple. These 2 individually are terrifying. They are the monsters that you do not want to unleash. So now Simple's been left to his own devices. Spots out one on the top of the train. You can make the assumption that maybe there's one in connector. Let's see how they work this out here. Oh my word, Simple almost had another shot at it. Flamey's found Waylander, but there we go. Finally, Flipside strike back. Simple's gone down, and Flamey can't do it all alone, but that got far too close for comfort. There was no need for some of that aggression coming out. Markelov taking a peek like that. Needless at that point.
Yeah, and he's one of the most experienced players on this lineup, if not the most experienced guy on the server, along with Edward. So it is, not cool to do that. You're in a 5-on-2 situation. Don't need to take any risks. Now, this became a very costly round for Flipside, meaning that if they lose this one here, they'd be in a world of trouble with their economy, just because they were careless in that round. But obviously, just testament also to Flamey and Simple, how good they are individually, what they can do out of nothing.
Yeah, you give them a thin opportunity, and they will push it as far as they can. Na'Vi, though, looking for a different play here, a little bit of a different approach, possibly. First time we've really seen Guardian, test through that kind of connector, trying to find a little bit of something. Can't get the boost right, actually, at the moment, so gonna have to go back for that one. No one's there.
The lap was on the way.
Yeah, no one's even close to this. And you might have seen where Blade just flashed from, so maybe get an idea that Blade's playing a little bit closer than they'd like. Maybe you can make the assumption off the back that maybe someone's pushing up towards Pop. However, still keeping things up their sleeve. Well done, great shot towards C's. That's brilliant. Already you can get the early advantage again. See Blade just peers in, gets the info that Flamey's there. Doesn't need to keep repeaking this now. He's perfectly fine here. Needs to be a little bit careful about main. As you can see, Guardian and Edward getting ready to do some work, but Waylander catches out Simple, trying to come down Pop. And this is already another big beginning for Flipside.
Well, until Guardian and Edward come into play, and they get the following frags of the round, and now it's a 3-on-3 all of a sudden. Markelov here on this bomb side and walled it back in alley. Well, now it's going to be a battle here in the other bomb site. Na'Vi still taking their sweet time. No utility left, though. They cannot block any of the entries anymore with smokes or Molotovs, but still taking their time before planning, and not hitting that shot.
That looked on him. I don't know if it was ladder, CSGO, bad aim, who knows? Could be anything at this point.
Combination of all those things.
The place you don't want to take a fight, near a ladder. 3v2 now. Bomb is planted, so going to be a little bit tougher. Well done it. Needs something other than the AWP ready to try and play on the retake, and he doesn't get it. Good shutdown from Na'Vi, finally showing a little bit of fire here, even though they lost out on those 2 early picks.
Yeah, exactly. This is mind-boggling. Now, how does that even work out? They didn't have anything going on, and then all of a sudden, Edward and Guardian just create openings. And now, like I said, before the previous round started, Flipside would be in a world of trouble with their economy if they lost the following round, and they did. And now there's guys on their team that are basically in need of 2 ecos here.
Yeah, this has gone from... This must be a nightmare as well for an in-game leader, because what do you do with this? Cheeky little over-the-head flash there. But for someone like Blade, that's got to be infuriating, because in theory, you played it right. You've got those first 2 kills, and you've got, you know, a 5v3, that's perfect. But then, guys, what's happening? Why are we losing this? It must be very tricky for him to find a way around.
Oh, well, it's just the fact that they were getting wrecked. That's what it is. And now Waylander with the Zeus here. Ladder waiting for a victim to come down. And that victim might be Edward.
Don't do it, Edward. You
Patiently waiting.
know what's going to happen.
Get zapped.
It's such a likely area for someone to be playing something cheesy with. You know what I mean? Be it Mag 7, whatever it is. Such a likely area.
I just want to see Edward jumping down and die off of the Zeus midair.
This is going to be Rush's observing at his prime. As soon as he looks away... Oh, and Edward's got the bomb. Would he dare?
45 seconds left. Virtually nothing's happened except for Roll losing some HP and Waylander 9 HP as well. Well, here comes the push towards inner bombs. It's going to be Blade opening things up, but then Waylander, he get denied. And it's going to be an auto push in the end of the day.
Stop ruining our fun, Guardian. So we want to have... Oh, stop it, Guardian. We just want to have fun with the Zeus. I'm clearly not a fan of Zeus in this one. So, while they're left in the 1v... Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Guardian doesn't care. He's had enough today. So, guys, we gave him too many rounds. We need to put it right back in line.
Well, let's see what Flipside decide to do. Their Blade does have AWP money.
Oh, Waylander.
Yeah, Waylander again.
Rush.
He whips out the R8. Because why wouldn't you? Such a great weapon.
What do you have to equip that over normally? Is it...
Deagle.
So he's chosen the R8 over the Deagle. What a champion. You know? I don't care what happens this round. We're going to watch it.
Considering that the Russian Deagle has been a thing for the past 10, 15 years, I'm slightly disappointed here. Look at this guy. Don't even know what to say at this point.
I know they're going B-rush, but there's a man with a silly gun. All right? It's fun.
Yep, and it's only going to be...
He'll rotate eventually.
Shara's going to be here alone, but we have Markelov rotating inside as well. And Rush, you might want to get into the action now.
You can watch Shara. I'll let it happen. Nah, he's dead now. You got to stay on Waylander. I just want to watch the R8. It's not going to happen. Markelov, don't even consider it. It's all on Waylander. Here it is. Dun, dun. If he gets a kill, I'll be really happy, to be fair. Come on, there's options galore. Nope. Great. Absolutely great. That's cool.
Why is that weapon in the game again?
Because of really good game design. And, you know, who doesn't like more pistols? You know, you had the CZ. That's not good enough. We nerfed that. We've got to get something back in that was stronger. They gave us the R8.
Great fan of the Western theme.
Yeah, maybe they just went on a bit of a, you know, like a John Wayne binge, and they came back to the office and were like, guys, I've got this great idea. You know what I mean? Like, it could happen.
Not sure what they're smoking. Okay. 6th round for Na'Vi. I mean, they've made a lot out of nothing, really. Because they've been struggling for the most of this first half. For a lot of the rounds, they've not been able to generate all too much before the 45-second mark. In fact, for a lot of it, they've actually been down 4-on-5, even 3-on-5. Then that's when the individual skill from Na'Vi is getting kicked in. Yeah, players like Edward, Guardian, Simple here and there, just coming in, creating the openings, making it a 3-on-3, and they'll get the bomb down and win the effort plan. That's all it takes sometimes.
Quote unquote, Na'Vi Simple is not going to be, you know, the other AWPer just yet.
No. Well,
and here he is.
Has the R8.
That's the main thing. Like, I think his AWPing is going to be incredible because he has the R8. Oh, it could have happened.
The draw time, too much. And now, well, this is going to be a 4-on-4. Bomb is still in T-spawn, so a lot of options here for Na'Vi to be taken. Now, this time around, they take a lot more aggressive approach towards the inner bomb side. Simple trying to make a play because they're not getting anything out of Alley. And now Edward, they are taking a peek through higher, but you're going to see Markelov. He's going to actually hit him through as well. Now 20 HP, and here comes a platform low round. Great reaction from Na'Vi, but Waylander doing heavy lifting here with 2 kills before going down, and now it becomes a 2-on-2.
Yeah, huge amounts of damage to pull this one back to what could be a manageable round at least, but the damage is going to come through. Waylander is not sitting pretty anymore. That's 17 HP, but he's making it work with Blade. This is fine. Now C's left in the 1v2, but he's got the spot and he's holding this one down. Will he dare step in towards World Edit? Surely not advisable at this point.
Oh, well, look at the flash, would you? He's just trying to bait a shot from World Edit before committing now. He finds a free lane, and it's becoming really tight for World Edit to do anything about it because he has no kit.
Yeah, no kit. Running out of time there in the end. And as you said, the fact is that Flipside had a huge beginning in this. Tactically, they were on point. They were absolutely and utterly playing this one to a bit of a T. However, they're still Na'Vi. You know, they find ways to pull, you know, themselves back into the game. It was, you know, after them giving themselves such opportunities. You know, Flipside were getting the first 2 kills, and then Na'Vi still got the round.
That's how frustrating it can get. I mean, you're playing well, you're denying your opponent entry kills, you're playing passive enough, and then once they try to really force the kills to you, you get the first kills. And still, somehow, your opponent comes up with 7 rounds.
Yeah, 8 to 7 on the half. It's a close one, guys, but do stay tuned. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, guys and girls. We'll be getting this one underway nice and quickly. The first half, however, did end up being far closer than what it initially started to look like. I was thinking, all right, Flipside have turned up today. We've got a bit of a game on our hands. And then Na'Vi, well, they had enough of their little brother running away with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, it must be really frustrating for Flipside. I mean, it could have been easily at least a 10-5. It could have been a 12-3 half at best. And now we'll have to manage with only having 8 at halftime. But now we are live here, but pissed around. I think we're lacking some in-game sounds, but
there they are.
Oh, there they are.
They're just
slightly behind schedule.
Yeah, as soon as you mention it, it just happens.
Magic, how that works. Blade with a set of nades. Everyone else with armors and glocks here for Flipside, and looks very similar to what we saw in the first push round as well. Flipside just playing like a default, trying to get an entry here. One of these two clocked in alley, but not finding all too much. Just making, well, receiving more damage than dealing.
And I'm waiting to see when Blade actually puts his smoke into play and he actually starts to come into it, because I don't expect much to happen before that, as he was meant to be, you know, playing this role. So he's going to smoke out, allow them to kind of get out of main, play wherever they want to. Now they've got a good bit of a shot at it. They can cross up, but get those Glocks to a range where they can actually compete with the USPS. This gun, of course, does really reign supreme at that sort of range, but Waylander has his own ways. finding Simple, finding Guardian, and bringing it back to an incredibly favorable round already for Flipside. Bomb goes down, and this is lovely stuff from Waylander so far, but it's now Flamey in the 1v4, outnumbered, outgunned, and should be outdone here, but he's not going down without a fight. This is good stuff from him. Waylander's down to 23, he got the tag towards Shara, and he does have a kit, but no armor, and the smoke now being utilized. It's going to be tough, and there you go. Waylander with 4, and a big impression into the first round in the second half.
Yeah, Flipside once again coming out strong here. Went for that pick on alley first, not managed to create much, and Blade smoking between 5 and 6 train, creating his team and basically just a tunnel to go through. They're moving those trains towards quad, and Waylander being the one coming up big. I think he got 3 kills there, and basically single-handedly just won a lot of that round. And now it's going to be 9-7, and lead for Flipside building up. Na'Vi, however, they have invested into this round. They have a scout on Flamey. Some upgraded pistols too.
Well, I've learned not to underestimate anyone with a deagle on this team as well, especially Guardian. This guy is a bit filthy with it, but as a Simple, apparently that's 2 already. That's 3. That's sexy CS from Simple right there. Can he make it 4? Of course he can. Takes the time. Markelov's head gets ripped off. That is sick stuff from Simple. That's the firepower he brings to this lineup, and they just throw that round on its head.
I take back my words on the frustrating in the first half. I'm pretty sure that's even more frustrating.
Oh, it's sick. It's goddamn sick.
Guy might be toxic, but he can hit some really nice shots.
Hey, you know, he's working on it.
Definitely
it's okay.
is. He's getting...
Waylander's back with the revolver.
He's getting there.
It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Please get a kill with it. Like, it's all I need in this game, and I'll be so happy.
This is a spider, man. All right.
How depressing is it if you get a skin for an R8? You know what I mean? It's like...
how deep in the waters are you with your life?
You don't even want to know at this point. All right, Waylander, what can you do? I believe. Come on. Just find an angle and make it work. Great. Really enjoyable. Okay, Flamey's just had enough of this nonsense. Blade's actually going to punish him, but they should be able to pick up the M4 and keep that into play. Sharon not going to have much of a shot. No, tell a lie. Okay, he finds Edward as well. They can still upgrade to all the lost rifles at this point, which they should be able to do. Seized? Nope, Seized missed it. That's fine. They still got money enough. Not perfect, though, for Na'Vi, but still, they bring themselves back into it after that ridiculous deagle round, of course.
Of course.
And pick up the next. It's just Na'Vi things. Like
well, this is a game of ridiculous. Everything so far. Well, not everything, but basically Na'Vi's most of their rounds were through ridiculous stuff. And a situation where they definitely were not favored. Now, as you can see, Flipside decides to force into this, and it's going to be a Tech 9 and then a Galil and 3 AKs. They do have quite a bit of utility here, but I hope they have some kind of a game plan into this. So far, it seems like it's going to be sort of a default, though. A smoke between 5 and 6 being thrown out. That might initiate a bit of a push here from teammate.
Yeah, they are going to be pushing through. Simple to be the one on first contact almost there, but he gets traded out 1-for-1, but he spots out the game plan. Didn't see the bomb yet, though, so still maybe not going to fully commit, but they're having a good read into it. Guardian's getting a little bit curious. Going to take a little bit of a look back towards B while working his way around through CT. So he'll be coming back up towards the back by Ivy, maybe. And Flipside taking the time here, looking to see if they can punish any over-aggression coming out maybe from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi not really playing into that, hunkering themselves down.
Exactly, they're just waiting for Flipside to run into their crosshairs. And, well, utility, there's none for Flipside anymore, so they can't block off any of the entry points anymore. Cease with a nice kill with a Mac 10. Guardian also, before Markelov manages to get a retaliation, but seems to be a little bit too little too late, as Edward gets the last kill. And it's going to be 3 year live for Na'Vi as well, so at least they will have money to drop to each other and have a healthy buy into this and still save some money as well. Yeah. On the contrary, Flipside, they'll have to save.
Yeah, Flipside not looking so good in this one just yet. You know, again, they did well in the opening there. They got into sight almost. They almost died to pressure. And then
I'm not sure that was a necessary risk of a buy in that round. I mean, they could have easily just saved another one and then just get full equipment, get the op out, get everything going for you. But you know, they tried, like, they wanted to break Navi's economy, which was actually in a decent position at that point too. So they wouldn't be able to reset or anything on Navi's side.
A little needless. Instead, C's going to be taking the open fight. He can pretty much stand this. This could be an issue. They're going to have to back in, play a little calmer. However, the molly will allow him time to be able to not, deal with too many at once, which is always nice. It does mean that the likes of Markov can't do anything.
Has an R8.
It's going to work.
Relentless.
It's going to work. It will work.
I'm not sure if it's great if it works once out of 15 times, though.
Shut up.
There we go.
There it is. That's all
headshot.
I've ever wanted to see. Seized is going to be tilted off the face of the earth. He'll no longer want to play. He's going to quit the game, and it'll be fine. And then finally, Flipside will do something. No, it's... I don't know why he's running it. I don't know.
Because he can.
Is it... I don't know why you pick it over Deagle, though. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't actually make logical sense, but...
There are a lot of things to do in this world, Lauren.
I'm working that out. Slowly but surely. But now we are at least going to see Flipside on a decent buy. But look on the other side of things. We've got 2 orbs coming out and still flaming on an SMG there. Kind of curious as to what's going on in that one, but...
This is going to be tough. Like, this is right here, right now, where Flipside needs to start making things work. There's an MP7 in hands of Flamey, though, and he has a very aggressive stance right now in Alley. It seems like it's going to be another default here coming in from Flipside. That one is holding Alley. Seems like it's Markelov. One in team main and 2 working inner bomb site. Wait, well, there's a stack in middle that Cease is going to be the one getting the opening kill.
Yeah, how did Cease get away with that? I actually don't understand. Guardian was so open then. I don't know how he didn't die in that situation. I don't know, but still. Coming back to that, I can imagine in a moment. Wilded it has stepped out, does find Edward trying to take a quick pick towards Connector. They're not going to find much more than that, and the double AWP still into play for Na'Vi. They still have this to pull in.
And again, no smokes for Flipside to work with anymore. Only have 2 Molotovs and 2 flashes. Now Blade just going to be walking out here. Pyjamas is going to spot one in the tower, but simple. Just going to outclass Blade at this point.
Well, that's what you get for buying an SMG. His teammates could have dropped him out there, bearing in mind it wasn't just, you know, they were completely out of cash. They had money on that sort of factor. So, interesting choice to go for. And now, Marklov's actually made a bit of work out of this. He's found Simple here. And now we're down to the last 2 players. They are the ones with the AWP. So, could be maybe a little bit tricky to play on the retake, but the bomb's not yet even come in. 25 seconds. You got to get your running shoes on, buddy. This is going to be tough. If they can cost them a little bit of time, cause a bit of a hiccup, this could still be very competitive, and Guardian understands what happens. What a sick adjustment from him. You've almost got to believe he's going to hit those shots on the way through, but now it's C's left in the 1v1 against Waylander. 10 seconds remain. C's just needs to play the time, and he knows it. Waylander committing on the plant, going to try and catch him, and Waylander just about pulls it off with 2 HP.
Again, nonsense happening on the server, but this time it's going to be Flipside that's in favor of that nonsense. Somehow he's not able to win that one-on-one, but a great play from Guardian again, once again, by the way. Just getting that kill on the guy who was jumping on 5 train. And then it seemed like it could have been all over at that point, but Waylander managing to clutch it in the end. Somehow Flipside grinded out, but still money on Navi's side, so they're good. Thing is, Flipside, if they lose this one here, they're going to be in plenty of trouble, but Rolled at it doesn't agree with this theory. Instead, he's going to win that first battle with Guardian.
That's great for him. Finally getting a good start for them early into this, and what a man to remove. And Seized, if only he knew. He's going to hear this, though. He's got to know now, and now it's the 1-for-1 trade out. The bomb's going to quickly try and, I guess, press the issue, let's say. Flipside instantly pulled players over. They've got the 3v1 at the moment. Flamey's very much alone. Going to try and buy time for the likes of Simple to pull himself over, and here he is. Already finds one. That was, I believe, well done. He caught. Now Flamey takes a fight, and he wins it too. This is going well for Na'Vi. Again, pulling this back into their favor, and Marklov's found some room to operate, though. Almost created an opportunity, and he whiffs it. Well, shall I say, Edward hits an absolute blinder as well. And these rounds are playing out in a very strange manner on occasion, as now Blade's left in the 1v3. It's possible, don't get me wrong. He has a good chance to get the bomb down and pick a decent angle, but he obviously doesn't know how much freedom he has just yet.
Yeah, well, the thing is he needs to try to create 2 individual one-on-ones to have a chance at this. Flamey is in Z connector. And his teammate's Simple right now going through alley. And Blade just going to be here on the bomb site. Just waiting for anyone to come through the smoke. He now knows that Flamey is in there. Simple's the one to make all the work. Quan is trying to cover every possible angle. It all comes down to timing at this point. If Flame is going to push through connector, no, he's going to go down. And now it becomes a one-on-one. Time's going to be running out.
Yeah, Simple's almost out of time. That bomb is ticking incredibly fast, and it doesn't matter anymore. Blade played that well, very calm. I'm kind of curious that Na'Vi didn't really pressure that site too much. They cleared everything else, but then kind of left the side to the very last second and then didn't have much of a pinch on it. So again, that retake didn't work out there, but these rounds are so close.
Problem is, when you're coming from 2 very opposite directions in a 2-on-1 situation, is that it's very hard to trade kills, because if that last remaining T player then just manages to take the right angles, he's going to be able to create those 2 individual one-on-ones. And also, the Flamey was so low on HP doesn't help either.
All right. Now we've got Na'Vi back in this position last time around. Let's remind ourselves, they did pretty well here. It was actually simple. They got, what was it, 4? If I'm not mistaken. This time, Guardian's going to get met very early on by Wild Edit. And Simple's looking for a retort. He's trying to find a way to get back into this round actively, but he's not going to be given too many opportunities here. You can see Flipside very aware of what they're coming up against, and they should be playing this with an air of caution.
Yeah, well, they are definitely doing that right now. Just waiting for Na'Vi to make a move. Simple is definitely playing with the devil right now. Towards that T-main. Blade is in the danger zone. Manages to escape though, and seems like the Flipside decides to gather up towards the inner bomb site. Well, before I say that though,
is it happening again? Is it gonna happen? Okay, well, he's gonna have an incredible task on his hands. If he still wants to pull off this magic, he's got a really nice spot though. Blade's not gonna be able to pressure him, so he could maybe get somewhere quite cheeky here. He's picked up a Galil, okay. Any cost is good here for, Na'Vi, let's bear in mind. And it's getting bigger and bigger. He's now got an AK. He's doing well for himself, just going through the motions here. Now down to the 1v3, no kit.
Yeah, he's going to save it.
It's not going to happen. And
I think what he's going to try to do is get some kills here. Try to create a bit of a dent in the Flipside's economy. Not able to do that, though. World Edit is on point, gets the kill. It's going to be Flipside in the lead here, 12-11. And now Na'Vi does have the money to buy. So far, great T-half from Flipside. They've been similar to Na'Vi, managing to come out of situations where they may have not had the advantage. Going into the last 45 seconds of the round, still able to make the big plays.
It is quite curious. We've seen this now on both sides of for the teams, kind of winning rounds in the same fashion. That isn't a very traditional way of them being played out, but we'll see if it keeps working for either side at this point, because let's remind ourselves before, Na'Vi worked out the plan. They made a couple of different things start to work for themselves in the end on their T side, and they can regain the reins here. But so far, for Flipside, this is a really nice start to the matter. This has been a great matchup between these two. This is why people get excited for this matchup, purely because you know it's going to be quite a good game, especially on this map. But no one's watching, absolutely no one's watching Ivy here. Ivy?
Well, Guardian finally gets alerted by that smoke, finally. And the push is coming. There's going to be 3 Flipside players just walking out of it. Now there's a smoke in the way, though, and there's one in T-main and one at ladder. Both go down, and now it's down to the guys in alley.
And they are completely pinned in here. You've got Cease playing from CT. Simple can just face right down if he wants to. You still got Guardian and Edward watching it. They are pinned in with very limited ways to run here. Okay, Simple, are you okay there, buddy? You can land those deagle shots, but you forget there may be 3 players through Ivy. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If they do die one by one, Flipside can actually do something here, and it's happening again, R2. I don't understand anymore. This doesn't make sense. It hurts my head at this point, because we're down to this 3-on-3. It shouldn't have gone this way. Simple's positioning was a little out of touch. Edward got caught out individually, unable to trade back in. It's given a certain shot here for Flipside.
These rounds are weird right now. Markelov also getting a kill. Flamey finally manages to return a favor before Markelov again. The trade's going away Flipside. The bomb is going down. Now Guardian, they have no idea where he is. And Markelov's barrel has been seen as a wall.
Oh, Guardian, as if you're going to do that. As if you're going to do it. You almost lose the round, and then you have to go to these lengths to pull it back in line. Again, the way these rounds are playing out is going from one hand to the other and back again and back again. You don't know who's going to actually win it until it comes down to that last final moment. And this sort of thing, you know what I mean? Like, Guardian is just such a beast.
Just CSGO things. What a nice round from Guardian, though. Yeah. Just Guardian things as well. And now, though, has to remember, though, that Na'Vi is going to be in a lot of stress when it comes to their economy. They are really on the cutting edge with the bank. Everything's being spent. That Apple Guardian, though. And they have FAMAS and Seized. Rest with the M4s. And 2 kits. Let's see how they make it work. Flipside, once again, just starting out slow here. Going for the picks. Probably going to lose 2 members and then win a 3-on-5.
Yeah. Yep, that's how it works.
At least almost win a 3-on-5.
It is baffling how backwards this is. It's very rare you see, if you lose out on the first player, that teams win the round off the back of it, let alone 2. It's very rare. You can actually see the stats yourselves. If you go on HLTV, look at any team on any map, see their percentage of how many times they win that round when they get that first pick, or vice versa. You can look at it both ways. So again,
it's pretty high actually. I think the percentage is quite high when you have the man advantage in the early round. I'm gonna guess to say it's like 75 to 80%.
I'm good. Just for argument's sake, I'm going to look up Na'Vi on train and see what their percentage is, just purely out of curiosity. But this round is quite a slow beginning. These two teams are known for this sort of pacing, though. It's not too surprising.
40 seconds on the clock, and now it seems like some smoke, some flashes going to Argentina bomb side, but still, it's not going to be clear which way Flipside's going to actually go. Edward getting that kill on the Shara. It's down to 20 HP. Still, they haven't decided Flipside. Blade's been sent out from Team A. He gets a kill. It's going to be a 4-4, but the bomb's going to be making its way towards the inner bomb site. And that's still 2 CTs in there. Seized and Simple, both in there. Make some kills happening. Now it's a 3-on-2, making that 3-on-1. With our floor David behind 3 train.
Not going to get out of that one alive. Na'Vi do shut it down finally. Keep this one to hand. Start to pull ahead slightly, 13 to 12. And just to clarify, as we said, so for example, whenever Na'Vi have played train in the last 3 months, the round win percent after getting the first kill for them is 81%. The chance that they lose after receiving the first death, is 27%. So you can see that generally it doesn't ever play out like this. So it's quite fun to watch. 13-12, though, it means that Flipside's money is pretty poor here. Very, very, very poor. Down P250s.
That round was very important. I mean, this could have definitely been a massive, massive loss for Na'Vi. They lost the previous round, but managed to win it, have 3 alive. And then if they can keep this one here healthy so that they don't lose a lot of members, then that's going to be great for them. On the contrary, though, Flipside's going to have to make a little compromise in the following round. Shard does get a kill. It's going to be at least something. He picks up a weapon, too. I'm not sure if he managed to get it. Flamey with a kill. That's one of Markelov and we'll let it.
Edward was just, a little bit of aim training there almost, just kind of flicking between the two. And good stuff from Flamey, keeping it clean at least. As let's be honest, Na'Vi's money isn't completely stable. They can certainly spread the wealth here, but
now they have a buffer. Even if they lost one round, they could buy at least fairly well into the following round. And they're sitting at 14-12 as well. On the other hand, Flipside, if they lose this, they'll have to go into a potential match point with very limited stuff. So this one is a very key round here for this match.
See how they go about this one. You've got Waylander, Shara, and Wild Edit already posturing towards the B side of things, and Seized waiting down below. He's the one, of course, just leering towards them. If only you knew. Flash going to allow the crosses to come through from the T side, but it's Guardian to find Markelov to kick things off. But that means nothing in this matchup, let's bear in mind. Both teams have lost advantageous situations at this point, but it looks like Flipside do want to take themselves towards B. The 4 players now pulling through. You've got Waylander and Shara already starting to come out as well. And Flamey's got support there, though he's not alone. That's Seized behind him as well. Seized catches out Shara, but Waylander still stands.
Yeah, he's playing with the idea of pushing through that one train. No, he's actually going to just stay behind it, and the bomb's going to be making its way towards the bomb side. And the problem is that Zeez is still there with that op, but he's not going to be in time to try and block the plant. It's going to go down, and 4-3 advantage for Na'Vi.
See if Zeez can find something back here. Or further, should I say, for himself. Waylander's got a nice cross position, needs to land the shots. I don't know if it's a one and done. It is in the end. Simple's going to find him very swiftly. Leaving 3 now for Na'Vi to play into this one. Guardian's found well at it, and Blade now left in a 1v2. Bombs planted pretty well for him at the moment. There's still a lot to be played for here. He catches C's pretty low, 7 HP on him. And now there is a smoke on Guardian. This could be the issue, and Guardian is using one already in the smoke, diffusing fully. The tag came in, but nothing to follow it through in the end. And Na'Vi will put themselves on towards map point here. 15-12 in a very good spot. Their money, as you said, quite robust. They can rebuy fully into whatever they want. But for Flipside, they've got enough to scrape together a buy, but maybe lacking that maybe AWP they'd like, or the mollies as well. These sort of things are going to be missing here.
Yeah, the bomb plant does help a little bit, so they will have quite a bit of smokes here and AKs across the board. So it is a relatively healthy buy. But we have a auto-sniper on Flamey and 2 ops in play for Na'Vi. So this is going to be tough to make any entries happen here for Flipside.
Yeah, if it wasn't tough enough before, it certainly is now. Flame's going to push himself forward, just trying to find stuff. He's I don't know what to say about him with this gun. He's certainly capable with it. That's the worrying thing. But Na'Vi actively looking for work here. Considering the Caesar's pushed up towards those halls, he knows that no one's coming that way yet. It could be later into the round, but for now he knows it's secure. So Na'Vi are just trying to find the best positions here on towards this side.
Things start out very slow once again.
What a surprise.
It is a shocker, isn't it? I thought they'd be explosive, but no. They actually try to play slowly. Flamey, just waiting for someone to come out of Team A. And there was actually 2 Ts there. Waylander does win a battle against Seized, who had an AWP as well. So that is going to be the opening kill. I said it's going to be tough to create opening kills, but sometimes Flipside do make it happen, and Lander has made his way down lower ramp. But as we can see, the bomb is nowhere near it, though.
And this is the issue. As soon as we saw C's go down, it means that there's that threat of B now being open. It could be a threat. Navi've had to respond to it, but that's not where the bomb's going. It's where Guardian and Simple are watching. That's where the hit's going to come in with Shara and Blade. Now Shara's found one, but Simple's got the spray down, catching out both of them. Bomb now goes loose, and there you have it. In the end, Na'Vi just shut the door on Flipside's face. It did look like there was a chance of a very competitive game between these two, but eventually it just spiraled into Navi's hands.
I think there's only a couple of things to be said about this game. Championship level teams. This is the kind of difference they have. They have individuals that they can take them in from very difficult situations, and that's exactly what happened for Na'Vi, because they were in so many situations definitely didn't have the advantage and still managing to scrape through.
And this is the thing we were saying quite often, how let's say Flipside would lose like a 5v3, or they'd be in such a good spot and then just let it fall away from them. There's things that you can't account for, right? Which is like your Simple going off, right? You can't.
Guardian winning that one on too.
Exactly. Things like that you can't account for. But the rounds that will probably frustrate these guys will be the ones where they have, the upper hand, the advantage, and they let it slip away. So again, lots to be looked at here.
Exactly. Yeah, that's like I said, it is championship level teams. That's what they can do.
All right, guys, that's enough from us. Let's hear from the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, lots to be looked at indeed there. It seemed like it took Na'Vi a long time to get firing in that first half. Yanko, Flipside shut the door in their face multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah, they were winning a lot of crucial rounds early on, obviously winning pistol, and then, after Na'Vi would win a gun round, they would immediately win the next round, resetting their money system pretty much. And Na'Vi was forced to on a lot of weak buys, right? Not optimals. Sometimes Guardian wouldn't have the AWP. They had to play with Tech 9s and so on, which obviously makes it a lot easier for Flipside to defend. But it was, I think, 7-2 the score was, and then Flipside loses one of those crucial rounds when they had a 5v3 advantages, Natu and Pansy just pointed out, and that really brought the game back for Na'Vi. They were able to string a couple of rounds together with Flipside forced to eco, and it's just amazing how Na'Vi can always bring it back on the T side.
Yeah, they're extremely explosive in that regard, but I have to give credit to Flipside in a lot of ways as well. As you said, they got pistols. They were holding on quite well, and I think in individual perspectives, Markelov, good game from him. I think he was close to 24 or well into the 20s either way. Overall, decent second half as well. And Blade winning that 1 versus 2. We always talk about how smart he is, but we normally talk about it being sort of the chess master rather than the individual player. That kind of smart, you know what I mean? He's not always the individual. So to win that 1 versus 2, baiting out the time, forcing Simple away from the bomb, that was very well done. And again, it was a crucial round. You have to think what would happen, though, if they didn't walk into a Deagle 4K in the second half, though.
Yeah, wasn't a great story going to the second half there for Flipside. It seems like they lacked penetrating power onto these sites. They had an overwhelming preference to go A in general. A lot of the default rounds ended up with them eventually sort of working on towards that A site here as well. I mean, is that worth reading into at all, that preference towards A? Because they were shut down quite heavily there as well by, obviously, the players with the AWPs in hand and Deagles.
I think what shut it down the most was that second round, in a sense that, they won the second pistol. Now they're off to a great start. They can get the strong economy going, and then they can show their full potential, right, with all the grenades to work with on the T side. But this round for Simple, that's what we were talking about in the pregame. This is the luxury that Na'Vi has at times, right? Just having their individual players go ham. Guardian here as well, who's had a pretty quiet game for his standards in the second half. Up until that round, I think he only had 2 kills. So after a couple of rounds like that, Na'Vi was pretty much, in full control.
Yeah, that's just a general point to make as well. It kind of masks, like we always see a good first half. Like let's say someone has like 18 kills in the 12th round or something. We always see it directly on the scoreboard, and we're like, wow, that's incredible. You don't often see the same kind of thing highlighted in the second half because all the numbers are kind of even. I think on the HLTV scoreboard, it's kind of a weird way because of the ESEA config where it resets the kill totals on that at half. Yeah, even though it doesn't on the scoreboard in game, it does for the scorebot, the way eBot collects the totals or whatever system they're using right now. I think Simple had 16 kills when they were on 13 rounds, and the next closest on his team was like 8. So he was actually stepping up huge after he got rolling on that second half.
So a tale of 2 teams that know each other quite well now, linked through these custom maps we're seeing come out at the moment. I mean, we're going to be moving on to Overpass in a second as well. We're going to dive into that after the break as well. But if you guys are just joining us and you may be wondering what happened earlier on in the day, or maybe even the NA scene overnight, if you're in Europe, you can get all the information up on the Score eSports app. Exactly, I was mildly alluding to it. I've got the national pride sort of brimming over, but I'm trying to keep it under wraps. Get your hands on that app, ladies and gentlemen, on your Android or on your iOS devices. You go to respective app stores, you can download it quite easily for free, and you can keep up to date with all the happenings in esports, especially the ESL Pro League. We're going to be back after the break with another very interesting match for these two teams. It is going to be Overpass, one that we've seen a lot from both of these guys on. Let's see how they stack up against each other tonight. We're back soon.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The Season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It's going to be game 2 of the night, just around the corner. We're still locked in this battle of 2 CIS teams with storylines that intertwine back quite some time. We're going to be heading over towards Overpass here as well. A lot of us were thrilled to see we'd be seeing both these customs now in the rotation. Na'Vi are very good at Overpass, Janko. Are they not?
Definitely, it's one of their strongest map. I mean, Na'Vi is always touted as one of the teams with the widest map pool. Before the one map they played that was kind of weak for them was Inferno. So it's also one of the maps that Flipside plays, right? And it's the map where an Opera can have a lot of influence, especially on the CT side with the different aggressive setups that teams go for. So I think this is where World Edit needs to step up. He had a quiet game on train.
Because that's what we were asking of him as well. As we sort of said, like what World Edit's situation as well as a player who's had some scrutiny for not being super consistent, in general, even on maps where maybe you expect to see those Opers actually take a bit more of a prominent role here. And would you agree with that, Sadikis? But people have been a little bit critical about that, and where from now?
I think World Edit, way back, even in the simple days when he was on this team with them, and when he was the primary Opera, we're talking like early 2015, mid 2015. I looked at him and thought, this guy's got so much skill. The thing with him is there's no doubt he's got the skill, and he hits these crazy shots. He misses the impact ones. He misses the ones that matter, and it's the pressure situations when he seems to falter. And you can have all the highlight clips in the world, and there are players out there and across multiple titles that look like the most flashy player in the world. But if you can't win rounds when it's your time to step up, then it's an issue. And that's where I think the inconsistency comes from. And that's where I think he's had to really kind of steady his pace a little bit and try and play a more fundamental game. And there was moments of it where I think probably, let me think about when this would have been, June this year, sort of April, May, June this year, that he actually looked to be making that stride, and now it's starting to slide again, but I think that might have to do with the break. Hopefully he can get back into that form a bit.
We've leveled the idea of problems with risk assessment to players like Simple in the past. What is World Edit's actual problem here? I mean, can we actually follow the crumb trail any further down and see where his issues lie? Is he just missing shots? Is it that simple?
I think it's mostly that simple, right? Because, playing under Blade, you have a couple of things you need to do, right? You have the setups, you have the game plan, but more often than not, it's just when things start going his way, like Matt pointed out, when it's, crunch time and everything, that it's not the flashy things. He can do those, but when it's just about holding your own and, buying time and playing safe, it seems that sometimes he just can't really pull it off.
I think sometimes that's a mindset thing too. I think if you're looking at players like that, like one of the issues that I have in CS in general coming over from COD is in COD you're just moving a lot more. I know people hate comparisons in that sense, but you're doing a lot more, your mind's constantly thinking about more mechanics. I find in CS I feel like I have to do more because I'm not doing as much, and sometimes players, not just obviously because it came from COD, but have that same thing, they feel like they should be doing more. So when all of a sudden a lot does happen, their mind's moving too quickly on other things instead of just slowing it down and just saying, okay, hit this shot, okay, hit. And I think sometimes it's just about settling the thought process down as much as anything. So it is a pretty simple thing to do. It's just being conscious of it.
So putting so much weight on your shoulders, it makes it maybe easier for you to get caught up in the rush of, or at least what you're trying to accomplish here as well. You get these lofty goals or lofty ideals about what you need to do for your team. We've seen a lot of players do it in the past. Let's talk a bit about Overpass now as well, because this, like you said, is a map that has been good for Flipside in recent times, but lately not so much. Can you shed any light on this for us? Is this just a general performance slump for these guys? Because obviously we used to say, yeah, they're great on this map, they really show up, but recently it's not been great for them.
I think the big problem is also the opposition they're facing, right? Because Flipside, a lot of the times, you're just on the cusp of that tier 1 level of teams, right? We saw them secure major status in Cologne, but when you play especially teams like Navi, SK teams that are the best teams in the world on the map, it's really hard to have good results. And the map in itself is, pretty complex. You need to have a lot of structure on it on T side because you need to find ways to get map control without giving away entry kills to the CTs. We see a lot of times how the CTs go for this body system where they, pick an area of the map where they want to be more aggressive, where they want to fight before falling back into the bomb site once they buy enough time.
Yeah, I think that's just to follow that up. I think it's a good point about the opposition too, because both these teams are considered T-sided, but CT side, I would say Na'Vi on this map have more skill to get aggressive in that way, and therefore I think that's the biggest differentiating factor on this map between the two. So
already tonight we've been able to, I guess, pinpoint some issues for Flipside on the previous map there as well. Coming into these rounds, getting 2 kills, or preventing entries from Na'Vi, going up 5-3, and then ending up losing the rounds. Now, they're the kind of things that you hate to see happen to teams. Ideally they should be winning. Why is this happening?
Yeah, that's something they can't allow to happen, right? It's hard for them to get an early advantage, so when they actually get it, they can't just throw it away. Most times it's just miscommunication at being, aware of what your teammates are holding, and also maybe a bit of, recklessness individually being overly aggressive.
There's one point I want to make because I know we're about to get into game. I've listened to Lauren, and she's very critical of Rushley's observing, but I noticed today I actually sat down at his computer while he was outside, and the mouse buttons were switched, the tab key didn't work. I think she's been sabotaging his controls, so I just want to point that out before we get into this one. Spare a moment of thought for Rushley.
She did admit to doing that.
Yeah.
So that is the thing. Shame on you, Lauren. Anyway, let's pass it over to the aforementioned cantankerous individual and Natu to take us into Overpass.
Thank you very much, and thankfully ESL have been kind enough to, put me into a bullying seminar that I'll be attending very soon, and I'll learn the errors of my ways. However, we're about to get this one started onto Overpass, and yeah, this is quite exciting. We've had a lovely series of maps, and actually have the opportunity to watch this one go down. It's going to be good fun here. What are you going to be looking at here specifically?
Again, I mean, it's going to be fun to see that simple factor coming into Na'Vi, and how does it change? Because on training, to be honest with you, he wasn't able to really create all that much. I wanted to see him be a little bit more aggressive on the defaults that Na'Vi were running. So let's see if we can manage to do that here in Overpass.
All right, let's keep our eyes towards that as we are underway. T side going to be Flipside, and CT side, of course, going to be Na'Vi. And already, 2 players through towards Underpass. You've got this really nice pinch coming in towards, I guess, B short or short B here. Ashara's going to be the one fighting out of it, however, catches off Guardian, but there's the response, instantly able to trade back into this with so many players here. Na'Vi simply overwhelming Flipside, who just didn't see this coming.
Yeah, that was like the roles were reversed there. Na'Vi being the aggressor coming in, and now it's all down to Waylander anymore. Oh, it doesn't even have the bomb. It's all actually, it's going to be able to pick that one up, but against 4 CTs. Remy in prime position to take the last kill for Na'Vi to win the piss run. And, well, that was a fast one. Na'Vi pushing in the connector and B short. And just grinding the kills, basically. It's overwhelming Flipside.
Yeah, really. I actually really like that. I like them trying to do something a little different on the pistols. It's always quite... it's a nice way to see personality come through in teams and how they like to approach it. And this is quite, quite some way of doing it differently. So, Flipside, though, going back into this one with whatever they can, upgrading a couple of pieces here and there.
Yeah, they have a smoke. Just one lone smoke, though. So that does limit their options quite a lot. And you can see Na'Vi are trying to gather some information, playing quite up front on toilets, but now actually they decide to retreat already to very passive positioning. And let Flipside have the roaming space to go around and try to use his Tech 9s and the Eagles for some killing.
Yeah, and again, I like it from Na'Vi, sitting back a little bit deeper. I don't think necessarily being super passive is always the answer. I think that I like it on sides like B, where it's very easy for people, Tech 9s just to come barreling and straight up short, and you've got that instant contact. Perfectly fine, though. And C's already, I think you can hear them running up here. You can see him kind of adjusting himself on the minimap. He's just listening to them playing up towards the A side of things. Na'Vi have a great deal of players waiting for this. So Flipside, it's going to be tough for them to make it count here. Certainly not impossible. We've seen it happen before. But again, with the bomb so far back, it's not a full commitment just yet.
No, I mean, they really need to get the first kills here and then force a bomb plant somehow and fend off the CTs to come in. And now they do pick up the bomb, but it's actually going to make its way towards the B bomb site instead. Quite interestingly.
And C's has no reason to back away from this as well.
That's because Charlotte already actually made his way into B.
Yeah, they've been playing outside the site almost from the very start of things. So C's is purely sat here watching the push to site now. I don't know how Shara sneak. I guess you can just crouch your way through that and then come up by the pillar. It works, but C's, I think he's going to spot the bomb being dropped as well. So yeah, that's going to give away the game. You can see the instant reaction from Na'Vi putting themselves over towards that B-bomb site, and C's is doing very well for himself. The support from Flamey as well timed there, but now Waylander in a very bad spot.
Yeah, it looks like it was going to be a definite bomb plant here for Flipside, but C's, like I said, massively worked there towards the B-bomb site. No bomb plant for Flipside, and they're going to have to save this one for sure. They invested quite a bit onto the second round, but still they're going to be able to even get an op in the following round, especially if they get a bomb plant. See if they even buy a smoke here to help their cause. But it's usually actually very hard to get a bomb plant in Overpass in a save round unless you get like 5 smokes and you just try to run for the bomb plant right away.
Yeah, and Na'Vi going to do 3 players pushing quite aggressively. Simple and Guardian going to be the ones pushing towards Fountain, and they should be able to do so much damage to these guys. And you're going to see it coming through. Nice shot there from Simple to find Markov. Bit of damage, a bit of damage coming back and forth, but this is the Simple we want to see. A little bit of aggression here and there, pushing up, feeling confident, and why not? Flamey, however, doesn't check to his left, which will give Shara the shot, and he's going to take it. However, pick up the SMG isn't the biggest, I guess, thing in the world here. If he can take down a couple more players, though, that could be brilliant. Not going to happen. Simple closes down, and a good round from him individually. 4 kills there, but we like the aggression. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and for Simple, it's going to be good to get those early kills going. He gets the momentum going his way, so he can feel it, really. And now we finally do see Flipside on the buy. Well, it does have that AWP, but no armor, so it's going to be a glass cannon. Everyone else are on those AKs. They have plenty of utility to work with as well. Let's see if we're going to see another default here like we saw throughout the whole of Train. Or I would just like to go for those early picks and then play it out of that, but instead it's going to be Simple. The aggressor, the common towards the Fountain, actually has the teammate there too. I think it's Guardian who is with there.
That's absolutely massive as well. They weren't able to be seen as that smoke normally plumes up. You can just normally see maybe CT's heads if it's a traditional AWP peak. No, Simple though. Timing comes to be everything here. Doesn't land the shot instantly, gotta be careful, but shows some real class with that Famas there. Great control, great execution, and Blade's on with the bomb though. That's the important frag that's just gone down. Simple now does get removed off the map. Blade stays alive, but it shows where he is. It shows maybe a little bit of their intentions here, and Guardian still was the initial support, now falls back into the place. Picking up Blade, adjusting perfectly for Markloff, reading that play like a book.
This map is so much about map control, and Na'Vi, straight from the get-go, trying to make sure that Flipside knows that they're going to be playing aggressive towards the Fountain. What that causes is that Flipside needs to use a lot of utility before they even get anywhere near a bomb site. So it's going to be good. Now, right now, Shar in a 1-on-3. Having a bit of a duel going on here. Flamey finally does win it, but he's down to 34 HP, and the bomb is down towards the Fountain. So it's not going to be easy. 35 on the clock.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get back in this one. They're in good positions. He could maybe outdo Guardian, but then there's still so much time for Edward to get the perfect position once he's noticed.
Ooh,
timing is not on Guardian's side. That is frustrating as you like. But of course Guardian's going to hit that shot, no problems.
Obviously.
It's crazy. You'd think most AWPers put in that position will, flounder a bit. You don't want those sort of trades, but Guardian just goes, this is fine. This is what I'm here for. And a beautiful round from him. I loved instantly that he knew next pressure point probably going to be coming from Underpass. Just so well for it. It's a joy watching him.
Massive work from Simple.
Oh yeah.
Even though the long range FAMAS, which is what you could say is could even actually use a buff, to be honest.
Yeah.
It makes it work in the end. And now a couple of smokes by F3, and they're going to be running into this B-bomb site.
Yeah, a little bit late on the molly and the nade there, actually coming up from C's. They allowed a step towards the site. Now Flipside have taken that. Hap-handed and just goes straight in on that. They're not going to waste this chance, so they've actually got the bomb down. That's the best they could have hoped for here, and then some. They managed to get 2 kills as well. Flamey being low means that maybe there's a little more damage to be done. Not going to get it, but at least a bomb plant might give them a little more to work with.
Definitely does, yeah. That gives them the extra money to buy a little bit more, and obviously getting those 2 kills are going to help things a little bit too. But Na'Vi is still 5-0 up. And let's see how this aggression Na'Vi's been showing so far towards the Fountain is going to affect the way the Flipside approaches that part of the map now. Because it usually means, obviously, that you'll have to use a lot of grenades when you go towards there. So you know the possibility is always going to be there that Guardian and Simple are going to be the aggressors, and those 2 guys combined is a scary thought.
It is a terrifying prospect. And this is different. We've got 4 players going B?
Yeah, bit of a stack here. Guardian also coming in. Oh, it's going to take that close range shot like it's nothing.
Yeah, they're leaving Simple to be the anchor on the other side almost. He has to be the man to feel it out, see how it feels. You know, does he feel pressure up long? You know, how's it going for him? Well, then it slaps back seized. You're not going to get away with that against me today. Well, then they're going to remain alive and keep hope alive for Flipside here. Finally having a man advantage.
Yeah, slight whiff there, has to be said, from seized, but Simple again being aggressive here. He knows that he needs to take a risk because they are a man down. He does spot Waylander, gets the kill, but it's only down to 19 HP. In a 3-on-3 situation, he's still going to be maintaining his position near in toilets. Phillips probably think, you know, he's obviously going to be falling back. They know he's low in HP. But, well, it's Simple. He's going to be staying around.
He gets any more, that's 6. Simple! Again! Brilliant balance between being aggressive and knowing when you've outstayed your welcome. Tried to back away there, but the HP already was so low. Finding another was just the icing on the cake, really. So now it's a 2v2. Flipside have a good shot, though. They've got mollies, they've got smokes, and they've got a little bit of time to play with if they check for Flamey. Now, of course, when you enter this bomb site, you've got to weigh up the options. We need to be able to be, you know, able to trade. We need to clear the corners. We need to play this out correctly. Guardian's going to buy time by putting down the molly, come round towards bank. And now they've taken a gamble here to a degree, saying, all right, it's got to be an A here. It's got to be. And now it gets confirmed in the worst way. Guardian goes down, leaving it all to Flamey, and he can't do it. Well, then it takes the peak, and he takes the fight, and he gets the round. Finally, Flipside get back into this.
Lovely patience there in that 2-on-2 situation. Mortal just waiting for that angle for a solid 20 seconds, and Guardian eventually walks in to the crosshair from Markelov. He gets the kill, and then they slowly approach Flamey, get that kill also, whirl it with the head. And there you have it. That was Flipside just beautifully converting that advantage into a round, but obviously they lost 3 members, so now money is going to be an issue here.
Yeah, Edward going to go. Oh, he's missed the smoke.
Yep, that wasn't meant to be.
Nope. So Edward kind of fluffing that one a little bit there. Not going to allow the early control over Monster, but that's not actually going to be the problem. The problem is a leaping blade, apparently. Guardian doesn't expect that. How can you? Simple's going to have to try and work this out on his own. He's had his duo with him normally, his buddy of play, but he's not going to get it this time. Gets caught by Waylander as he tries to recover the AWP and back off from it, and it leaves such an advantage again with Flipside. They're starting to get the early picks. They're starting to get themselves in this map.
Yeah, solid way of diffusing that early aggression off of Na'Vi. Played, just coming in, guns blazing. They trade effectively. Now it's a 4-on-3 advantage. It's a massive advantage in a map like Overpass. Now it's a lot of work for Cease to do here. All of Flipside are coming his way.
Cease can unravel this so well. If he lands the shots cleanly, he doesn't. He only gets 1 in the end. They weren't checking for it. He could have gone away with far more there, but it is what it is. He at least has the info that the bomb indeed is going to be heading towards the B site. So wasted molly from Flamey. The nade will do a little bit of damage towards Markelov, but not enough to hinder the plant.
Yeah, on that Molotov also not landing exactly the way they wanted it to. And now still 2 players very close to this bomb site in the form of Markelov and Rolled, who's taking an angle there, misses a shot, and Flamey takes the opportunity, gets a kill. But a trade from Markelov, and Markelov with 2, in fact, in the end, is going to secure the round for Flipside.
Yeah, it felt close there, but again, these early picks have been working favorably to Flipside. Picking up, you know, maybe a couple of Na'Vi aggressive players here and there. Could be a bit of a time for a switch up for Na'Vi, but at the moment, they're going to have to just suffer through this one. The upgraded pistol is going to come out. We've seen what can happen. Simple's even got armor as well, so again, even more of a threat, more sustainability to it. But Flipside have everything they need. They have the full amount of what they can work with here.
Yeah, it's a very thin line in aggressiveness when it becomes just a little bit too much. And I feel like they maybe need to tone it down a little bit, maybe go for a long aggressiveness. Just trying to switch things up a little bit. Finally, Flipside managed to force Na'Vi into an eco here and taking things slow once again. They've taken over the area towards Fountain once again. And Shah just scouting out what's going on in B. And that's where 3 of the Na'Vi members are right now.
Have they already pushed through? I think, yeah, they have. So again, they're looking for Shah. He's pinned into this side now. So he's got to be quite careful about that. Simple, looking for any opportunity. And, oh, that's a gorgeous angle with the boost as well. You can actually watch Connector pretty well in this one. So if Markelov goes a little too far, tries to play up towards A, you can get caught on this.
Oh.
The problem is, they're going to be seen surely here. Shah's going to peek it in. He should have the first shot. He gets his added bonus of Simple, but he doesn't land the shot, and Simple almost could have adjusted for the second there. But in the end, they keep it to check, and Flipside going through the motions towards B.
They definitely are. Only Guardian and Edward now left, and Guardian already making his way towards the bomb site. If he can make a kill happen here, even that would probably go well. He does take the knife out. He's waiting for that bomb plot to happen. Edward, in the meanwhile, gets 1. And Guardian is just going to be waiting here.
Oh my god, he actually gets the kill. He has no bullets left. That's fine. I start to worry when it's Guardian. Now, anyone else would like, it's pretty alright. Maybe Simply you get a bit nervous for, but Guardian, yeah, you never know with that man. But no, he was dealt with. The fire put out. And now 5-3, Flipside keeping this one building. They've got a little bit of a bank building up on a couple of players. You know, Markloff's looking pretty good in this one now. Welder is looking good here. Starting to get that money to fall back on. However, for Na'Vi, certainly not the case.
It definitely isn't. And so far, Flipside been very good at diffusing that aggression, like we pointed out. See what they do. This time around, they do have that long aggression coming in. Edward being the point man and Guardian just jump in with an AWP because why not?
Bit of a different angle there from Edward, just holding the cross through. Does catch Waylander on that. He does have the support behind him as well, but not required. Now 5v3, going to see Shara trying to make a bit of a play towards short, trying to find somewhere to trade it back towards, bring it back maybe a little bit more favorable to Flipside. He's not going to get that chance, as now it's just Welder and Markloff. And finally, Flipside stop getting those opening potential kills coming in for them. They just get denied on it quite simply, and well, they're going to get out-peaked there by Seized, and it's left Markloff in a 1v5.
Yeah, well, that was just Flipside trying to make those openings happen, but weren't able to win the battles, and now it's all down to Markloff, and the bomb is down also. He does spot Seized. It's that kill. It's 2, but isn't meant to be, and quite a clean one there for Na'Vi. Something they needed to after losing those rounds in a row.
That gun skin is horrible, by the way. So even Flamey doesn't like it. He's like, I'd just take it away from me. Don't like it.
Yeah.
Nope. No, it looks like a Hot Topic kind of gun, you know what I mean? It's not good. Claire's accessories would be nailing that sort of thing. But 6-3 right now. Na'Vi finally regaining a little bit of control here, starting to maybe find an answer to how Flipside started to unravel what they were doing in those opening rounds. Flipside?
It's very much more conservative from Na'Vi right now. They just smoke off stairs, and it's just not Guardian. It's going to be spotting long and Simple, hanging around toilet, just waiting to see for what's happening with the Flipside, and then just fall back afterwards to play a much more passive A hold.
Quite like it. Na'Vi being respectful of what Flipside have been achieving, which is just kind of pushing them back, winning out some of those early aggressive duels, and for a CT side, of course, it's so much more condemning. Into 4v4. Guardian, though, not going to miss a beat. Takes out Blade, and that's still good control towards long. Guardian's going to have to fall back from that. Doesn't want to just get outdone, doesn't want to get flashed and pushed. He wants to find a new position, a new angle, and he's going to get it. Trying to support Simple here as well.
Yeah, exactly. Now they have a buddy system going on here. Simple and Guardian. And Simple just decides to casually walk through that smoke. It's going to be playing with the edge of the smoke, I think. In the meanwhile, though, Flipside is making their way towards the B-bomb site. Bomb flash, though. Flame is going to spot World Edit. He knows something fishy is happening towards his B-bomb side.
Yep, and Waylander finding Simple means at least there's a bit of a chance he can try and support, but while this happens, the massacre's begun already, and it's just bodies strewn everywhere. Na'Vi deny Flipside any step towards the side itself. They got caught up by a monster. The hold was still there, and sadly for Flipside, they didn't even have a chance of getting in there. This puts Na'Vi in a great position now. Their money's looking better and better, starting to get a bit more behind them. This goodbye going to come out, and of course, the money has been depleted from Flipside.
Yep, not a lot of map control being gained from Flipside. I mean, they didn't even really try after Die to Guardian, who did a splendid job of holding long. There's not really any presence towards the toilet area. Simple had a casual Sunday stroll in that round. But this time around, he's not. He's going to be running into connector for that first kill.
But Willie, he did check for World Edit. The intuition on these guys sometimes, I don't know if you heard him before or maybe just spotted him out, I don't know, but great stuff to watch. Leaving just Waylander and Blade. Again, trying to find ways in, but Guardian, this is... if he'd hit that shot, that'd been gorgeous. It's around there where he's going to win here, but they do stop the plant as well. That was quite close, actually.
Very close, yeah.
Wouldn't have been bad if they got a plant against 5 members of Na'Vi alive. That's kind of impressive in its own.
Yeah, would have made things a little easier for this one here. No AWP for Flipside into this round. Just AK-47s, and let's see what their approach this time is. Na'Vi being able to now hold off the map control from Flipside. Bit of a switch up from Na'Vi so far. We've seen them play really aggressive towards the fountain. It seems like we're going to have another piece of that. Now, a pre-flash from Flipside. This is going to humble Guardian a little bit.
This is really enjoyable to watch, seeing so much versatility on Na'Vi. Even though they're up, they're playing well, they're winning it out. They've left Simple to AWP. Now, again, this is something that was, highlighted, wasn't meant to be happening. That, it's still going to be very much away from him. It's, more seized role, but maybe they're looking at options as to how to approach it.
I mean, it's a pretty scary double op if you have Guardian and people on that op. So it can work, but right now it's a 4-man stack from Na'Vi towards the state bomb side, and then 3 of them are on long. And just actually now 2 playing toilets, but the opening kill goes the way of Blade and Flipside.
You've got to be asking a question now if you're Flipside, why is Flamey over here? He doesn't normally play here, and you're going to find out why, because Seized is there as well, Guardian's there. It's all going to start becoming apparent here, and it's a little bit too late in the day. Can they even adjust around it? Can they find a way in that's cleaner than their approach right now? There's still 3 players alive for Na'Vi. Quite deadly ones at that. No disputing that one. But again, where do they take their play? Edward's still on long. Guardian's still there towards A. You've got Waylander pull himself up through those toilets. They've lost down Edward. This is big now. It's down to the 2 AWPers.
And the bomb is down to T-spawn almost.
Look at the time.
37 seconds on the clock, and Guardian gets a kill. So now a decision needs to be made by Flipside so they don't throw this one away. Now they're going to have to run their way through towards the B bomb side that is occupied by Simple right now with that AWP. So this could definitely get scary here. 21.
I actually don't like this spot from Simple. At least he can get so easily overwhelmed by Short, but here it is. He can't really back away. He's so nervous that someone's already up at Short. He's going to be pincered in. He can't fight his way out of it. It was less than a one-and-done spot. 10 seconds left. They're going to get the plant. And just put Guardian in a 1v3. It's almost impossible at this point for him. Then again, it is still Guardian. And he does still have that up to hand, but it just doesn't seem likely with any good after-plant spots.
No, definitely not. Unless Flipside really stretch it and take some peeks and let Guardian into this round, there should be no way that he wins this. Well, he's still going to be committing into it 100%. Just jump down into water, trying to scout out for the Flipside guys.
Well, their money's pretty robust, so why not go for it, I guess. And oh my word, Guardian, don't you dare! He only gets the 2. Markelov.
Only gets the 2.
Oh no. Markelov.
That's one way of downplaying it. He wasn't supposed to get 2 out of that.
He wasn't meant to get like 1 of them at most. Let's be honest. How does he do these
kills
things?
In a sense where this is really going to hinder Flipside's buy into this. Yeah. And again, if Na'Vi picks this one up, I mean, it's just going to be a blender for Flipside in terms of their economy, as Waylander has to go for a Tech 9 to get all the utility they need. Wow. Well, just another one of those. But Simple then again, he missed a shot he should have been hitting any day of the week, to be honest with you, towards the B bomb side there. Doesn't hit it, and now Shara with the opening on Flamey to make matters a little bit worse for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Guardian tried to make a bit of a play happen through connector there. Not going to be the case. It will probably come down to Edward and Seized if Flipside go the way they're going, and Shara finding that is going to help things to no end. Edward now has to do it all. Takes the shot early, tries to pick his own fights here, not be determined by the opponents. Now Guardian has to rotate, almost gets caught by Blades. He spotted him out. Oh, timing. If only you'd just seen him for a second longer there, but Edward now dealing with this well. Simple almost turning the tides back strongly in towards their hands. Can Edward do any more? No, he's done enough though, let's be honest here. Slowing them down, buying time for the rotate, allowing the others to get into positions so they can affect this in. Oh, great peek out from World Edit. That's going to make it harder. Now it's Simple under pressure. 1v2 after plant. I don't know if they expected yet. World Edit's adjusted. He's watching this. Simple doesn't know that, but he still gets the shot. It's a 1v1 now. Simple up against Markelov. Markelov is positioned to just see the cross here. He's playing from that little gap you can see from water. He's waiting to see if Simple will dare cross. Now, Simple obviously can't know that. He's going to peek for it, though. He's not checked deep enough, but he still adjusts better than Markelov can. He's got a kit, and he's going to get the defuse. Very well played.
Yeah, great patience from Simple there. Just waiting for Markelov to make a move. It hunches he's going to be on the left side from, well, basically the gap that he could see. And he was exactly right. Markelov in the water. That's going to be Simple coming out on top. And while that bomb plant does save Flipside a little bit, I'll be fine in the following round if they save this one. As they do, they'll get a 100% full buy. Now, Na'Vi's economy is not pretty either, so they're hoping to keep it clean on this one.
Yeah, this has still been a close game between these two. You're still seeing these competitive rounds, and my favourite factor being that Waylander's now back on the revolver. It's really, really enjoyable. Look, I need happiness here, okay?
Yeah,
this is it.
Rough day.
It's. Do you know what it has been? So, you know, you got to just find those small bits of happiness, that small bit of silver lining, which is Waylander decides I want to bring the revolver in. So again. Best you're hoping for in this is a plant of some variety, get maybe a gun away or whatever you can. Any small benefit is a good one. Now he's actually got a chance here. That smoke's gone very deep and oh my word, it almost happened. Not gonna make much of that, but Simple isn't sure if he can back away yet. He's actually stuck around maybe a little too long. Trying to make more of it, trying to be overstay is welcome pretty much.
Exactly. We're speaking, the guys were talking about how he still needs to understand when to be aggressive, when to be passive, when to fall back. And that definitely was a situation where he needed to just fall back and keep the room away to Flipside. But here comes the rest of Na'Vi to just pick up the pieces. Blade, though, he answers with 1. Still has an M4 and 100 HP, but no armor, so the aim punch is going to be real. Doesn't matter though, Guardian with the op gets that kill.
Sent the gun flying as well, just pings away. 10-4. If Flipside get the final one, it's still not a bad half. It's workable, it's doable.
Again, it could have been closer. It could have easily been closer.
These rounds have been close on so many occasions. So
and you can't really, the emphasis on that round where Guardian got those 2 kills in that 1-on-3 again just destroyed Flipside's economy. So they could have easily gotten one more buy into this half had Guardian not done what it did. But that's Guardian. Those things happen.
I think that's the most true statement you can make about this man. Is just those things just tend to happen. And I actually quite like that little adjusted peak there. It's hard to fall back from this, though. He's going to have some trouble doing it. He's got, well, he had Simple there with him, but he makes nothing of it. This is brilliant stuff from Flipside. So much more power to the way they're playing. Finally dismantle that 2-man hit squad that was Guardian and Simple pushing up to party. And now it's left Na'Vi in a really bad position.
Yeah, that's the problem with that positioning, that it's when you overstay your welcome, then there's just no backup plan. There's nothing you can do unless you can hit some nutty shots. And now it's down to Flamey and Edward in a 2-on-5 situation, and they are spread around on this map, 1 on B, 1 on A, and now only Flamey in B. And the bomb is actually, right now, still thinking of which way to go, because that A side is open. They've now noticed that. Waylander has made his way on A, and the bomb is rotating there as well.
Yeah, they've got Waylander in such a good spot. He's basically playing initial contact point. No one's going to get past him. So Flipside do bring it back to what could be a very good scoreline coming into the next half. They have enough rounds to work with. That's what I'm looking at here. It's not over. It's not done and dusted yet. A 10-5 scoreline is workable. Just, got to get that pistol in and build off the back of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Na'Vi was doing a great job at beginning, playing aggressive towards the fountain. Then Flipside found a way how to neutralize that. We saw that in that last round as well. When you're just staying there a little bit too long, then you're just going to get wrecked.
Simple as that. Well, you make it sound simple as that. But guys, we're going to be back after a very short break with the second half to find out who will walk away with this map. So welcome back. It was a 10-5 finish in the end. Flipside pulling up that final round, give them a good fighting shot into the second half here. Certainly can pull us back a little bit closer. Again, though, Na'Vi looking pretty deadly. You're starting to see that duo building. You're seeing Simple being a little more aggressive like we wanted. but do you think that's going to transition to the second half?
I mean, it has to be said that these last three halves that we've seen have been very entertaining. So much back and forth Counter-Strike, so many situations where the team that's not being in the advantageous situation has somehow come out on top. In a 3-on-5, we looked at the numbers for Na'Vi, for example. Usually they win over 80% of those situations where they get the opening kill. Now they won 80% of the rounds where they lost the first 2 members. So, you know, give or take, a lot of things can happen in a game of Counter-Strike.
Certainly can. I think that's the theme of today, or at least if you go into some of the rounds of how they played out. But we are going to get this one started up. And of course, the side switches coming. So we Na'Vi sitting on the T side now, and then Flipside on the CT side here. So now Flipside do have to kick this one off with a pistol, I feel. You know, to get on back into position, this is a big round for them.
Yeah, well, looking at the buy from Na'Vi, they have only 1 set of nades on Seized, everyone else with some Glocks and armors. So that indicates a rather simple play, and as we can see, they are going towards that B bomb side right away. Markelov, though, with a nice headshot on the Flamey to start things off.
Absolutely gorgeous there. Flamey's head's just left rolling on the floor after the back of that one. Now, Na'Vi's plan has certainly been seen. It's been hindered at this point. Markelov's actually going back for more. Cheeky as you like, and now he gets punished. Edward's not going to let him get away with that one. It's a 4v4 now, but well did it. Picks up the mantle where his teammate Markelov left off. However, Blade getting dinked up, getting taken down. This is the class Edward can bring. He's another one of those players known for his pistoling ability, but it's a 2v2. Doesn't expect Shara. I don't know how that happened. Shara already killed the bomb planter.
Yeah, well, silenced USP. Wasn't sure where he was shooting from. I'm guessing that's the case, and now it's going to be simple in a 1-on-2. The plant is relatively good for him. It seems though that they have an idea where the simple is, and Shar with another nice headshot. And that's going to be Flipside winning that very crucial pistol round.
Yeah, credit to Shara there, taking down the planter, catching out Edward as he kind of pushed for it a little too far, and of course closing it there, just well played, well rounded. Keep a good amount of players alive too, so, you know, again, keeping this one building well for themselves. 6-10, however, they need, ideally, to see Flipside get a good game back in this. I want to see the next 2 in their favor too.
Well, let's see what Na'Vi does here in round number 2 of second half. They have upgraded some pistols, no armors in play. Edward with the lone smoke. They're hoping to get a bomb plan out of this, but look at this. Flipside, they're throwing some aggressiveness of their own here towards these fountain.
Doesn't work out. Well, there's the first step in a good direction. Waylander there. You got to be careful. You know, as I said, it's the balance. You don't want to be too over-aggressive. Stay out, make yourself vulnerable to these pistols. You want to keep it in check, and this is the problem now. He thinks he needs to back away. He has to run. He's one of the only players with the fully upgraded rifle. So again, let players like Blade come in. Let players like Shara be a factor in this. You know, this is what you want to be doing. Build up that bank yourself, and don't just take needless risks. So, it does seem as though Flipside will be picking that one up pretty cleanly.
It appears so, yes. Well, now we have a buy here coming in for a Na'Vi. AK's on the board. Now they're playing some of the range too. They have a bunch of flashes, 2 smokes to work with, so not a lot of options they can really have here. It does enable them to do a simple B hit, for example, or they can obviously do an A hit, but there's going to be a lack of smokes they can throw. Now, they used one here to the toilets.
Interesting way of doing the smoke. I haven't seen that many people do it that way. There's easier ways, but it's how they want to do it. Nice and quick. Allow Na'Vi to make a quicker play straight towards those toilets through party, gain that early control. So,
yeah, just a map control play here from Na'Vi, making sure that Flipside's coming in and trying to play aggressive towards the fountain. They will try to make it as uncomfortable as possible. Now, they have established that map control now, and that gives them a lot of options. As we can see, Flipside have sent 2 players here on long. A bit of a stack here. We'll let that up. Standing on top of his teammate and gets a nice shot on the Guardian. Great opening, but here comes Simple. He's going to get the retaliation. That weighed under as well, but he makes the return happen now to 4-3. And the advantage was in the favor of Flipside, but not anymore.
yeah, trading back and forth. Eventually, as you said, Flamey just tips it into Na'Vi's hands, and it was a fine line, but the bomb's not with them at the moment. The bomb's still back down by Party, so you've got to be kind of careful here. Shara's found Seized, so these guys are running out of options. Edward hits a blinder, but 40 seconds left. They have some side control, but they're worried about that bomb. Shara, if only you knew, he was just jumping around with his knife out. Pretty reckless at this point, leaving it just in the hands of Markelov.
Can't really guess that happened, can you? But Markelov does make it a one-on-one. Gets a kill on Edward. Now, Flamey, with 25 on the clock, still has the possibility of going to B, and that's exactly the choice he makes. And I think Markelov is still staying on A. He is, but it's going to be a fast rotation to B. So he's got all to play for here.
He's got opportunities, and he's got so much to work with in the form of a molly, a flash, and nade. He can clear a lot of this out quite quickly, but see how he approaches this one. Flamey's backed off the site, so he's got a better spot than before. I guess that's one way to use your molly.
That's a Molotov, yeah.
I don't know if it could be intended. You can certainly just crouch there. Now, I wonder if Flamey's going to read into that, thinking this position's been kind of found. It certainly wasn't. It was just a random nade that came through, and Flamey still wins it. He was down to 28 HP. I don't know how he pulled that one off.
Me neither. If I'm totally honest, that seemed like Markelov should win that 100% any day of the week, but Flamey does make it happen. And that back and forth circus goes the way of Na'Vi in the end. And now this is going to put Flipside in a situation where we'll have to force into it. Well, they still do have 4 M4s, but Blade with just a 5-7 to play with. And obviously, for Na'Vi too, their run is going to be in all kinds of trouble because of how close that round got. And again, they're going for that mid control. Slower though. They're just thrown off the smoke for toilets. I'm waiting for any potential aggressiveness from Flipside.
Don't mind this from Na'Vi, known for their patience in play. See another minute go past, so they just work their way through the map very meticulously, and it works for them. But as said, it's still going to be pretty tricky to break into. Flipside, however, don't have much to hold them back this time around. They don't have that nice set to play with. It's more a flash or two here or there, 1 molly, 2 smokes, not much as said. But Na'Vi aren't exactly flush for it either, so again, both teams are quite cautious. They look like they're posturing towards B. You've got those 2 players by Monster. You've got Guardian going all the way around Spawn. So Shara and Markov will be the ones to have to deal with this eventually.
Yeah, the problem is that Flipside has no diffuse kit, so that's going to make a potential after plant a lot stressful, more stressful for them. And now Na'Vi setting 2 off Monster, Flamey and C's just making their way, but Shara in prime position to stop this push. Doesn't get anything going for him though. Seized it with the opening kill, and they're just going to be floundering on this bomb side. Markov, nice shot onto Edward. A lot of damage to C's, but not managing to get that kill.
And he adjusted so well on this. Waylander just dropped on him though. Waylander was on his head for a second. I don't understand what just happened there. Now, well done in 1v4. He needs to try and find a way to keep hold of this gun because Na'Vi with so much power once they hit that site.
Yeah, that was just a slow walk into B, and Shara, who was in a prime position, had he taken that angle he had previously, I think he could have easily gotten 2 kills there. Ends up with nothing. And now it's going to be Na'Vi securing that one and putting Flipside in an awkward situation with their economy. Going to have to save once in the following round, and for Na'Vi, they survive with 4. That means they'll build a bit of a buffer.
Maybe able to keep it. just sit there. It's like that game of hide and seek. Just don't move. It's fine. All right.
I'm not here.
If I don't look at them, they won't see me. Okay. He's perfectly fine. There's no one going to be checking this because you'll be already saying, well, Guardian's cleared it already. There's no need to. But very impressive stuff from Na'Vi there. Once they, get something in mind.
Simplicity works sometimes flawlessly. I mean, you can just walk into bomb sites, and especially when your opponent doesn't have a lot of utility to pre-nade, pre-molly spots, and so forth, it can work out. And then, obviously, when you have the firepower that Na'Vi has, they can make those kinds of runs really work for themselves. They trade effectively once again. Then you saw Waylander with a bit of a play from that upper deck, just totally blindly from jumping down, dying. There you have it.
Simple as that. Now, obviously, Flipside is suffering off the back of this. Their money is in complete disarray. You've got 1 man, obviously, retaining their weaponry. So, while it can be played into this, but how do you play that one card? It's going to be tricky. So Na'Vi already maybe expecting a little bit of this. You can see Guardian getting real close to the smoke, trying to find his way around it, but now the rifle is just down below him. He can't spot it out in time. There we go. Finally, they get a bit of impact play building into this, but Simple is there, and Simple is having none of it. There it is. There it's shut down. The gun gets removed. Na'Vi build that economy even stronger. So they're up to, the likes of 6K, almost 7 on Simple. You've got the AWP out for Guardian, and it's scraping your pennies together for Flipside.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's going to be a glass and an AWP for World Edit, and no diffuse kits once again. So should it go to an afterplant situation, it's going to make it a lot more stressful for Flipside. Now, on the other hand, Na'Vi, with everything they could really wish for, and again, he's just looking for that smoke. He's going to throw towards the toilets, but World Edit legs Flamey there in that aggressive stance. And this time they go through the playground. Going for long, and they get the control right away, yeah.
Seeing Na'Vi with pace, this is something that I actually enjoy watching, is that they have a bit of a switch they very rarely hit is, okay, we go from being quite calm, being very patient, to being very quick, and not quick enough there. Well, it's unable to follow up off that first very nice shot they landed towards Guardian, but the spray down comes in from Waylander. The pressure's a little bit of hit and miss on the timing, and it does leave Na'Vi with 3 players, but on such low HP, somehow still making it work.
Exactly. Now, it is a 2-on-3 situation, but the HP for Flamey and Seized is so low that there's still a lot of opportunities. This grenade, for example, could be gold, but it doesn't end up being that. Instead, bounces off the car, or the truck rather. And now Shara is going to have his timing right. Gets 1 kill. It's at 1-on-2 now, and Simple, the last 2 kills of the round, and somehow Na'Vi does survive that one. Even Walter with a great start, gets a leg shot onto Flamey, and then gets a frag again. And that's plenty of work from him. The HP being solo for Na'Vi, it seemed very likely that they would actually come away with that.
Yep.
But they did, once again.
Just so much firepower on this Na'Vi side. This is something that always just sits in my mind, is the fact that Flipside and Na'Vi have had a brilliant tactical game leading up to this too. It's been beautiful to watch, but then just the finish that comes in with Na'Vi is just so much superior. You know, it's hard to miss it or avoid it. You can definitely see the disparity between one to the other. There's certainly been moments of Flipside though.
Yeah, and just give this lineup a little bit more time. When they find that finesse, I can see them being a scary side, that's for sure. Flamey going for the opening. He gets one on the world edit, and it's going to be a save for Flipside here. They are in a situation where, well, they're going to be able to buy fully in the following round. Now, CS gets a kill, but it's going to be Markelov with the retaliation. He gets to pick up an AK-47 and would love to save that one. Not sure if Na'Vi is going to give that opportunity to him, though.
No, they've been pretty relentless at chasing these boys down. Good position from Blade, getting have the chance. Oh my word, though, can't get into that. Tried to just hop around, trying to avoid the inevitable fact the Guardian will probably kill him, but he did leave Guardian on 1 HP.
Yeah, exactly. Had he known that, it would have maybe played that a little different. But obviously, he doesn't know the HP of his opponents, exactly like we can see them here. The bomb goes down, and Markelov actually is playing with the idea of trying to make some damage happen here in that 1-on-3 situation. Still has a grenade, but no defuse kit, no armor, obviously. So it's going to be tough. Even getting 1 more kill would be, you know, that would be great, but not making a massive difference in what's going on with this. He does get a kill on a Flamey. Now, it is that 1 HP Guardian, and Simple's still alive. Guardian is waiting, moving around. He gets that kill, and that's going to be Na'Vi on 15.
That's it, 15-7 now. The final big buy coming in for Flipside, if Na'Vi, of course, pick this one up. This is where they've got to make their stand somehow. They have at least a little bit to play with in the form of they can get a really nice buy. They had to go through that previous round as much as it hurt. You know, you just got to forego it. Come in with a big buy here, try and take it to OT, try and take it throughout the entire series, but not going to be easy with Na'Vi showing some really good clarity so far on their T side. Lovely dash of aggression here and there. You know, we might be seeing it again. I think they've kind of messed up the molly a little bit, but oh, it's kind of trickled down enough. Edward's got to be careful, backs away from it, and allows Flamey to take the first steps.
Yeah, this seems like it's going to be a B play right off the get-go. Flamey already by those sunbacks, but he has 2 guys from Flipside looking from 2 different angles. He's going to flash in. The bomb is still down all the way back, so this is just Flamey trying to make a play, try to create an opening before Na'Vi does something, but instead it's going to be seized with the opening kill before Shara can do something about it.
Yeah, this is going so badly for Flipside. It seems like it's a little bit messy here. They had so many players on the side. Now they've still got 2 more, make it 1 more. This is just unreal stuff.
And now it's a 2-on-3, which is a world that is way down there alive here. The bomb's making its way towards the middle, towards Fountain, so it's not even committing to the B-bomb site. And Flipside is holding 1-on-1. It's going to be Waylander on the A side, world that is holding B.
Waylander's got to play this to perfection if they want to pull anything off here. Oh, and you get a feel from Simple's already pulled up so close towards the side. He's done the job. He's trailblazed the way. He's got ahead of the curve. Now he can secure down a little lower. Just try and play, you know, pretty much the feelers in this one. And he spots him out himself. Simple wasn't the man to be even meaning to get that. But he closes it down anyway. And Na'Vi, once they got onto that T side, just dominating.
Exactly. They were superior in the second half. They were winning all the situations, even the ones again when they were outnumbered. But for the most part, they were the one just dictating the pace, dictating the place everywhere, really. You know, it doesn't matter if they had low economy, they would just walk into bomb sites to get the entry kills and then they trade effectively and just leave their opponents outnumbered.
Yeah, it's always gorgeous to watch Na'Vi, and you're seeing an even further layer coming to this roster of they have so much potential and firepower. As you said, if that finesse comes through, if that little bit of polish maybe on this line of that final big push, they are world beaters. I think, you know, Na'Vi already were, you know, your top 3 anyway. You could easily put them in that sort of situation, but my word, now, once these guys really come together.
They're in the same weight class together with the, well, SK, for example. Like, SK being the benchmark at this point. They're definitely individual skill-wise, they are in the same level. So, I mean, you can see them just winning a lot of those rounds where they don't have the advantage, but it's just because of how good they are playing off each other and how good their instinct is in Counter-Strike-wise for all those individuals.
It's brilliant to watch. It's been very enjoyable so far, but of course, overall, that's our thoughts. Let's hear what the desk has to say about that one.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Just great stuff on display here from Na'Vi thus far. And another chapter, I guess, in a map for Flipside, which has, again, not really been great for them in the past, recently, as was good in the past, I guess. Can we start off by unpacking, I guess, a lot of the issues we're seeing from Flipside here, especially on that CT side? Struggled to get a foothold in the second half.
Yeah, I think the problem was when it came to that CT aggression we were talking about. Now he was able to pull it off and, you know, get a favorable trade. While Flipside, every time they went for it, they would get a kill, but immediately get traded by Na'Vi. And, you know, when you get even trades, especially on a map like Overpass, it will always favor the terrorists, right? Because they can hit one bomb site while you have to spread out on the CT side. And that, combined with great individual play, mostly from Simple, he was able to get those entry kills time and time again, was what brought Na'Vi the win.
Yeah, and if you look at the technical aspect of you know, breaking that down a little bit further and why they weren't able to get the trades, if you look at Na'Vi, they go out together and they understand why they're doing what they're doing to achieve it. Whereas I think with Flipside, they're saying, okay, we need to get aggressive because that's just the way Overpass is played, but they don't really understand it in full, and it shows in little ways. So Waylander, I was getting ready to talk him up after the first sort of anti-eco situation that they had after winning Pistol. Goes out, gets in the bathroom connector, sees 2 players at long, does 1 kill, but loses a lot of HP. Instantly rotates back out, calls for his teammate to switch him in, and covers off the main doorway just by holding the angle at bathroom. That's the very simple timing and tandem play that you need to have on Overpass to make sure you're always securing the man advantage. And as soon as no sooner, in fact, that I say I want to really talk this guy up, the next round, they're at long, World Edit hits a lovely op shot from the flower pot and then starts to fall back to A. But rather than having Waylander come out with the M4 and cover off the angle for the close peek of the guy coming out of bathrooms, he stays tight in by the corner, which means, what's the point if you're going to try and support World Edit running back, right? So there's your 1-1. He goes back, gets caught. Now it's a 2-1 kill. Waylander doesn't wide peek back out. They're just, the little timings were off. And he was off in a number of ways. There's another one out toward front bathroom, same thing. He got a kill, but didn't play off his teammate correctly. They didn't cover each other for trades. If you watch Fnatic, they'll always trade in those situations. And it's one of the reasons why they're so good at Overpass. And World Edit in general as well. There was another round, I think he ran into the B site and was a little bit, I don't know, excited when he just jumped in through a smoke for no reason at all when he had 2 players he was rotating with.
And Waylander as well just flashed himself out of heaven straight on towards that side.
That's the play,
for a retake as well, and obviously nothing was really going to come with that as well. So a bit of a over-aggression there in a couple senses. This setting up the trays, we'll quickly cap that off there as well. Why is it that you have time to set up as a CT-sided team, you have time to get ready on a bomb site to receive a push? Why was Flipside not actually able to orchestrate that properly? Now, mid-round, we understand that the decision-making wasn't good, but how is it that Na'Vi were able to just clip their wings as they sort of move around a site, playing slowly as they do?
I think it's because Na'Vi realized how they were playing the CT side, so Na'Vi just spreads out a little bit. You could see that one round where I think it was Flamey or Edward was creeping up long. He gets the kill on World Edit, pushes all the way to the site, and that leaves the other CT player who was close to the toilet, you know, in the middle of nowhere, right? He has to watch out for the side, but there's also people coming from, you know, his direction as well. They were just creating chaos more than anything else, and they were really good at changing up the pace. There was that round where they just pushed out long really early on, and Flipside just couldn't adjust in time, basically.
You can see some of the examples here, seized with a couple of moments there up on that site, and Guardian, a very solid CT side to start things off. We didn't really talk about the first half too much. It was very much a Na'Vi show until Flipside eventually broke back in towards a half. But you can see this CT aggression here playing off for Guardian.
And you can see how he was, you know, switching his positions, right? That's what you want from a AWP player, because that's always going to keep the T's guessing where he might be. It's going to be really hard to, you know, read the CTs at that point. And when you look at it generally, he's playing A along with Simple. So you have Simple and Guardian to go through in the A bomb site, and B is naturally harder to hit, right? At least early on. So I can see Na'Vi being really dangerous on Overpass.
We got added potency here for Na'Vi. So the situation stands as such, 0-8 for Flipside now, looking very, very average heading in towards the middle of the season. And Navi goes 6-0.
The two only teams with zeros in either column.
There you go. Easy as that. Now, I am told this strange device...
That wasn't meant to be edgy. It's just an interesting note.
Did you wrecked my Score Esports thing?
He started to look at me. Look, I'm Canadian. I'm allowed to pick on other Canadians. Score Esports. There's an Atlanta and Toronto. Everything's Canadian in esports right now. See, it's done for you.
Thank you.
Just tell them where to download it.
Get it on the phone, all right? iOS or the Google Play Store. I'm completely derailed now as well. Get the app and get your CSGO scores. We're going to get back after the break with NIP versus mousesports to cap off our evening and week.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stand up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke for this overstill. Oh, look at that.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Hello, ladies and gents, and thanks for joining us back here at the ESL Pro League. 2 more matches left tonight and for the rest of the week, and an interesting storyline between these two, or at least individually coming forward. mousesports versus NIP. Now, there's a lot to say, I guess, in terms of these twos, but let's start at the start. NIP are coming in now with a player to swap with Disco Doppeln.
Yeah, I mean, Disco Doppeln was standing in for them in the beginning of Pro League, obviously playing for Epsilon, and now he has duties with his own team, and seeing how NIP is also traveling next week to Star Series, they needed a replacement which is not tied to a team. So Michael, seeing as how he played for them before as well, late 2014, early 2015, he seems like the, you know, go-to choice for them.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun to see, obviously, Michael being a part of this lineup previously, and you know, they did quite well, and then things happened, you know, more apparently on the social side of things.
Right.
And now he does bring an interesting skill set. He's the kind of a wild card type of a player who goes for the flashy plays, and now it's interesting to see how does NIP build this up. Are they going to have 4 guys just doing their own thing and just let Michael do what he wants to do, or how do they make it work?
Yeah, I think they said that whenever there's a stand-in, they, you know, give him some freedom in the sense of positions and all that stuff. But we saw that on the T side with Disco Doppeln as well. They still went for their execute. So I think it's going to be a mix of things. Yeah. Maybe a bit of a problem for them that Michael playstyle, his playstyle may be a bit more loose than Disco Doppeln. So
I guess the difference now, though, problem, I guess you could say, is the fact that Michael hasn't played in the top echelon for a little while now.
Since Columbus, pretty much.
Since Columbus, yeah, it's been quite a while.
And you come out of the phase machine that is, right, this group of players who are all incredibly individually skilled.
Brothers, of course.
Brothers, yes, that too. That are all incredibly skilled and like to play, as far as they say, a free-flowing game style. And you're back in NIP here, and you are the stand-in for Michael Elliott. It's going to be an interesting experience as well. Nata, you coached NIP. You were there. I mean, we don't really want to talk about the issues that sort of brought him through, but we want to talk about how he fit
PTSD
into...
kicking in.
There's the triggering. No, seriously. His role, we know what his role was, or maybe you can tell us a bit more about what his role was in NIP and how you probably might expect or can guess it would look now that he's coming in just to stand in.
Well, I was in NIP after he left. I was in when Alo was there. But, yes, you know, the 5th guy in NIP has never had a fun time, has he? Always been the one with the flashes in hand, throwing smokes and Molotovs, dropping weapons and stuff. So...
That's why Pitt hurt his wrist. He was throwing too many flashbangs.
There we go. No,
top banter.
Top class banter. No, I think he was actually, when he was playing in NIP, I felt like, you know, he was actually given a lot of room to be kind of the wild card that he wants to be. But how does it? Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. Then now, I guess like we were discussing there before. Now he gets to do a little bit more of that, just jumping around, trying to do flashy plays, trying to create openings. You know, that's the kind of, when you go on the main up or you're given those rights, that's kind of the playmaker position, the superstar position, if you like, the striker on the team. And now I'm sure he's 100%, 110% motivated at this point, having not been in the top scene for quite a while, to showcase that he's still got it. You know, maybe get himself an opportunity to join a top-tier team in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, he's tasted glory before, so no doubt he's hungry to return for it here. He's actually going to Kiev with NIP as well, so we'll be attending LAN with them. It's quite a big switch up there as well on NIP, obviously, in a position where they're having to sort of, I guess, keep refreshing that position, or at least have a player that can fit that role. No one, at least, is going to steal Michael Elliott away to go back to his team at any time soon. But let's go into this one a little bit more. We're going to see Cobble and Cash here, and we know what NIP are like on Cash, but let's talk a bit about Cobble. It's a map that has been somewhat problematic, if I may use the term, in 2016 for mousesports in recent times.
Definitely, they had troubles closing out the map, notably against the former Luminosity team, now SK. At Katowice, they had, I think, a 14-6 lead, something of the sorts, couldn't close it out. Then against NIP in Columbus, they picked it for some reason, while Dust 2 was open. But yeah, I think the biggest problem for Mouse on Cobblestone was that in some of the easier rounds, so to speak, right, maybe anti-ecos or where opponents have a weak buy, they were indecisive at times what they want to go for. They spent too much time not doing anything on the map, and then they would would lose because there's not enough time left if something goes wrong, right? But I think with the addition of Kassad, it's pretty obvious that, you know, they're not as hesitant as they used to be. He brings more initiative to the team, more explosive plays. So I'm interested to see how they will fare now with the addition of Oscar as well.
Yeah, I think Oscar obviously is one of the keys here in terms of where he is really good at taking calculated risks, so that he knows when he can push and when he has to fall back. And that is a quality that not even that many top operators really have. They will overextend a lot of times when they needed to already fall back. But he's really good at reading the situations, and I think they can if they can utilize that in their favor, then that's going to be great for mousesports in the future.
It's going to be really important for Mouse to you know, deal with Get Right and his jumping into drop all the time as T, because if you just give up that drop control without reacting, it's going to be pretty difficult for you to hold the B-bomb side.
All right, well, it could be an issue there as well. mousesports need to keep an eye on him. And I love that you brought up this risk assessment for AWPers as well. It's a topic we talked on earlier tonight as well. So what is the risk here in this game? We'll have to see if mousesports can jock the odds a little bit more in their favour going on towards Cobblestone. Your casters for this one are going to be Henry G and Sadikist.
Yes, hello, Henry. We meet again.
We do.
We keep running into each other like this.
It's got to stop happening.
Yeah, it definitely does. But for now, you'll have to endure it. It's going to be mousesports and IP, and as mentioned, both teams kind of getting through the season, not convincing fashion by any means. NIP a little bit more form later on, but they had a struggle to start things out. Double split series with Virtus Pro, having a lead in both games and then kind of blowing it in the second one. mousesports on the other side last night. Obviously, the split with G2, but looking a little better, I think, with Oscar in the lineup.
Well, we've got Michael Ailey jumping in as well.
Yeah, good point.
So anything really can happen here. I assume they'll be going back to our looser NIP playstyle. They haven't had much time to get Michael in here whatsoever. Looks like we'll begin straight into this. NIP on the T side of Cobble, and we're on board with Michael Ailey. And the aforementioned Merc for this team, and he's going to be 4 sets of armor, 4 NIP, and a Molotov and a smoke as well. A lot of boost coming in. Nico trying to get up. With the assistance of Speedy as well. Get Right's waiting from him though. He's got to be careful, but he nails the headshot. There it is, just to give him that little bit of an advantage going into this pistol. Now that shuts down Get Right, but it looks like NIP are focusing towards the A side of the map here. Freiburg and Michael still actually just feeling this one out, seeing if there's any presence from the CTs whatsoever. So far, so good.
And Exist will be the one to start clearing out the bottom and danger positions at this A approach. Chris J, a bit of an open position. He's trying to find the angle. Considered looking down the ramp. He would have been caught. Thankfully, doesn't go all the way to it. Finds, decent damage as well. And Freiburg smokes himself into a position where they would have had to cross by design. Slight gap, but gets caught in the process. However, Dennis and Speedy are here to pick up the pieces. And the pieces are now fumbling away from NIP. There's just one left. It's Forrest, and he gets found immediately.
Lovely. Hello?
That was bizarre.
Lovely stuff there from mousesports to kick things off. Yeah, I think it's okay now. We saw that boost coming in and started around just to get that bit of information, stop anyone going towards the drop-down room. That was Get Right, often the lurk player for NIP. Once you shut him down, that funnels the rest of NIP and forces him to make their move. It was towards long A and middle as well, and just good crossfires from mousesports, holding them off. Nico picking up 2, same story for Speedy as well. So no bomb planted for NIP. We'll see the Tech 9s and the Deagles come out. We'll see whether they can actually get the bomb there. Looks like Michael will be the AWP here. That was the question mark we discussed today, but actually making something of this run actually exists. Gets the kill with the Tech 9 towards Chris J. Actually got the man advantage, but taking a lot of damage here as they start to fall back, and Oscar locking them down with the scout towards middle.
Ooh, lovely stuff again as he goes back out. Second shot, 2 in a row on Get Right. He goes down, the nade in, and NIP are bleeding out at this point in time.
Yeah, this is the problem. They had that man advantage, but the scouts answers back. 3 on 3, but Exist on 2. Frost on 20, Freiburg 40. One shot potential on all of them, really. They have managed to pick up a couple of rifles, though, so that boosts their chances. But Oscar, very deadly with the scouts. I would say probably wanting to go towards B here, but there's been so much time passed in the meanwhile. They've actually lost track of where he could be towards drop down. It seems that's where Exist will be trying to go. He's the player with 2 HP and the M4A4, but has got one player waiting on the other side of the wall for, and actually gets towards connector here. Could make it in cleanly.
Could do, but Oscar going to find Exist immediately. Speedy falling back will, in theory, with that position, wait for them to allow them to get to the platform, allow them to advance, and then catch them off, especially Forrest being on 24. Takes an early peek, and again, low HP, still able to pick up Freiburg, and then he'll close it out. So doesn't necessarily let them walk all the way to the bomb site, but regardless, finds the kills. It'll be 2-0 for mousesports. Those 2 kills coming off of an SMG will build up some cash as well, but now NIP They just got to wait one more. No bomb plants out of this, and quite frankly, very little kills to work with. There's one on everyone. That's about it, but it's not like one person has built up even money to force in this situation.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting that round was very successful at the start, but mousesports quite disciplined and not giving too much away once it came down to the equal situation. Oscar stepping up with the scout, then the 5-7, so this will be the full eco now from NIP. As I was mentioning before, it looks like Michael will actually be the AWP player for NIP. Well, obviously, we talk about Pitts being that role on the T side when Forrest is doing on the CT, so Michael's stepping in. I guess that fits in quite nicely for that grenade from the top middle. Completely wrecks NIP. This should be a pretty simple round, but Get Right does find something with the Glock. Oscar, though, with the UMP, chiming in and shutting this situation down. They're going to have a big struggle now to do anything with this round. Forrest and Freiberg below 10 HP, and that's going to be it as Chris J and Speedy mow them down towards danger. So 4 players staying alive for mousesports. First round, gun round comes in. Michael can get the AWP. He will be glass cannon.
Every single player in NIP with 1 kill now, literally. As last time I said it, Chris didn't get right, that is.
Oh, he's got body armor. So it's not full glass cannon, but no head armor against the M4s. That's still pretty problematic. Oscar picking up the AWP as well. We'll see what he decides to do. I haven't seen too much of him on Cobble so far, and he's actually heading in towards the B-bomb side. Michael, of course.
This is the classic. Welcome back to 2014/15 early.
Yeah.
Michaelele will be on the up,
push.
not Forrest. He's got 2 players beside him. They're trying to set this up, but they're going to get caught off by a push. It's Chris J with 2 kills. Finally, he'll go down. Where did the second member go? Michaelele flash, and Dennis comes back around the corner. Exist, sure, traded, but 36 HP for him. They're still down a man. Freiberg's going to have to go aggressive to hear him coming. Great crosshair placement, though, as he finds Speedy in return, wrapping into the site from long. Forces Nico to go up and spew a sermon from the preacher's pulpit above on the balcony as Oscar slowly rotates over. Freiberg advancing is going to try and hold balcony from below. Problem is, the longer he takes to get here, they've got to cross over with that smoke out on the doorway. They've just gotten there. You can just see it dissipating as Exist gets in position. He'll plant in behind that slight crack in the wall, which with the names enabled, you can see that player doing so, but Freiberg again was up close, which wouldn't have allowed them to peek it quite so comfortably. And now he'll play the APC. 2 versus 2. And both coming from relatively the same position. Nico on the M4 and AWP in the hands of Oscar. It's the 2 star players, if you will, for mousesports. Damage, not much. Thrown toward Freiberg. Gets 8 HP as he gets clipped through the wall. Snaps back, though, and Oscar, he's come out and caught him in the open. Nico's going to find Exist trying to peek the doorway rather than reface the AWP, and it's another round for mousesports.
That's a very interesting approach from mousesports at the start. We talk about Cobble being one of those maps where you don't really have the option for those aggressive pushes at the start, and normally that is absolutely true. But I guess mousesports is throwing the rulebook out the window there, showing that it can be some sort of aggressive tactics if you are to go against the meta, for example. Pushing long with 2 rifles like that, that's not advised at all. Normally, an AWP will be watching towards the top of middle very defensively, or even an AK. I guess that is NIP just weren't expecting that at all. The first 2 kills coming from mousesports, and Dennis, with audacious flashbang, gets the 3rd as well. We talked about Makalady having no head armor. He got punished for that. And this mousesports picking up the first gun round here on the CT side of Cobble. Getting the double AWP set up as well. Oscar aggressive towards the upper platform here. There is another buy available for NIP after getting the plant down, but Makalady, he's just going to be on the Tech 9 as 4 AKs accompanying him, but a lack of utility. They've got 3 smokes. And it looks like a B-sided attack here. The flash is coming over. I'd like to see how deep their executions can be here with the addition of Mike Lady in the team. But Mike is going to be Forrest actually opening things up. Nico doing some absolute work with the AK-47 to find 2 kills.
Nico gets the shot, though, over top of the flames. Freiberg falls. It's Get right back into him immediately as they walk out. This gives Michaelele a chance. Speedy's caught. They're low HP. And now it's back to another 2 versus 2 situation late as NIP managed to find equalizing kills, working with strength and numbers. But watch Chris J advancing. Oh, it gets caught out. Good push from Get right, but Dennis was right there. He goes around the statue instead. Get right's going to hold it. And it's, I was about to say 3 kills rather in the round for him. Regardless, it's the round for NIP, which is extremely important, all things considered. Round 5 as well after losing the first gun for NIP.
Yeah, these rounds have been pretty intense so far. Like I said before, NIP haven't had much time to get Michaelele into this roster. I want to see how tactical they can be. Since Threat joined the lineup, they've been known for these really innovative set executions on Cobble especially. And it seems like obviously that was a round of less smokes. It was quite a simple execution, smokes going over. And Nico absolutely lighting them up at the start of the round, but great one-on-one play from Get Right. Finds them the first round, still in quite a interesting position. The money has been fully invested into this round. This probably would be Resetting either side onto an eco. Chris J aggressive. He's even got the scout though. That's a really interesting angle to take with the scout. He doesn't actually land the shot and gets taken down, but a boost for Dennis could pay dividends here, but Freiberg checks it. Nice efficient play from him. No need to rush now. They've actually got a huge man advantage. They know the CTs will be rotating over, so they're smoking the key positions. Balcony and connector. This is looking great for an IP. At this point, mousesports need to work out, is it worth going for it? We can't really win this round. We don't have the fuse kit. We're smoked out. We've got nothing really to work with. We have an AWP to save. I think that's exactly what they're doing now. And you can see them just turtling up towards the B side. That's the right call, in my opinion. There was little to no chance of them winning that round. And although it's a bitter pill to swallow, like I said, if they were to lose this, it's a full reset. So taking 3 weapons into the next round is certainly more beneficial than nothing. Especially with a player like Oscar as well. We talk about players like Guardian, for example. Just him and an AWP and some pistols on a map like Cobble can actually lead to round victories. If he can go for the aggressive picks at the start of the round, upper platform towards middle, for example. And there's lots of rotation potential as well after getting that first pick.
Shots through the door from Freiberg. Another man. Situation where they're just trying to pick up what they can and salvage weapons for mousesports. It's going to be 2 in a row now for NIP. GetRight desperate to find one more gun inside of that smoke, but Nico was able to survive, fall back. Was given ample opportunity to do so after securing the 1 exit kill. It's going to be second round as mentioned, but Michael back onto the AWP, as with Oscar, as he picks it up on mousesports' side. But money, this is it for them. They buy here, and then it's gone. And they barely buy here, to be fair. 257s to go around it. So this is them really trying to keep this lead and limit NIP's economy early, because 3 in a row in an efficient manner, could be a huge problem for them, especially on this CT side, if they let NIP efficiently get away with so many guns.
So we saw Oscar there to start the round trying to go for that aggressive pick towards middle, but denied by the flashbang. Nice work from NIP. So certainly going to be setting themselves up for something towards the A side here by the looks of things. It'll be 3 players towards long A. Chris J using the smoke to delay them a little bit. Will he push this? This could be a very cavalier move, and he does try to do it, but Freiberg, he's ready. Half blind, takes him down. It's up to Dennis now. He's the other player with the 5-7. They're working together in this area, using another smoke. I doubt he'll be pushing this one. Nothing really to gain at this point. There's so many terrorists on the other side, and his teammate would have given him information. So holding this angle, it's pretty much good for 1 kill. That'll be enough to maybe give them a round victory if Oscar can have enough time to rotate over.
So Forrest will start to work with them out toward long, where Freiberg's already playing.
Here we go.
Try and pinch back the 2 here, but they're going to trade this in. Again, the pistol's bought up. Dennis is the last one alive with one as Chris goes down early. They want to try and bait that 5-7 in. Now, Deathcam would have seen Dennis in the corner. They know he's there. They're going to try and hold the angle. He cannot go for that AK. Forces him back in the sight, but the AWP on Oscar's hands has already gone passively back in that position. Top of the hut, nearly gets taken down, but finds a lovely reactive shot toward his left, and Forrest falls it suddenly. Down to a 1-man advantage. mousesports side, 4 versus 3. Dennis playing cannon, so again another angle where that pistol will come into play. And Oscar's going to play barrels as well, which is so far back. A nade would take him out in this position, but do they know he's here? GetRight will find Dennis in return. Pistol threat gone. But now Oscar going to line up. Look at that. That's so linear. You walk out from either the front of stables or the back. Doesn't matter. You're into a crosshair. 1 shot, nearly another. But GetRight has cleared out the player at the balcony. That'll allow him up beside the APC. And it's a flank from Nico. Bomb being planted safely. And GetRight again will have all the wits about him to watch toward that flank with the timing. 3 kills again for him in another round. 3 in total for NIP.
Very scary rounds here for NIP. Every single time, like we said, when Oscar has the AWP, so much potential for him. I think he's such a great asset for mousesports going forward. Now he is on the full-time AWP responsibility. Taking that from Chris J. You can see the impact he can have on these rounds. So close to winning that one as well. 3 great shots hit by him, but good teamwork coming in from NIP towards the end there. And GetRight seems to be in very good form right now. This coming up big for his team in these clutch situations. 4-3 now, and it's actually going to be 3 rounds in a row for NIP. So just recovering from that 4-0 deficit. They've broken the economy of mousesports as well now. PG-50s, Deagle in the hands of Nico. He's got body armor as well. Looks like we're trying to get something going on the upper platform here, but GetRight once again shutting them down as he's working towards drop down himself. Nico, we know how deadly he can be with this Deagle, but I don't think this is the right angle for him.
And watch Michael Lilly as well that was staring it down. AWP in hand, he gets flashed back, so it does allow Nico to get away. Ooh, Exist, he needs to be careful. No utility on that CT side. A single nade would take Exist down at this point. They're both trying to keep that angle held with the pistols, but they've got to be cautious of the fact that, all right, exactly that. Michael Lilly was getting closer with an AWP, and what could potentially push him back. Speedy down inside of the site though. Nico still low HP on the stairwell, caught off. Late push in from Forrest, and GetRight still alive in all of this as well. It's he who will once more find Chris. He's putting himself, I have to say, GetRight is putting himself in decent positions. 4 kills that time around. He seems to be finding the timings and just not overplaying the lurk position. He's not forcing the play tonight. We talk about sometimes where he seems to think he has to push through smokes and make the magic happen. Tonight, he's just quietly getting into a position and then holding it down very well. And it leaves him alive late, and he's very good in the late situations.
I think he knows they're a little bit weakened at the moment in terms of just losing Disco Doppelins when they've been working for 2 weeks. It's the first showing with Michael as well. He probably can't be as audacious. He doesn't got the teamwork to rely and fall back on, so he probably has to be more part of the unit, and that's a great work from Freiburg to kick things off. A double kill towards drop down. They were trying to boost Oscar up, but it didn't work out for them, and Freiburg seems to be back to his old self as he finds the first 2 kills. Exist chimes in as well, and it's going to be a 5-on-2 as quickly as it started. That round is over, and NIP just swarming in towards the B site, and what a great play that was from Freiburg. It's been a while since we've seen those kind of plays from him, and
he's had a few games this year. I think Overpass against VP, he was fairly solid.
It's true. I'm just trying to create a storyline, you know.
All right, I get it. We have to be storytellers here. Exactly. Yeah, we are drama queens, so we'll spread the drama elsewhere. I think that the old adage kind of comes to effect there. He who hesitates loses. They were slow to go for that boost and didn't really do much to clear it out once they did. And Freiburg was already at the corner. That's a timing that if you go for it and you commit to it early, you beat the T's there every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's going to be guns to save for mousesports once again. Chris J has managed to get the AWP. Dennis with an M4 as well. They're sticking together. At this point, I think the money's starting to swell for NIP. They can probably justify going on the hunt here, and they absolutely are, as Get Right makes his way towards the middle, and Forrest coming in from long A as well. But Chris J now giving his position away. It's going to be difficult for them to hold off the incoming terrorists as flashbangs do start to come in. Chris J was being defended by Dennis there, but Forrest hits the first shot and nails the second as well. Lovely work from him. And it's going to be 4 players surviving. 4 NIP, managing to pick up an AWP as well. We'll just check in with Michael Eddy's performance. Obviously, he's going to have a bit of a spotlight on him at the moment. He's going to have 3 for 6. Hasn't had to do that much work, to be honest. The rounds they've been winning, it's been his teammates opening it up, the bomb site for him. Obviously, with the AWP on Cobble, he's doing a slow pick mentality. If no one's giving you the opportunity to hit the shots, not really much you can do about that.
Yeah, and okay, if you're flashy enough and you're quick enough, on A, you can definitely do something in a post plant with the AWP, but B is the better spot for a post plant position for the AWP. So if you're not finding openings, you are going to be a little more quiet, and you can see history of that with Michael Ellie on NIP as well. If you that's just. You talk about getting CSGO'd, the misses, well, that's equal example in return. The scout jump shot, we all know it exists. So too does exist, and if you didn't, well, he's definitely just been reminded.
Get right, don't do it.
He's considering it. Look at the crosshair placement. Line that up with the head of Chris, but or rather, I gotta call him Get Right tonight, not Chris, because Chris J's in the server, but with Get Right. Speedy, he'll go boost it up. Chris walks in, Get Right. I just did it again. I said I wouldn't. He's got the headshot. I was gonna say that you can go back and find proof of Michael Early being kind of quiet on this map with the AWP as far as X Games. Now, a very different version of this map. It didn't have the long extension in toward B, but on A site, CT side, he was very commonly whiffing shots. He's much better over toward B. Forrest, take down Nico to start this off with the AK. And when I say start this off, the execution, that is, towards the B site, clearing out all possible positions with just the pistols on hand for Mousesport. Oscar will get a little bit closer toward the tree, and maybe Dennis can distract to allow him to push up, but he's electing to watch drop instead. Dennis does hit the shot on Forrest from far. And Oscar with a smoke to his left is going to have to bait this out based on the sound cues of that of the bomb going down in the hands of Freiburg. He's down to Chris J. They've got a chance in this. Oscar last alive, though, as Michael Lele does find a shot. This is exactly what I was talking about. Post-plant position B site, specifically with the addition of that new stairwell. That whole entire open platform at B-Long, the AWP is so powerful, and Get Right will close it out on Oscar.
6 rounds in a row for an IP, up against a partial buy there from Mousesports. Nico made things interesting with the jumping scout shot, but once again, it's Forrest, Get Right to just find the returning kills. This is the replay right now. Pretty disgusting if you're on the receiving end of that, but nice innovative work there from Nico to get the opening kill. Now the money has started to stabilize for Mousesports, going for the double AWP setup on Cobble. Be Chris J and Oscar, pretty deadly duo if you ask me. We'll see whether Oscar can rise to the occasion. This is a classic NIP. B smokes coming in. Obviously, there's potential there to go towards A as well. That's the beauty of that setup. But Get Right going in aggressive towards B, looking for that first pick. Oscar is there as well, but a missed throw. Molotov could cause him trouble as he does go down there. I'm not sure whether that would worked out had they landed the Molotov, but a good return frag from Exist as he sprays him through the smoke.
Yeah, sitting that far with a nade in your hand when you know there's a threat right around the corner is a huge problem. Speaking of threat, Nico, rather speedy on the right timing of the peak. Nico did get the first kill before him, but that is a well-executed and timed play from the CTs. They're not done just yet, though, NIP. It's Freiburg that's left alive. And a flash, yes, I know where you're going with this one, chat. We'll include you from time to time. Freiburg doesn't really care who's watching. He's just doing this to win the round, and he's done it as well as he goes ahead and picks up the AWP to catch off the last remaining player in Chris J.
Well, the flash doesn't work out, but the clutch certainly does. Lovely stuff from Freiburg there. You can see, well, that's 12 HP as well. I have to wonder why Dennis couldn't land a single bullet there as well. Chris J ready for the return frag as well, but Freiburg's picked up the AWP. Intelligent stuff from him. Pre-aims it perfectly. Picks up 4 kills that round as well. And that's going to be how many rounds in a row now? 7 for NIP. They've, ever since that 4-0 deficit, they've won every single round. Pretty impressive stuff so far. NIP looking pretty hot since the addition of Michael. And not like he's been the pivotal factor. It seems like everyone else is stepping up. Freiburg's had some really influential rounds. That one especially.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely so. No question about it. That's a very impressive 4K clutch out for Freiburg, especially considering he had 12 HP when the last 2 players were left. So well done for him. 1 versus 3, I think, is what it started as when it was just him left alive to do so. But 12 in a row, confirmation on screen, mousesports, no surprise, tactical flash. I'm looking at chat right now. I should not be. You guys are a bad influence on me. Almost as bad as Henry G, but tactical pause for mousesports.
I guess
it's time what do you fix? It seems like the timings that round were better, but overall they're slightly off in how they want to peak against this entering terrorist team.
Well, the thing is, right, they know he's low HP. They've been told that. They're both facing the same angle. The idea is you're giving them 2 targets. Someone needs to be hitting that shot. Like, I guess at this point, it's just a time to calm down. They want to start bickering at this point. Kassad probably is like, do you know what, guys? You need to take a pause and just chill out right now because, you know, we've all seen the clips of from E-League and stuff like that. Nico, definitely a very emotional player, can be the one shouting at his teammates when they do stupid things. And I don't know, that wasn't necessarily a stupid thing. It was just more of like, you should be hitting that shot. Like Dennis seemed to have a perfect opportunity to get the first bullet in. 1 would have been enough. He sprayed about 10, couldn't land the shot. And you have to ask yourself, did they play that smart enough? They could have done a lot more. Obviously, it limits Freiburg's options there with 2 HP. If you don't face him at all, he's got to work a lot harder and commit to the side before he even gets a shot on you. They were both giving him opportunities from the upper platform, and obviously he's above them. He has options to hide and reface, which he exactly did. So at this point, they are going to be taking, is this a force buy? No, it's just a partial buy coming in. Deagles, PD50s, 5.7s, some body armor as well. You can't really see it amounting to much, but 7 rounds in a row for NIP after such a great start as well. They've got to try and make something happen here. So we'll see whether CZs and 5.7 can do anything about it.
Nico, quick little check with the knife out, goes in toward the bottom of the stairwell. Ooh, that's why. Gets the lineup and absolutely drills Forrest in the face with that deagle, but the Molotov comes in. He's got to vacate the premises. Doesn't matter. He's done his job. That's lovely.
Every time he has a deagle, it seems to happen, and all of a sudden, get right. That's a questionable exchange. By himself, we talk about this in anti-ecos now. You've established they're just on pistols. Should you be going into key choke points by yourself with no teammates to refrag for you without using any utility, you're just blindly facing and hoping for the best? Definitely a topic for discussion. I would say definitely not. But Get Right had other ideas about that one. He's given a lot away here. Michael whiffs the shot towards the upper platform as well. And it's going to be a very difficult round for NIP to concede here. After Nico did such a fantastic job, you can't really do too much about that. That's just an amazing shot from him, but the second kill certainly didn't need to happen. Existo, 16 HP. They know exactly where he is. He's got the AWP. And we saw mousesports overcommit, potentially in that Freiburg situation. This time, probably don't want to make the same error. Don't give them any targets to shoot at. They know a potential A plant could come in as well. They're staying together for now, which isn't necessarily a problem. They can let the bomb go down towards A and then just go in together and give him multiple targets. But now they're probably starting to realize with 5 seconds remaining and no sign of him, it will be. Oh, is he just saving? I assumed he'd be running to his... Okay, he's probably... To be fair, it's probably a good call from Exist. He wants to save the AWP and he assumes with 10 HP that someone will be waiting for him on A, right?
They've got so much money. I mean, you're right to assume that he could try and push for that and just make what he can out of nothing and try and pull the rabbit out of the hat. But I like the long approach. This is actually more of a threat mentality. We've talked about this, where they think ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Well, mousesports somehow, after losing 7 big rounds in a row, it's the partial buy after the pause, of course, that gives them window here to pick up round number 5. Still a pretty considerable lead for the Ninjas. We go into round number 13 here. Double orbs for mousesports once again. We have got some presence towards long A as well, towards danger. They get right by himself towards B. He's trying to be a nuisance here, and a nuisance he shall be, as Chris J trying to lock him down here, but it takes serious damage as he tries to stay alive. Basically, he wants to try and take someone down with him. This is probably the correct call at this point. Fall back. He's known let his presence be known, and his teammates are ready to strike along A.
Same bait and switch play that they tried with Dennis when they were limited to 5-7s after going down. I think it was 4-3 at that point in time when NIP started the run, basically. But this time it's with the AK-47 on Dennis. Michael Ailey is trying to clear the corner. They've already got Forrest out from the danger stairwell, up close, ready to go in if a flash were to round that corner, but they're going to try and rely on the pick instead, and Oscar, he's going to walk back out. That crosshair, we saw it, is already placed. He's going to have to be so fast with his reactions. Michaelele a little bit too quick. In fact, fires before he gets in full position. That allows Dennis to peek out, and Freiburg will fall. It's 19 HP left on Dennis. As a smoke, perhaps baiting them into thinking he's gone away.
Well, I guess to start with there, he was waiting for the spray for the smoke to come in and actually take him down. But now he realized no one's going to be doing that. They wouldn't expect him to stay in that position, but apparently they absolutely do. As Forrest finds the first kill, Michael finds Oscar as well.
If Oscar had pulled the trigger and gotten away with it, they were perfectly lined up, but you're dead right. Michaelele will find one. It's left to Speedy. Get right, he's going to find him. And now the rotations arrive. So Nico gets two as soon as he gets there. I was going to say they're going to have the hard task of cutting off the bomb before it gets there. The bomb's the one close to the bottom of balcony. It's the AWP the other way. Michaelele's got one in the round. He's going to try and find more, but Chris catches him off as he's looking for Nico.
Nico just keeps stepping up in these really key situations. This time it's the double kill with the AK-47 to give them an option to actually win the round as well. Michael actually had the AWP shot lined up, to me, it looked like, but didn't seem to land. And unfortunately for him, that 2v1 situation was a stretch too far for him to pick it up. But mousesports found round number 6. After that pause, they picked up both the rounds in a row. And IP still have money as well, but all in the hands of Michaelele. 4 AKs, not an immense amount of utility to work with, but back towards B. Before it was Get Right by himself, it's going to be Forrest lurking towards middle, just holding off any aggression potentially here. As Oscar is watching those mid doors. Slower approach from NIP this time, as they send 2 players to drop down. Freiburg did such a good job to get the entry frags before. This time it's Chris J. Can't land that first shot.
Do it, line it up. Oh, that flash. In some ways, that saves Michaelele's life because he's forced back around the corner. Chris J had the crosshair placement almost dead perfect. He's going to go arch. Now, keep in mind, NIP do not have Molotovs to spare in this situation, so they can't clear that. Good pickup on Michaelele. A little bit of tags going through. Get Right's come down drop, but he's traded by Speedy after clearing out Nico at the tree. It still leaves the man advantage in the favor of the CTs in this situation. That's gone. Freiburg late through the arch will pick up one more. It's a repeat from Speedy, though, so they're trading everything and actually playing quite well in this.
3 versus 2. It's Exist and Forrest to try and finish things off here. Forrest towards the end of long 8. He's actually made his way out as well towards the fence area. Dennis on the bomb side, so this is actually pretty sneaky from Forrest. Oscar, though, perfect lineup there. Look at that angle. That's just absolutely perfection, and it's going to be Exist in the 3 versus 1. Nice little setup there from mousesports, to be fair. They've got every angle covered. It's only smoke that can lock them down, and Forrest could have waited for Exist and smoked off that position, but decided not to. And 20 seconds remain. And there's the smoke I just mentioned. And we'll see whether we can do anything with it now.
That bomb, I mean, that smoke's great. Cuts off 2, but the 3rd member on the minimap, we can see it. He doesn't yet know it. Will he check it? Does. Crosshair placement not quite in perfect position to take Dennis down, though.
Yeah, even if he got that kill, he really would have struggled to get the bomb down there. I think it was at 4 as he would have killed him. So probably was a loss regardless. We go into round number 15 here. mousesports recovering quite nicely. If they actually manage to pick up the CT half here and win 8-7, that's pretty massive moral victory going into the next half. It still is definitely a T-sided map, and that potentially could happen. As you can see, NIP with the 4 Tech 9s, and they've got an AK just in the hands of Get Right as well, but we saw mousesports pick up that partial buy. No reason why he can't do it with the Tech 9s as well. Still very deadly in these close range situations. They can just get out the upper platform. Get Right, very aggressive here, looking for the opening kill.
Get Right, again, gets caught aggressively in that position. We saw them do the same thing with a Molotov last time, and it actually was misthrown. It caught him out. This time, Nico just straight up out-brawls him. He's going to do the same thing to Exist, who comes around the corner, trying to re-grab gun and use Tech 9 to advantage. Can't do it. A little glance to exactly what's going on in the mind of Chris J over on the A site. A little bit of activity shifts that direction, but Nico's getting aggressive at B long, and he's in a prime position again to catch them off here with this AK-47. He'll hear them, I think, from that range running away. He should have heard that. That's right on the edge, I think, of the sound cue. And whether or not he did or didn't, they've got a 3rd member starting to rotate over toward A regardless. That's Oscar with AWP behind that doorway. Quick shot through the door, preemptive, trying to catch them off. Doesn't matter, Speedy will do it through the vent regardless. Now he's got a lineup, but that nade takes away the vision. It's Speedy that's gonna step up once more. Tech 9, Oscar goes down. Can they get to the AWP in time? It doesn't matter because it's the end of the half, Henry.
A game of tug of war, it seems. mousesports getting the first 4 rounds and NIP stepping up for 7 in a row. But the pause comes in, Matt. A magical pause.
Yep.
Something about it that always brings teams back to life. They take a little bit of time to kind of reassess themselves and come back and win the last 4 as well. So they actually winning the half 8-7. That's a massive lead for mousesports going to the second half.
Well, and started that with pistols as well. A lovely shot from Nico and then catching out Freiburg at the top of drop. But we will take a break, come back in. It's dead even between these two on Cobble. Welcome back to the first map between these two teams tonight. I think it's night number 10, if I'm not mistaken, of Pro League for Season 4. And I have to say, so far, talking point, Freiburg looking positive, I think, on this map.
I'd say so. It's a rare talking point that he's actually the one actually leading the scoreboard and actually finding very influential kills and clutches as well. 4 kills on that big clutch he got. And this is the first showing we've seen of Michael Ailey. Hasn't been amazing. It's hard to actually slot into a lineup like this and find lots of frags. You can't really read too much into it, but it is going to be mousesports picking up the lion's share of the rounds on the CT half. So we go into the second NIP switch over, and we'll see whether they can synergize with the new addition. It was actually quite an impressive performance from mousesports after losing 7 in a row. Just to take the pause after losing that horrible clutch situation and just managed to get everything back together. Pretty impressive stuff by them, and it will be 8-7 here. NIP and the pistol. We did see some quite aggressive play from the CTs to kick things off. That was quickly shut down with it. A very impressive retake.
Rushley's trying to show us a little bit of his family history. This is actually the castle his grandparents used to live in. That's actually his distant cousin. There you go. That was his armor and his weapon he showed us. And then that camera on the wall is actually his contribution to the castle because he is now the observer.
It all comes around. Well, we have got players leaving the server. We have got players leaving the server here. Maybe they needed technical issues.
I think the coaching slot is acting up.
Okay.
Is what I was just told, and therefore they can't get everyone in. So they'll fix it. They'll sort it. 8-7 though. I think that's actually, like you say, the decent comeback from.
It's still an open playing field though, right? Like if someone wins a pistol here, if NIP can do it on the CT side, there's no reason why they can't do the exact same thing. It's definitely anyone's game. It's online CS with addition of Michael. He could really go off in the second half. We haven't seen too much of him yet. But this is what I'm interested to see in the second half. Will he be taking the full-time AWP role? That's what he wants to be doing now. We know we discussed that. Was that today or last week? I can't remember. Anyway, with the addition of him, I think it was today we discussed it. And basically he wants to be an AWPer. And
it was today.
Yeah, it was today. And will he be taking that role from Forest on both halves? Like, obviously, Pit ops on the T side for NIP traditionally, but Michael wanted to be this full-time AWP, and maybe that's something they can try out. I just think, like I said, I think I said it today, Forest, he's actually been pretty solid at that role for NIP recently. He's not like he's been doing a bad job at all, but are they going to adjust things before, I guess, the big test is coming out next week at Starladder, when they actually have their LAN event. They've got to slot him in. I think they're doing a boot camp this weekend.
Starting, you said Saturday is what you were
I think they get there
informed?
like Friday, but Michael doesn't arrive till Saturday. So
right.
This is the thing. They've only got like 3 or 4 days to actually get him into the lineup properly, sort everything out, and that's actually quite a big deal considering you've got 7 maps and you're going to have some clear vetoes there. As soon as people work out what that is, you're at a pretty big disadvantage.
Nights like tonight will be hugely beneficial for that, and there is some familiarity, I guess you could say. I don't think that's going to be a huge factor, but it definitely helps instead of bringing in someone who's never even spoken with them before.
Obviously, like the threat factor of NIP, they're a completely different team to when Michael was there. They're obviously a lot more organized now. They rely on structure rather than just individual plays and defaults essentially. But I guess that's something we'll find out what happens. Do they just go back to that loser play style?
Well, apparently we're going to be at moment fixing up these server issues, may even be switching servers, not 100% sure. That does mean that unfortunately we won't get to get this tour, which I paid big money for from Rushley around the map anymore. We're going to have to go to a break. And when we return, we'll continue things on Cobblestone. Well, we're ready to go, and the clock is already counting down. We've got a bye. We can see it. You can't. You soon will be able to. It's going to be armor on 4 for the terrorists. Speedy's going to run the utility, and on the CT side, it's going to be 3 with Get Rights on nades and dualies, and Freiburg with a kit. So these dualies come back to play. Get Right's famous dualies, the Swedish dualies. We'll see if he can make anything happen. It is a long-range map, so where's exactly he going to use these at this point in time? At drop room, not surprising. Either way, it's Michaelele that's gone down to Oscar. First Exist has to play the longer angle. Tagged up, but does land the shot, and now Get Right's dualies go to work. Chris J gets taken down. He's double fisting. He's a heavy drinker, Get Right, and he's already going to have to, well, never mind, not even. Forrest finds the shot on Dennis from the door. I was going to say get 2, 1 for each gun, but it's just Speedy and Nico left alive, and they've switched it back over to A. It's going to be Nico. Gets the bomb plant as well, as they segregate the CTs that did rotate. So they did sell this quite well. They've got this Exist so low. Needs a chance to cut them off, but Forrest flanking around. It's all on Nico, 1 versus 4. Waits for the opportunity. Forrest, I think, spotted either him or the shadow. I'm not sure. What is that, Nico? He's got 2. Exist is low. He's on top of the APC, but Get Right's dualies will save the day just barely. He almost pulls around that of absolutely nothing, Nico.
Can you imagine? 4 versus 1. Nico finds 3, and those first 2 shots were absolutely insane as well. That could have been so high if he actually managed to pull that one off. Luckily, the dualies pulls it off. He got a nice fast replay here as well. What was this first shot that happened? This one.
And that one.
Just get wrecked. Like, if he'd won the round, I would be so done. It was actually quite well played from NIP. The fact they've given him so many different angles to actually work with there in the final 2 situations. So it was pretty much a guaranteed win unless he got some sort of crazy flick shot there. But Get Right finishes things off with the dualies and actually denying the plant as well. So, oh no, the plant did actually go down. My bad. It did go down. The defuse came in. It's all fine.
It did come in, yes. Don't worry about it. We'll be all right come morning.
Yeah. So this will be the save from mousesports here. AK's in the 3rd, of course. Get Right getting the auto shotgun out. Interesting decision. Let's see if that works out for him. It is an MP9 in Michaelele's hands, and he'll be trying to farm some cash. They know the AKs are coming next round, so if he can get a lot of kills here and try and get some money for that weapon, maybe that could be a decent upgrade for him, but I'm not sure about that auto shotgun investment. Get Right will be holding towards drop down. Probably the best place for it. At this point, mousesports, just those pistols. Forrest in a great position there. You can just lock them down, pick the heads off at this range. They haven't really got much to shut them down.
Good positioning from Forrest. Elevated, sees all the way down over top of the half wall. Gets flashed back, but he's found the shot on Nico, and he can safely retreat inside of the site where he's joined by Freiburg. Peculiar as he leaves himself in the open. I'm not sure why Get Right takes the long shot, because then he misses the opportunity on the close player. Regardless, Forrest is doing the work. 3 kills now for him. Exist will chime in with 1, and finally Get Right shotgun will find Oscar. It goes 9-8, 2 straight rounds for NIP to start off the second half. And now the decision to bring out the correct weaponry. I think Get Right, I would be surprised if he stays at drop with that shotgun, you know?
He will. Obviously, the shotgun is viable there. It's not normally the auto shotgun that's used, obviously the Max 7. That seems to be the most viable option. The auto shotgun, I'm sure he can make it work. He is known to be quite skilled with these shotguns, and we'll see what he brings to the table. There is the buy, of course, coming in from mousesports. 4 AKs and Speedy. He's on the Galil. It seems like a faster approach here from mousesports and Molotov directly into drop down to kick things off, and they will be concentrating towards the B side as well. Smoked out for now, but a decent grenade comes in from an IP, and he does about 26 damage to Oscar as he is trying to see through a tiny gap in the smoke there. And it looks like they will have to commit towards B now. No one holding towards middle whatsoever. They've lost information and have to start acting quickly here.
Quickly indeed. Michaelele, all right. Exist, gets one to keep him alive slightly longer, but that's all for naught to no avail, as it's going to be Oscar now taking down Get Right as well. And they're spraying into Exist. They nade, they flame, they everything they possibly can, and it's Speedy that gets the kill as a result. Freiburg will do the same in return, though, with a nade toward Oscar. And Forrest rotating over has to play with Freiburg in this now 2 versus 3 situation. He'll go to chicken coop down there. This I don't mind. Being in there late, they're going to think they've already cleared that. No one was spawning. Dennis couldn't see this.
We'll see if it works out for him.
They're actually so confident in his positioning right now that they're already sending Freiburg back over to watch A in case the rotation goes the other way. This, I'm not sure. Okay, so I prefer you almost just stay put and gamble on this.
You can see mousesports, they've got plenty of time remaining here, 40 seconds. They're seeing if they can get any info from the CTs at this point. Just holding up towards that upper platform area, seeing if Speedy can find anything in the back, seeing if someone's trying to come in the flanks there. But Freiburg now, he hasn't got much info towards A. He's just spotting from connector, and you can see a lot of blindness on his side of the map, so he's not really sure what to call. 20 seconds, the next move will have to be their last one, and they are starting to opt in to the B side, and it's going to be Freiberg to get that first kill from Connector as well. He probably can commit now, seeing as he has, and see the smoke coming in towards drop down as well. Forest, will this work out for him?
It's the low HP player that's going to be planting the bomb too. This is easy picking. Dennis considers it. Down he goes, but it's Speedy now. 4 seconds, round over. And he's got to die. He's got to die. It's too late. Round over. He's lost the gun and any income.
Yep. For those who are not familiar, if you die after the round has expired and the bomb has not been planted, of course, you go into the next round with 0 money. In this case, $450. You probably got a kill in the last round. And there it is, NIP recovering from what seemed like a pretty clean-cut round for mousesports. You can see them actually having that man advantage, 3 versus 2, but waiting till the very last, like 20 seconds before they made the move to the B side. Freiberg rotating in a very opportune time, takes that first kill down. And like you said, Forest, perfect positioning for him, just playing patiently in chicken coop, takes down the low HP bomb planter, and that's round over at that point. There's not really much they can do about it. It's going to be a full eco here. What a grenade. It's not as damaging as it looks, as it only does 20 to each player. They will be committing towards drop down now. Get right, normally waiting for them. There it is. 2 kills to kick things off. Bomb dropped as well. Looking to get more out of this, but we'll just be opting out through the smoke.
That's smart, actually, because he gets the reload in. He tried to spray them down as they walk through. Oscar, low HP. It doesn't matter. He won't be able to close the deal. On to Get Right, because Forrest comes in to save him out, but Get Right, if he had not had the smoke and tried to spray down, I imagine it would have been traded eventually. So they keep all 5 alive as a result of this, and mousesports 11-8. Remember, their timeout has been used in the first half.
It's true. Well, Speedy, he was the player without the money in the previous round, so he'll just be on a deagle. His teammates have got AKs around him, though. Oscar back on towards the AWP, and we'll see. It's probably move more of a default round. I'd imagine they've committed to B a couple of times now. Let's see whether they can just work the picks on the map. Freiberg playing towards long A. Quite aggressively here. He does use a smoke to actually delay the terrorist here. And good grenades coming in. Lots of damage done towards Dennis in middle. I assume now spamming through the smoke, and there's still bullets coming his way. He needs to be very careful here. It's Forest inflicting a lot of damage, so they'll fall back now to more of a defensive stance. The bomb is towards mid still. Terrorists do have utility available. We still haven't really gained anything on the map. As of yet, looks like they'll be grouping up towards long A. Pretty default stuff. You can use the smoke towards middle, try and push the CTs back along, gain that area, then you can actually open yourself up some options in terms of where you're going to finish on the map, whether it's towards B or actually fully executing on the A side.
Forest. Same position we saw him in previously. Trying to watch down toward that bottom mid position and Get Right at the corner at long. Safe position. So Dennis on Deagle at 24 should be the martyr in this. They want the AWP to clear the longer angle first, but I imagine when they get to the point where they're entering the site, the Deagle will lead charge. And then play for trades, which they could do at Get Right's position if he doesn't get the support from Freiberg accordingly.
No presence towards B. This will be quite easy to read for NIP. The execution comes in with 25 seconds remaining as well. Good bait going into towards long A. Freiberg looking keen to get this first kill, but Get Right has been detected.
Here's where the trade potential comes in. They get him as Oscar holds the angle, waiting for him to escape. Nico gets a kill before that. They've actually got the man advantage on this. I was going to say NIP did so well. That smoke is actually lovely. Michael Laley's got the shot on Speedy. But there's 6 seconds. Exist is waited. Bomb planted safe side. Dennis won't get that down. It's denied. Well played from Exist to just bait them in. He lets his teammates do all the work. And I have to say, the one thing I was about to mention, NIP did very well to hold on to utility so late because that Molotov went out. It buys an additional 7 seconds when they were already at 35 to go before even entering onto the site.
The problem with mousesports there, they just didn't really do anything for the first 30, 40 seconds. They were holding from the middle for so long. By the time they actually got some long A control, there was only about 35 seconds remaining. And as I said, they hadn't had any presence towards B whatsoever, not even one person lurking or faking towards that area. So once that execution came in, very easy to read there. You can use the smokes, drop the Molotovs, and it was a difficult ordeal for mousesports. A fast B rush here, Exist getting the first frag, looking for the double, doesn't work out from there, but Get Right backing up from drop down. He finds 3, locks the round down as well. Forest to finish things off. 2 frags found for mousesports with no bomb plan again. Money situation is getting to a point of maximum loss bonus now, so they can buy into this round, but some tough losses so far, yet to pick up a round here on the second half. It's 13-8 in favor of the Ninjas. Big round for mousesports. A double orb set up on the T side, which is interesting. It means they have to have another very slow picking mentality here. And we had some questions whether NIP would be using Michael on both sides of the AWP. Seems like they will be going forward with that, at least on Cobble for now.
Oscar's going to wait for anyone to present themselves. Oh, Michael Laley might, you know. But Oscar's already moved. Flash over. Michael Laley. I'm surprised. Because that was a slow peek from Oscar. Looked on our screen that it seemed a foregone conclusion, but he goes down, and now Nico and Chris J walk in the second AWP. T-side, it's found a kill as well. Oscar inside some flames, seemingly, because his HP diminishes rapidly, but stays with 36 in the end of it, and bomb to be planted by Dennis. They've got the close corner covered off from Nico's position, and NIP are already buzzing out on this. They're not even going to contest.
Yeah, that was... we kind of discussed this as well, that we think about Michael Ailey being that flashy AWP player. You can see him trying to open the map up, forcing it a little bit. It's not like that's an amazing angle for an AWPer to take. Normally, the great AWPers will flash over, maybe use the broken wall, and then after the smoke's expired, that's when they'll be at the steps area. Going there at the start of the round and getting beaten by the slow peak, as you said, is pretty underwhelming. And it's been a pretty slow game for Michael Ailey so far, 8 for 14 so far. He's actually one of the lowest performing players on the server for now, but as we said, early days for him, it's difficult to slot into a lineup and just be lights out from day one. This is the first game he's ever played for them since the addition of him with the substitution of Disco Doblin. So yeah, it's difficult to work out how this will look for him going forward. But a double AWP setup this time for the CTs.
I mean, that to me seems... I mean, glancing at radar perhaps, or is it...
It's just one of those angles, it's so 50-50, right? It's like you either have a gap in the smoke you can use, or you boost yourself on the box, you use the flashbang before you get there. But this time, Forrest, he's towards middle aggressively, trying to find that first pick. Oscar has been fantastic this game, actually finding these kills and openings for mousesports. He does it once again here. And it's going to be the 5 and 4. Now mousesports, they don't have to commit too early. They don't have to push back. They know they've got the advantage this time. The problem was before, when they were holding on for so long, they actually had no real estate on the map whatsoever. No damage, no intel, no presence. And at this point, they can actually wait for the reaction to come in from the CT, see if anyone's going to try and hunt for a kill. They've done damage towards Freiburg as well. They'll be aware of that. And this is okay. Still 1 minute 15 remaining. They actually do have Nico towards drop down as well. So as they go towards A, he'll be there. We know he's a very intelligent player, and he thrives on these opportunities to be by himself, listening rotations and sound cues to work out when he needs to make his move to be very efficient and beneficial to his team.
Nico is just watching that drop position again as Freiburg. Top mid. Late Molotov, 49 seconds, so affect very much, to be fair. Bomb's going that direction. They've actually, on Nico alone, this late...
Yep, this is what it's about.
...have committed to the B site. This is actually quite good. A little bit of utility, no one facing on A, and NIP getting a little bit antsy, perhaps.
Well, his teammates are coming to join him. So once again, they've run out of time, haven't they? So they're going to be at 25 seconds. Nico needs to start moving now. Well, that's a great move. Takes down Exist, but Michael Ailey finally coming to life here. Hits the first shot in a while. Takes down Nico from Chicken Coop. And with 20 seconds remaining, what's the play for mousesports here? Do they even have a chance to get the bomb down?
Early reactions missed on the second, taken down by Speedy and Oscar. He's got Get Right. They win the round regardless. They just walk in and find the kills. And again, the op duel lost by NIP. 13-10 now. mousesports starting to climb back in, and money not really in the hands of NIP. Freiburg can go for pistols. In fact, they all could really level at around 1900, but this is not done by any stretch of imagination just yet.
Interesting. I thought that round would be done. You'd assume that the NIP would be adjusting, making them forced to the plant, not facing everything. But the Molotov came in towards Chicken Coop. Michael Ailey had the face, of course, but his teammates seemed to drop like flies. The backstab from drop-down room as that attention was coming in from the upper platform as well. It seemed too much for them. So NIP on a full eco this time. It will be 13-11 unless some sort of absolute miracle comes in for the CTs. But Oscar once again opening it up with that AWP seems very influential for them. Nico 22 frags as well, Oscar 21. That's the tag team combo. That's what makes this team so scary now going into the remainder of 2016. Two absolute superstars here. One of them, well, I guess in two different disciplines. One of the best riflers on the planet, one of the best AWPers. It's actually a really exciting combination if you put them together. And if they can utilize them properly, there's no reason why we can't see mousesports actually start to get really deep in some tournaments now.
Yeah, and I mean, for years we've been wondering when mousesports is going to take that step forward. They had Alu for a while, the Godby era with them. I mean, they've had some skill go through the lineup. But I think you're right. This is the most explosive we've seen them. Chris J, Oscar once more double up setup against the Pistols. Freiburg down. 52 seconds. They're starting to play a more of a, I would say, early year Na'Vi SK style, where they're wait, strike, and they've bait out the utility of the CTs, figure out their setup, and play a pretty standard default at the beginning of the round. And it's Dennis this time that'll catch Get Right trying to get information, so it's working out in this sense against the Pistols.
Yeah, this game has got a few more twists and turns. Yeah, NIP may have the lead for now, but mousesports building economy And a lot of reset potential for an IP going forward. It'll be on third stage, loss bonus next round. Still 3 of them are alive for now, but this should be an easy kill for Speedy, maybe over-committing with that spray. Does get taken down by the USB of Michael, and it's going to be 4 versus 3 now. That's probably going to try and save that AK-47 in the hands of Forrest. There's a deal for Exist as well, so let's try and defend him as we go to the next round. So $2,400 going into their bank accounts. Next, it won't be the best buy. I think Freiburg probably can just about get an AWP if they really wanted to. But still not going to be the best buy. Saving that AK though, that certainly helps. Means they can adjust the wealth around and make sure they have some residual cash going forward. But if they were to win the next round in a 1v1, for example, and mousesports came back and won, definite double eco. It will be 13-11 here. Pretty simple round for mousesports. Only have to find 1 kill to secure it. But they're going to get a little bit of a hunt here. Probably not necessarily worth it. They know they've given away 1 rifle here. They've got a lot more to lose than the CTs have, considering they have that double AWP setup on the T side, which actually has been working out for them quite nicely. And there it is, Freiburg out. Like I said, he's probably the only one who could squeeze out an AWP. Michael has 4,800, enough for the glass cannon. Opts against it. To be fair, it's not like he's hitting a lot of shots at the moment. Probably wants to be more of a passive play, go for 1 kill on the bomb side. The crossfires of the rifles probably be a little bit more influential for them, have some utility as well to contribute. This is quite a deciding round going forward. Once again, facing towards upper platform. The problem is NIP do not have a single AWP this time. Have to change their setup a little bit. This is the adjustment. Exist going up onto the tree. Freiburg alone towards long A, using that same smoke to buy himself some time, and Forrest will be backing him up from middle.
Oscar. I like how he considers everything. Looks to the top of the smoke as if there might be a boost. But as the smoke fades, he'll realize there's no such threat toward that position. Flash down, get right, still waiting passively at drop as always. And once more we go into a bit of a stalemate, just this very tactical game. It's tedious and mentally straining a lot of the times to play against this, specifically when you're on the CT side, because you've got to have so much discipline. You're wanting to find more information. You're wanting to start pushing out and taking advantage of these situations, but you know, or rather you don't know, depending on how you look at it, where they're waiting for you. And Forrest, different angle to play toward the bottom of ramp. Shoulder exposed, but he's trying to play a very tight crevice, and it's Oscar that's got the better accuracy with the AWP, and he'll go down. That's 1 lost on A. How's the rotation as a result? Well, for the T side, they're starting to group up on that side of the map with 28 seconds left, but the CTs, they're still over toward B. It's just Freiburg in this position at barrels, and head shown as well. He's not going to play the late game. It will put him above the flames, though. That may be something to salvage in all of this, but watch the wrap underneath the balcony. Speedy, he'll get close first. Spots him, does Freiburg. He's got the shot. This will allow a rotation on the balcony from his teammates. Potentially more in this. Get right. And Freiburg, they've dropped the bomb down. 7 seconds. The time, it's ticked away, and mousesports have done themselves a disservice by leaving themselves no opportunity to clutch this back. Nico, 1 versus 3, stay alive. As the time has expired, and he'll go down. Bye-bye cash, bye-bye rifle. He's got carried over residual cash, sure, but the income lost, at least on that round.
Yeah, to be fair, it would only be 1,400, but still, yes, it is a little bit damaging. And you can see Freiburg, I thought he was absolutely done for it. Look at the timing working out for him. He actually could have got 2 from this position alone. He gets that first kill towards Speedy. Once again, mousesports, like you said, it is quite similar to that Navi plays that we're used to. We run the clock down, try and work the picks, and then you go for your execution, try and work together as a very tight unit. But if it doesn't work out, if you lose that first kill, it gets chaotic towards the bomb site. 10 seconds enough to actually find 2 or 3 kills once you've actually lost the man advantage can be very detrimental, and it's proven about 3 or 4 times in this game so far. Huge round for an IP to pick up, especially after Oscar got that opening pick as well. So we go into round number 11. Still money available for mousesports here, but NIP very close to match point. Freiburg, we mentioned it before, that's another play where he's not necessarily doing the flashiest, insane shots, but he's doing enough to win the rounds by himself.
Freiburg again, we'll watch from his perspective. He's going to look out toward the long corner. What a game. And we've got another still ahead of us between these two teams on cash, which NIP's played a lot of this season.
Yep, pretty convincingly as well.
Yep, NIP gonna lose the first man this time, though. Nico finally winning the duel against Get Right. No trade potential. A little bit of spray through the wall puts him on 22, but 22 is enough. 22 will do. He'll go toward balcony, and this could catch off Freiburg, who's still anticipating A. They know they don't have anyone to connector. He's got to look this direction. Does so at the right time. And Nico will go down. And again, he'll look toward the front of the site where Forrest is playing. Outside of Stables, catches them with the nades out. 1 down, gets a little bit of damage damage coming through him. I think that was from his teammate, and it distracted him enough, but Freiburg steps back up. 3 kills for him before finally going down, but it leaves Oscar in a 1 versus 2, and Michaelele will put them on the map point.
He does it again. It was Nico towards drop down by himself. We talk about him trying to find opportunities on the map and give his team some presence and actually allow them to have distraction while they make their way towards A. He gets that first kill towards Get Right, but you can see Freiburg very aware the balcony could have been a problem for him. Takes down the low HP Nico and actually adjusts himself once again. 3 frags. Forest doing some good work from Stables as well, and it's mousesports now up against it. They have to force by its match point. 15-11. They have got the AWP of Oscar. 2 AKs, but 2 players on pistols as well. This would be a great opportunity now for NIP to close things out. They lose this round. I think it still has a few more to go. So we'll see whether they can hold on and just close things out now. Not the perfect opportunity. Oscar with the AWP being absolutely fantastic at finding these first frags. This time he's working towards B. Michaelele on the AWP as well, but he's actually got a much more passive position this time. Won't be giving his frag away at the start. Probably can feel he's losing the majority of these AWP battles.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Oscar's a top-level mic, or excuse me, Opera. I was watching you adjust the mic. The cable seems to be hitting itself is the issue, but top-level Opera as Exist, he'll be the one to watch drop this time. Get Right's gone back toward the rock. Yeah, so big duel, I mean, for Michaelele to come back in, back on the AWP, not really playing since April at the top level, and to go against a guy like Oscar is a challenge, but if they win the game, that's all that matters, and they've got one more round to do so. Early damage dealt toward mousesports, it's minor. He goes on 65, that's the lowest of anyone, but he may go lower than that. Get Right, as he gets tagged up through the edge of the wall. It's 43 HP now for him. Michaelele, he's got to hit these shots, does that time before the flash lands, but he's caught out. As Get Right goes down, he's left in the open. Forskin is going to try and fight back and pull the drop room. He dies. It's going to be a great play from Exist. A good kill, but they turn back. They can't find it to answer it off. That gives Freiburg a chance to enter, but he's pincered out. Chris J just watching that front angle, and he's low on HP, but he's tagged up Exist. This gives them a chance. Bomb down, 20 seconds to go, and Nico, the last man alive. He's the most threatening player in this situation, and he's got an AWP, but he's electing to go Tech 9. Knows he's tagged, getting close. This gun's lethal. He's got the movement mechanics. Exist looking for him, but he's on the wrong side, and Nico's got the headshot.
Oh, every time you're in a clutch situation with Nico, you know he's just going to be in the exact opposite place you expect him to be. This timing is to perfection as well. Exist, low HP. Nico knew where he was. Just sneaks up with the Tech 9, knew he's low HP, and finishes off the job. The problem is now, like I said, if mousesports were somehow to pick up that round with 2 pistols, then it gets interesting. We might have an overtime on our hands. We can see the money has been completely shut down for NIP here. Michaelele, once again, he gets that 1 kill, but he just doesn't have the potential to get more than 1 each round, it seems. He gets 1 shot, which is pretty simple, and then it's nothing else left in the tank to actually win the round for them. I feel like at this point, Forrest to do a much better job with the AWP. Seems like... yeah,
you have to wonder if this is just lack of time working with Michaelele, and it's letting him kind of do what he wants to do comfortably.
Situations, like, you need to be nailing more shots than that, especially what I've seen. It's not like you have to...
I totally agree with you, 100%. I'm just saying the decision to put him on it in the first place might just be to let him be the most comfortable this evening, to get things done simply. Nico again, same as the last round, ended it shall begin this time around. So too Dawn turns in today as Michaelele falls once more at his hand. It's going to be Forrest waiting to try and bait Get Right in at the bottom of mid, but as that happens, they're slowly probing out the B site where no one's left. It's a stack up on A.
Nice little headshot there from Get Right. The USP does do considerable damage to Oscar, as he will fall back now. They have got the man advantage, 1 minute remaining. It's very unlikely they can lose this round. You can see they're reading the economy situation quite nicely, picking up those SMGs instead of the Glils, give themselves a chance to actually farm some cash here. But Freiburg gets himself, just a little bit too late there, but Exist finding the first headshot towards Chris J.
Good start, UMP picked up. Hat drop though, but now it's, Nico, perfect position. Oh, that spray transfer. All 3 in 1 push of a button. But the positioning is so good from him. Getting that far in before the rotation even arrives, he's just lines him up. Well, not the easiest lineup. He controls it nonetheless. Dennis will close it against Freiburg. Still map point for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They'll be able to bring out guns once more here. Yeah, that's true. Exist can go glass cannon, but it's not really worth it. So too could Force, to be fair.
I would say take a partial buy this round, then finish it off properly. If you weren't to win this round, your loss bonus hasn't really accumulated. It's a real chance to go into overtime here. So the buy has come in. They have forced it. 1 shotgun, 1 UMP, 3 M4s, and they are severely lacking across the board in terms of the grenades as well. So, like I said, I would have probably made the call here. Partial buy, have the full rifle array going into that final round and just try and finish it off with the highest percentage chance. If you lose this one, it's pretty much almost guaranteed going to overtime. And only get $20 the next round after losing this one. So Lots to play for you. Round number 14. And you can see mousesports once again slowing things right down. They're very patient, I guess, and disciplined, trying to work out what the first game plan is, trying to get some sort of idea of what the setup is from the CTs. We're on board with Freiburg right now. Actually, a two-man setup towards danger. As Forrest rotates back towards middle.
Yeah, so actually this leaves, if they were to strike right now, Freiburg slightly isolated. He's going to have to watch from long corner. That's the intention here for Forrest to try and play this in as a two-man setup. And he's got there in time just as they start to round the corner. Freiburg. Dennis is the one against him. It's going to be him trying to peek it out. Freiburg's there. Gun barrel shown. That's a gift, but he misses the shot. No way. The whole clip gone almost. And Dennis turns back to get him. Is that enough to cost them dearly? Because this is map point and money is strapped on the CT side. 4 versus 5, 4 now. Okay, get right. It does get Dennis back with the UMP from a distance as well. But Michael, he's got a shotgun. He's doing better than with the AWP because already he's got one toward the drop room. The Flames will hold back Speedy. He's got to go quickly, though, because his teammate's wrapping around behind Michael, and he's done it. Speedy falls before Nico gets in position. Bomb down, 8 seconds, and a 1 versus 3 in NIP. They might just get this map after all. Another close one as Nico shuffles to his left, and it's done already. 1 second, there's no time for the plant. It's over. You can get all the kills you want, Nico, but it will not save it. It's going to be the map to NIP.
What an exciting round to finish it on, Matt. It looked like Freiburg had completely fluffed it, missed every single bullet from danger. I thought that was it, round over. There's no way of bouncing back from that one, but it's get right with the UMP, long range. I guess Freiburg did just enough damage to actually guarantee that kill. And Michael been very quiet throughout that entire map, but somehow the shotgun prevails, and he manages to pick up 2 kills towards the end, and they do it.
And the timing was like so perfect for Michael. If he had stayed out in front of the tree for another like 2 seconds, Nico was there. He falls back, gets the kill as well, and Nico can do nothing about it.
That was an exciting way to finish it. That was actually a really interesting game. We've got to see a lot of NIP's plan is going forward in this land going forward, but mousesports got to be disappointed with that one. We'll throw it over to the desk, I guess, and see what they think. Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. mousesports have to be disappointed after a very solid first half here coming in, of course, on the CT side. We'll start with that one. They were super aggressive on, well, not super aggressive, but they were quite adamant on A long. They really wanted to hold NIP off at that entry side.
I mean, definitely, it's you know, NIP is really good at, if you give them map control for free, pretty much, they're really good at exploiting it. So mousesports wanted to force them that if they want to get map control, they would have to spend resources, they would have to spend time and manpower in order to do so, right? And mousesports had a good start, being up 4-0, but then they threw away a couple of rounds. They had where Nico gets a triple kill early on, they were in a 4v2, and then some fast trades, a bit of impatient play from their own members cost them a round, and that was a round where if they had won it, it would force NIP to eco.
Yeah, I mean, it became a little frustrating towards some of those rounds that they lost because, you know, they were trying to go for example, and drop. They tried to boost an op there, and then it happened that NIP was actually taking it over really fast, and they got destroyed right away. So that's going to be really tough on you when you try to do things, but then your opponent happens to do the exact kryptonite of what you're doing. And at the same time, Mouse was struggling with NIP's standards of taking that A long. Like they just basically couldn't hold him off, or just had to kind of lose map control a little bit too much for NIP. And then when they have the free roaming room, they're just going to utilize and then exploit it.
So second half as well, very, very interesting one. Obviously, NIP off to a good start off the back of the pistol. They win the first gun round. mousesports break back in with 3 rounds. And then things start to get quite close there. NIP giving a good account of themselves on the CT side.
I was saying in the pre-show how the biggest problem for Mouse with their old lineup was that they were hesitant on their T side. They were spending too much time without doing something, you know, significant on the map. And then they would be left with almost no time when they actually have to execute. And that happened again in this game. Early on, you saw probably the most notable round was the one where Freiburg was hiding in the corner, and you see the Mouse took so much time getting in this round. You see it's 13 seconds left. They still haven't, you know, gotten into the bomb site with the C4, and Freiburg doesn't really even need to get both of these kills. He gets one of them, he buys enough time, it creates chaos. mousesports need to adapt, and they don't have time for it. Even the last round of the game, they ran out of time, right? So when they started winning, it was when they sped it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was a classic example of Code forgetting to check the whole bomb site, you know? That one corner, you need to check that. Obviously, Get Right had a massive impact from the balcony as well. But it felt to me that in the defaults that Mouse were doing that, unless it was Oscar getting the opening kill, they would not really have anything going on, and then the time would wind down. They'll end up rushing into the bomb site, and it just, yeah, like when you put yourself in that situation, you have 20 seconds on the clock, you know, on the bomb side, you just kind of rush things, and then you forget to do certain little things. So that's just a little lack of finesse, and definitely something to work with here.
So talking about obviously trying to play on the CT side, and you're dealing with storm mechanics, right? You're dealing with smokes, you're dealing with the enemy CTs, really just trying to make sure you can't get information and get in your way. Obviously, everyone has to deal with that. Everyone has to deal with that up against a CT side team that's brought into utilities. So for mousesports, was it indecision? I mean, let's speculate here a little bit. Was it indecision because they have time, even outside of that storm mechanics, you know, they can still try and work for entries. Are they afraid to go forward? Are they not confident with the amount of information they've got before making a move?
I think it mostly depends on, you know, what philosophy the teams have when it comes to Cobble and how to approach it on T side. You have teams who are doing it slowly because you want the CTs to spend their utility, and then it's easier for you to take over a bomb site. But it's also completely viable to, you know, rush your way in, especially if the CTs are low on economy, right? Sure. So initially, mousesports was going for that slower style where they would, you know, wait for the CTs to spend their smokes, then Molotovs and everything, and then they would go in and execute. Where you know, the Fiber Ground actually threw a molly there, but he was on the barrels, so that doesn't affect him. So they didn't even expect him there. And the problem is, once you have 15 seconds left, that small thing, even if you trade 1 for 1, it can be enough for you to just lose the route. So I personally prefer when teams are a bit at least faster than that, right? If not outright pushing early on.
I think when you put it in a nutshell, I guess that what separates the best from the rest is that they can switch gears, and they'll have that faster default where they'll take over drop, for example. They'll get a player on the B plat, and he's going to be able to just force an opening kill, and that just gives you massively more opportunities.
I think mousesports adapted, but it was too little too late.
It's an interesting comparison to make on teams and how they want to play out in those T-sided rounds. You know, we've got teams like G2 who can change the pace up a lot. We've got teams like Na'Vi who will play the round slow, and when there's time to execute, they decisively execute. There's no more questions asked. They sort of dotted their I's and crossed their T's and ready to go.
And it's because of their just how skilled their lineup is that they can do that. They'll get away with that situation because they'll have guys that will hit those shots 10 out of 10 times. So obviously, mousesports has a lot of talent, but they're not cohesively together as a team, not at that level as Na'Vi is, for example.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, you've missed 3 excellent maps so far. The latter, of course, being this previous one down below. It was NIP getting over the top by 3 rounds. If you do want to catch up on the matches that you did miss, there is an app for that. The Score Esports app available on iPhone and Android devices. Head over to your respective app stores, get that one on your phone, and get browsing and get your knowledge up. We're back after the break here for one more map for the week. It's going to be cash between these 2 teams, and we'll see if it was just mousesports exploiting G2's weaker CT side that gave them the win, or something else entirely. We'll see you shortly.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Well, with a victory up on Cobblestone, the Ninjas and Pyjamas propel themselves to the top of the ESL Pro League ladder. With another win here, they'll be clearly ahead of the rest of the pack, at least for now. My name is Mitch Leslie. I'm joined here by Yanko and, of course, Natu here. It's going to be our last game of the night coming around the corner, and a quintessential map, perhaps, for NIP coming up. It is Cash. What are your thoughts initially on this one here as well, especially knowing what NIP can produce for us on this one?
Yeah, they were undefeated on it for a long time. Then at DreamHack Summer, losing to Immortals and losing to Flipside, at the major, things started going down a bit for them on Cash. But in Pro League, at least, they were pretty dominant, beating FaZe 2 times as well. Now this is a better map for Mouse. They play it right now more than they play Cobble, I know, as much, but still going up against NIP on it, definitely a tough task.
Yeah, they did beat G2 on it off of a great performance from Nico. But then, you know, it's going to be a tough one. NIP has had a good run on the map at the same time. So now Michaelella was a very de facto. He was just gone in that first map. It's going to be interesting how he implements himself here on this one, because I feel like he needs to be able to get a little bit more comfortable here to be productive.
He doesn't seem super comfortable. There were a couple of moments where the AWP he actually picked up and just wasn't quite able to hit the mark there.
was more effective than that.
Yeah, well, we saw that, of course, towards the last round.
To be fair, we know that he's not playing for any, tier 1 team or anything.
Yeah, correct.
We don't even know if he's playing actively right now, if he's practicing, so he might just be rusty for all we know.
Yeah, exactly.
That can be an issue as well, especially when you're up against solid competition like this one. So one of the few black marks on NIP's cash record, I think the 70% win rate the last few months, was back towards a major. It was 16-2 they lost to Flipside there as well. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember what went wrong for NIP?
I mean, it was really uncharacteristic, so to speak, right? And NIP not being able to do anything on the map. More than anything else, it seemed that Flipside was really well prepared for them, Blade in particular. But when you have a loss that big, it's not just one thing you can point out. It's a lot of things going wrong for NIP and a lot of things going right for Flipside.
Yeah, it's not only that your opponent is probably anti-shredding you well, just reading off of your every single flash and smoke what is coming up, because it felt to me at a certain stage that teams really caught up on the way that NIP like to play, but it's also obviously going to be the fact that your individuals are just not playing up to par at all.
Is it the elaborateness of the set plays that NIP bring onto a map like Cash? Is that why they're so good on them? We could talk about after plan or late round situations as much as we'd like, but they're known for having these setups. You see them about to throw the smokes, you know that something's going to be happening there as well. Is that what it is? Teams have struggled to maybe catch up to that?
It's not even only that, it's also how you execute it then. It's like how you commit to the bomb site once those smokes rain in, and how to make it as uncomfortable as possible for the defending team.
I think that also what's important to note is the NIP with Threat became known for having really good anti-force buy rounds, right? Which in turn means they have a super strong economy. So you need to win probably at times 3 gun rounds even in a row to make them go for a pistol buy or something of the sort. And Cash, the way the map works in itself, you can go for a lot of executes where you would at least get the bomb down maybe towards the A bomb site. There will be trades going on. You might not necessarily win the round, but you will keep on pressuring the CT's economy, right? So with all of that, NIP always is in a position where they're pressuring their opponents while they have, a lot of room to work with.
So it's like what we saw between Dignitas and FaZe on Mirage, actually always pressuring, was going very close, even while they were still building up an economy. Even if they weren't winning, they were always inflicting some form of financial damage. So guys, very quickly before we jump in, we'll get some predictions. Get predictions from both of you before we go in.
Mouse.
Wow.
Cool, that's fine. I'm okay with just the team name.
Boys, eh?
I mean, predictions, online CS.
You have a coin here?
I mean, Renegades beat SK 16-0,
yeah,
so...
Anything goes at this point.
Australia, mates.
I'm just going to, for the sake of it, say NIP then.
Okay, so it's a coin flip for you guys. Not really sure what to expect here, basically, is the take-home message here. So for you guys at home, it's definitely going to be an interesting game ahead. We're going to finish off the night here with a bit of Henry G and a little bit of Sadakist as well.
Yes, a good way to end the night, I would say. It's probably the best way you could end the night. Counter-Strike and the best casting duo in the world to bring you through it.
Are they here as well?
They are. No, they're not. They're not. Yeah,
okay,
no.
Fair enough.
No, you're right. They're in the UK, actually, in the offices playing FPL.
Excellent. Well, it will be Cash to finish things off. I agree with the death. It's very hard to gauge where this one will go. Obviously, the addition of Oscar makes mousesports very influential as well. I'd say they've got a lot of chance to get his opening picks, but the problem is NIP so strong in this, famous for being a great Cash team, but Michael Eddy not really showing up on that first map. I'm not really sure how easy to get on in this one. For me, he was very underwhelming. It's going to be a fast speed play for the looks of things. Freiberg with the smoke and Molotov there, but Oscar, he's looking for those first kills. Going to be overwhelmed, surely.
Okay. Get right on a pogo stick, doesn't land the shot, tries to hold off as long as he can, and somehow Oscar stays alive long enough to give us a bit of a black screen as we look a little dazed and confused. Get right, okay, changing up the plant too. So things are all over the place right now as he will put that down in back corner, try and defend it perhaps in a different way with the pistols as Setchits, Chris J that will fall inside of the vents. Michael Lele finding that kill.
Well then, retake begins. Speedy has got the defuse kit here, but a lot of work to do. They haven't got any control of any of the key parts of the map here, and Exist, he certainly doesn't help them out as he gets the first headshot, but that does help as Nico coming in from CT spawn, always so deadly on these retakes as well. 4 on 2, finds another headshot here. Now there's a chance as he looks to the third, can't land the shot, so Forrest and GetRight finish things off. You could see that as well. Oscar wanted to go for that initial peek at the start, but he was apprehensive. He could hear footsteps coming, and the bunny hopping, I guess you could call it, from 3 or 4 players coming on the corner. Just keeps resetting his aim. He can't land those single one-tap headshots with the USP, so he does get shut down. The retake begins, and Nico did what he could. He's only played to find frags for mousesports there, but he doesn't get much for it. He's gone all in here. Head armor, Desert Eagle, and to be fair, I fancy his chances. Every single time he seems to have that weapon, you think surely not going to happen again, but he always finds something with it.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. Nico, Deagle inside A main. We saw him hit a shot here just last night to start things off with Deagle, and he's going to get even more bold and try and push forward out toward T-spawn. Exist is waiting and watching this position. GetRight flashing through. Caught by Oscar, meanwhile, over toward B, and that's a bit of a problem as they go down 1 man. If Nico hits a Deag shot, could be a world of trouble for NIP, but they do pull it back. Chris J trying to do the same effect that Nico had out toward Squeaky Door. Instead, he'll close door, and instead of going back all the way in the site, looks toward A main, can't find the shot on Forrest.
Well, there it is. Should be the round in heavy favor of NIP at this point. Dennis doing what he can from CT spawn, trying to land one of these 1-digs. Not finding much for it so far, and the bomb will be making its way to the side now. The retake does begin, but Oscar, he's got the Mac 10. Maybe he can make something of this. There it is. It's not going to be him getting the kill, but Dennis through the edge of the forklift there gets the headshot towards Forrest. So 3 on 3, but still no nades, and just a Mac 10 to work with. The Molotovs starting to drop as well, so it's going to be a difficult affair. I think probably save the SMG at this point, but they still want to fancy their chances here. Freiburg doing what he can from A main. It's actually getting pretty interesting now.
Speedy trying to get closer with this Deagle, try and pull this back. 1 versus 2. He's got time, but not much. Doesn't have a kit, and he's waiting for the kill to present itself. It never really does, and Exist walks out and eventually takes him down as he had to try and make a commitment to the bomb. 2-0 NIP as a result, but 3 players going down. Not the worst eco situation or forced buy situation for mousesports, as it forces up some decent reinvestment from NIP.
Yeah, it's something to work with. The kills you get does pay off some of the debts of the investments at the start. And you can see Oscar, once again, of course, I'm loving him being the all player on this map. Be interesting to see after Michael Eddie's performance, will he be doing the same thing on both sides? I would say it's probably not the best protocol, but they need to get him into that role if that's what they're planning on doing. So I guess they'll have to. He'll be on towards the Tech 9 this round. 4 AKs, 4 NIP. Fully good for mousesports, of course, after the investment in the second. You can't really bring much into the third. Just try and do what you can with these couple of upgraded pistols. I think there's only one actually. It's just Speedy with the PT50. They have a flashbang in the hands of Chris J, so stacking towards middle. You can see exactly what they're doing on the minimap right now. Flashing in towards middle when they have some presence, and this could work out if they time it correctly, but it's not getting anything in terms of sound cues at the moment to work with.
Exist on top of Boost does find Nico as he falls back to the canopy rather than the roof itself, and he picks up 2. GetRight was climbing from the vent in the meantime toward mid-hut. He finds Chris J rotating down highway, and now we're up to that 3-0 score. Michael Lele, 4,200. He's just shy of an AWP, so it's on to 5 AK-47s on this T side. Glass cannon for Chris J, and a full op with the head armor for Oscar. Double op immediately.
It's a good call. And I like it. I think the double up setup on Cash is very effective indeed. And these guys have got 2 very good AWPers as well. Oscar, probably one of the best in Europe right now. And we'll see what he can do as we go into the first real gun round here. And will be Oscar going towards B storage. Smoked out for now. We know GetRight loves to make his way into that area. And actually decent utility usage from here at the start. Denies Oscar any sort of vision in towards B storage. Nico, he loves to be aggressive as well. This is classic mousesports for now. They lock them down with that initial smoke towards the A storage entrance and then shutting them down with the B AWP as well. Actually allows them to get the boost going and a lot of information to start. Shuts down any sort of early play from the terrorists here. Chris J actually towards middle for now. And NIP potentially boosting here, trying to work that first pick there. About the AWP, it's going to be a little bit harder. Probably want to be smoking off towards connect, maybe Molotoving the vent as well. There's the Molotov from Michael Eddy. I'm not sure where that went. I think that was actually towards sandbags. And Freiburg somehow gets the first kill with the AK, challenging Chris J. I think there was a really well-timed flashbang, gives him that first kill. Now they've got control of middle and the man advantage.
Forrest looking to try and get the shot up highway. Exist doing the same from below the box, working together in this as Dennis will spray back through that squeaky doorway, trying to get damage out toward The NIP player waiting in the wings as they've also got that boost up. We saw it temporarily. Dennis is going to go back out toward the storm. Get right. Ooh, tags him down and follows it up. He takes one shot too many, Dennis, to give his position away, but nice reactions. Oscar up close as they've wrapped around from B. And Nico, he's just going to wait. They think it's completely clean. 1, 2, relocate to third as well. No. Michael just pulls it back, but Speedy's there to drop him immediately after. Get right, 17 HP. He's going to clutch this. Tries to straight transfer. Can't do it. Speedy will get the kill, and it goes 1 for mousesports to the 3 of NIP.
It's always so exciting when a player has that kind of trigger discipline and players in front of them. You never know what's going to happen. Nico, so deadly in those positions, allows 2 to walk in front of him, nails those first 2, can't find the third, but they still win the round. It's enough to find mousesports their first round on the board here, 3-1, and NIP still have enough money to buy, but you can see how that's affected the mousesports economy here. This could be a chance for a full reset, so NIP still in heavy contention to go forward and continue their lead. As Oscar, the only player of the orb, Chris J down to just a scout, and he was struggling against Freiburg in that first round, and Freiburg once again finds that initial kill, takes down Dennis with the headshot with the AK-47, and we'll see whether they can actually capitalize on this. Like we said, this is a huge round for them to pick up. It's towards middle once more. But Oscar, he fights back. Get right, lurking by himself once again. I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of that setup. A lot of teams know he does this. That one smoke at the start of the round, and he's always trying to get towards checkers. And we cast him all the time. We know that's a nuance of his. So surely these teams are going to be aware of that as well. They know they can probably start rotating towards A. Once that's happened, we'll never have anyone else with him. And Nico looking to go aggressive again. All right, this time with the AWP, that's kind of an interesting addition from what we saw on Cobble. He finds that first pick.
Chris J. Oh, surprisingly pulls that back. Scout can't find the up-close shot, the no-scope. Did tag him, but it doesn't find the headshot to get the kill, which is what they were ultimately seeking for. It gives them a chance on the retake, mind you, with Oscar, and specifically the M4 on Speedy, but still a 3 versus 2 bomb down and ticking as Freiburg will watch from quad, and mousesports is going to bail on that. So they can't pull this one off. They don't want to potentially face only 3 rounds, but an early reset on the CT side.
Yeah, definitely. They've got to save at this point. They don't have the kits. They don't have any grenades for an actual retake to be possible. So falling back towards B storage here, trying to keep the AWP in the hands of Oscar. We've talked about it all night. Someone like him definitely can make these rounds a possibility. Speedy joining in with the AK, and this is a dream situation for NIP there. Nico going aggressive towards A storage there. Without any backup, once again, I have to question that decision. Wasn't even flashed in. He was just trying to sneak around the corner and seeing what he could do with the UMP. There it is. The bomb does explode. I think one of the NIP players went down with the bomb there. Just 2 of them surviving. But that's a hard reset for mousesports. They do carry over 2 weapons. And it's going to be a lot of pressure here. Do they force into this one? We discussed this being a tactic of NIP, allowing players to save weapons like this and force them into economical decisions going forward. So they have force-putted this fully. 3 pistols. And they'll open Oscar. I'd love to see what he's going to do here. Doesn't look like he'll be too aggressive. Just towards middle for now. Flashes coming over, smokes as well. And Get Right loves to do this sort of play as well. Pushes through with his own smoke. Does some heavy damage towards the initial player at highway. It's Forrest to get that first kill towards Oscar. The orbs dropped. Dennis to salvage it.
Speedy's waiting for this, but already gone by the vents. You would have thought Get Right had the advantage, and Speedy, he snaps back in time. It returns to a 4 versus 4.
Sometimes, is it worth dying by yourself with these glory plays? You want to be playing as a team, surely, in these situations. When you get a kill, it looks great. You can't argue with it, but sometimes on cash, there's some very questionable decisions from Get Right, and ultimately it has given the advantage back towards mousesports here. 4 on 3. Forrest doing a good job on the T side there with that AWP. He neutralizes the situation. They have got the advantage in terms of the firepower as well. Michael towards that A side, he finds a big scalp in the form of Nico. So at this point, surely backed away. The bomb's in T-spawn for now. Both the CTs are towards B. And you can see there's actually some A control coming in for Michael. He's actually calling for his teammates to come over. He's in quad, just jumping and seeing if any players are rotating through highway. I'll probably tell them they need to warp towards CT spawn before they make their next move, but I'm sure they'll be absolutely fine at this point.
Forced pre-scopes, door open, crosshair placement toward toxic barrels. Chris J fires a shot immediately in toward the site without really trying to calculate his aim, just hoping for something, and the flash, well, does the same response as he fires the game, but it's going to push him back just a little bit. Dennis is going to play this with him with the AK as they work together. They've got to go this time. AWP out, Forrest missing a shot. He's pinched in, locked to that position. Chris J is going to watch him. This will give the AK now in Dennis's hands a bit more movement. He's going to go searching for the others, but Freiburg finds him first, and Michael will do the same onto Chris J. Now we're seeing the transition. It's Forrest op, as you mentioned, and Michael now on the AK, and it works out. A 2K for each of them in that round. 5-1 the score.
Yeah, Forrest very good on these 2 halves of finding kills, and actually quite influential. It got pretty hairy at one point. Like I said, Get Right just seems to want to force his way into situations by himself. When they have the advantage as well, they're up against a low buy. Is it worth giving a weapon away? like I said, it can look great, but sometimes you just got to think of the greater good of winning the round. What's going to actually give you a higher percentage chance in that manner? But fortunately for them, they did manage to pick it up, and it will be 5-1. A huge lead here on the T side of cash. Another eco for mousesports at this point. They're going to be a second stage loss bonus. For after this one, they get $2,400. It'll be enough to buy, but this is the sort of rut they've got themselves into now. And this is exactly what NIP wanted. That's why they will let them save the orbs, save the AKs. They will be force buying around it. If you do win this round, that's what sets them up for a real rut here. They have to buy next round with M4s, Famases, maybe a couple of shotguns. And we'll see if NIP can just keep this round as clean as possible. Basically, they don't want to give a single kill away here. Don't even suggest giving away $300 to the CTs. That might help them get some armor or a bit of extra utility that could be influential in the next round. So, aim of the game. Get right, has got some backup this time. Manages to land the first shot. Surely we'll be rotating over towards B now. That's where Freiberg's heading with the bomb. Exist holding mid storage for now. And get right. Wants to be the first player in here. Let's see how complicated of an execution they do. Just making sure they check every sort of angle, eradicating the risk factor as they Molotov in towards checkers and actually onto the bomb side as well. They don't want to give anything away here. They want to make sure it's very safe, even though they know it's full eco, which is the correct way to do it, by the way. Why risk losing a man?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll play the long game here as well. Keeps the guns up and doesn't put any awkward pressure on them when things get a little bit chaotic. 32 seconds as well. They're already in the site. They've already done the hard task of clearing it out. Default plant for Freiberg. And not only do, or rather, have they cleared out the site, they don't really need to worry too much about post-plant positioning because they've already got those covered off, including that with a presence in middle. As Forrest is there with the AWP, he'll join the rest of his team, doesn't want to leave that AWP in a position where it's completely isolated and alone and give a chance to Nico to pick it up, knowing he's the last alive as well. And he's going to try and just pick up what he can out of this as well. This is a desperate hope at this point in time because they're not really even giving him a chance. Forrest caught out, but there's the AWP just waiting. And with armor, head armor as well. USP from that range will not be a one-tap, so it'll give him a chance to line that up, and Exist just capitalizes going up with the MAC-10 instead.
Now here comes the problem. Exist probably knows he can keep that MAC-10. The players, 3 of them in fact, won't have head armor. And for anyone who's not aware, MAC-10 will absolutely mow down those players without the head armor. He can actually have a lot of run and gun potential, and that's perfect. There's not a single AWP here for mousesports. 5 M4s, not a single defuse kit. This is the round they need to start working for some kills. They can't just sit back and allow execution or even themselves to be picked off one by one by the Forest AWP. He's gone for the fast play with the AWP. Had he not got flashed there, it could have worked out. He shoots through the mid-warehouse there and actually doesn't get it. Looked like he actually connected that one. And he'll be doing the boost up, another wall bang. Not landing for now, but I'll be aware there's no wall presence momentarily. And this, at this point, is just bleeding out the CTs. They know the economy is going to be weak for them as well. So just a couple of smokes remaining. That's it. No incendiaries, as flashbangs will be left over. CT's not working hard for kills right now, just trying to stick together and towards mid.
Close to Oscar, wasn't it? Tantalizingly close.
This is what they need to do. So Oscar getting boosted up here. Someone needs to find a kill. I think he'll probably get it on towards Michael Ailey. He faces any second, but they're actually ready for it now. There it is. Michael Ailey takes him down. There was a chance to strike, but the window of opportunity was missed. 5 on 4, still plenty of time to play over as well. The smokes come towards middle. Don't even necessarily have to use them. That's just trying to take vision away from the CTs. Chris J fully flashed as they start to make their way towards B storage.
This gets shots out, and there you go, MAC-10. Okay, no headshots, but still,
that still works.
Perfect, why not? Money as well, built up for him. Speedy, waiting inside sight. That Molotov gonna push him out. No, yes, okay, does reach him. And he didn't think it did. He goes back in, blinded up. That's even more of a problem because originally it didn't spread that far. There was a bit of a gap between the two, but he gets caught out and goes down. He does get 1 kill before that happens, but it's still gonna leave them in a 4 versus 2. Exist 6 HP, can afford to play murder at this point in time. And Forrest again just holding that AWP over into the next round.
Well, there it is. mousesports, like we said, they had to hunt for something to start around. It was Oscar who was elected to boost up, and had he found the opening kill, that would have been something to work with there. But you could see they didn't have enough to work with. The execution came in from NIP. It's actually a very efficient one as well. They already had the man advantage Exist, picking up that chance kill with the MAC-10 towards middle as well. He's upgraded to an M4. Just Speedy in the back of B. Another great set piece from NIP comes in. The Molotovs all over the site join with the flashbang as well. That's such a deadly combo. If you can land the flashbang with the same timing as a Molotov and a player's blind and doesn't even know he's sending this Molotov, that can be so deadly. It worked out perfectly as Speedy does find 1 kill, but ultimately can't do anything to win the round. 5 players shut down, 4 mousesports here. 4th stage loss bonus means $2,900, another eco surely. They can partial buy into this, they get 34 next round, so 5-7s, Deagles, etc. is about all they can bring into the next, but this is pretty convincing so far from NIP.
Convincing indeed as they go back to a pretty standard setup. Again, Exist didn't even need to buy out once more. He's picked up an M4 to carry over. Perfect situation. Nades rain toward the white box. No one waiting out on that position just now as Mouse quick peek from Nico. Toward that A main position, Freiburg nearly catches them in transition. Now, Dennis knows he's here. They're also rotating back towards Z connector. That means they can put pressure on middle again from this spot. As Freiburg, quick tap out towards CT. He's gonna watch it, so that'll negate that threat. Meanwhile, it's Oscar out toward Get Right. Crosshair placements there. It's threatening, and it does land. You could feel that one coming through as Oscar. He had all intent to go after Get Right. He certainly found it. It's been traded back, and doubly so now as they've got it down to just a 1 versus 3. It's Dennis who goes back toward middle late. Deagle. That same feeling as Forrest just dancing around it, isn't he? But he's got to reload. That'll buy some damage and space for Forrest, and the writing was on the wall. Tag up on Exist. This is a round that wasn't quite as efficient as the others.
Well then, we do go into round number 10 here. Money stabilizing finally for mousesports after those 4 spies, those rounds they were trying to get themselves out of a tricky situation. And has cost them dearly. They're going to be 8-1 down, but still, believe it or not, there's still plenty of opportunity to get back into this game. A 9-6, an 8-7, obviously, that's absolutely ideal. I don't think that's going to happen, but they can get themselves to 5 or 6, still possibility of taking this map. As Nico, he'll build the AWP this time, going to be flashing himself into A main, loves this aggressive play so much. Not going to find anyone just yet. It'll be NIP focusing towards middle. They use that smoke in the beginning of A storage to actually take down the Molotov that the CT can throw at the start of the round towards middle. And they've actually left middle completely open. That's fine. But it does give NIP possibilities in terms of fakes and being a little bit devious towards mousesports. I guess they have to reposition themselves with the orbs and make sure they take care of highway. So far, looks like NIP going for the B split. 2 players ready towards checkers. There's Oscar. He's watching B storage, trying to watch both areas. He needs to be very careful as he's trying to bait in Speedy as well. He's tucked in on the left-hand corner.
And that flash is very well thrown. It's going to completely blind him out. You're right, he still has to kind of commit to this, though, to bait Speedy in, doesn't he? Oh.
That hit?
It did hit Forrest. You can see the blood behind as it was dead on. He's going to fall back, finds Get Right as well, who found Speedy before, so the bait was gone. He could try and retreat to the site, but he never quite makes it. As Exist will punish him before he gets home. And it's going to be Chris J now back in. Flash out, bomb inside of the site, but Michael Lilly there to trade him back. He's got to cross over. Nico just arriving. He'll go toward heaven. Try and bring that AWP into play, but smoke's in front. A second one now thrown toward the tree. Dennis is waiting to see if Nico can even find the opening. As he's looking to rotate through middle to vents potentially. I think they've already committed to it, and that'll confirm it. Michael Lilly going down. Dennis will grab the op and slip away.
Yeah, another round that mousesports seemed to have something to work with there, but that setup was so difficult for Oscar. A lot of pressure on him. He's trying to bait in Speedy, but he's got to watch the vents at the same time as well. He's just going to come down to the timing in the end. He goes to the wall back towards Forrest, hits his shot, of course, but at that point, NIP have got so close, taking down his teammate, and then he's completely done for. And it's going to be a 2 versus 1 here. They're just going to try and take down his orb to finish things off. They've got plenty of money, Exist with 16k, so why not? They might as well try and hunt him down. Another round where NIP come out on top, and I think the pause is coming in. This will, of course, be tactical. We saw mousesports do the same thing on Cobble when they were struggling, and they came back and actually won the round in return. This time they actually have maximum loss bonus, so they've got about $3,900 after last, but 9-1 down. It'd be another very difficult buy. I think another partial has to come in. Deagle's body armor, try something like a B push, get that kill towards Get Right, then fall back, adjust yourself, maybe have a scout waiting at A instead just to slow them down a little bit. That would probably be Michael. We know Get Right plays there by himself, and scout on A, trying to get some body shots where teammates are pushing the T-spawn, see if he can just pepper them down a bit, but a chance to recalibrate and work out what the problems are here.
I'm wondering why Oscar, I know Michael Lilly obviously has the ESL Pro League in by default as he's a stand-in, not the NIP symbol. I'm wondering why Oscar does as well. Is that due to late roster changes and it just hasn't updated within the ESEA system?
I guess so. I don't know how it works.
I know it's just one of those talking points, but it's just kind of curious.
Yeah.
I like to know how the inner workings go on.
But at this point, you can see the double orb set up. It's going to be Michael Lilly and Forrest, the big green guns. And if mousesports were to force into this map, they were. Best case scenario, FAMAS's, scouts, shotguns. And if they do force in this round, I'm pretty much sure the game's over. If they partial buy it and allow themselves to get to 10-1 and then come back and get 10-5, that's still winnable, right? 5 rounds is enough. It's not great, but it's enough to work. If you win the pistol, you're straight back into it, you know? So I'd say play the long game at this point. I don't think forcing into this is even a possibility. I would not even recommend considering that. Deagles, push B, scout on A. Frybo's out of here. He's had enough.
Why not? He's certainly shown us enough tonight. I'm still impressed with the Cobblestone game. But 9-1 is... we mentioned it as well. NIP has played Cash a lot this year. Yeah. And aside from a tumultuous time in sort of middle of 2015 when Envious was absolutely dominating NIP, this was when NIP was still finishing in top 4 positions, but it was evident they were not #1 in the world. They'd been away from that status for a while. They were getting bullied by Envious during their top form, and this was one of the maps that kind of got stripped away from NIP in that sense, but they've always been very good on Cash.
Yeah, I'd say the Cash Masters, especially in the last few months, it seems like one of their unstoppable maps. A lot of teams just straight up veto it against them. It seems like their home map, probably what they're most comfortable on at the moment, is, of course, the new Sunroom poster and the simple homage. Here we go. He's going to recreate it. 1. Nope, got to do 2 as well.
Yeah, that's not right. Okay, there's 1 right there.
Then 2.
2. Yeah.
It's not FPL.
You do watch CS, Rushley. I was curious if you did or not, because you certainly seem to snap around quite a bit. I suppose you have to watch when you observe. I don't watch when I cast.
Yeah, it seems to go one in there and out the other for you.
It doesn't even really go in the ears, does it? It's not how it works.
Well, it looks like we are going to be getting back into this one. It's going to be... I'm interested to see. I'm assuming they'll just get deagled, right? And maybe some 5.7s or PT50s. You can see the guns being exchanged in T-spawn. What's going on now? Just enjoying themselves.
1, 2, 3. Oh.
Kind of nail it. The perfect exchange.
We need to see, like, this is one of those moments when they need to get...
Is, there's the scout. That's one part of my plan complete already. So...
Your master plan.
My master plan.
You're the scientist behind this.
Yeah.
You are the Hojo that created Sephiroth and Cloud.
Can we not have a Final Fantasy reference every cast?
No, we definitely have to.
Probably not. Definitely is probably the wrong word.
Definitely is definitely the right word.
Anyway, Nico's got body armor as well. So he's the A player, right? So my plan is coming out so far. So he plays A by himself. He maybe goes aim in and start with a flashbang, tries to get that first pick or a tag. While he's doing that, his teammates, 4 of them, right? They've got a flashbang. They've got upgraded pistols. Flash into B storage, getting that kill and get right. If they get it, great. They fall back at that point. But now I've just heard...
We have to change servers. Was that part of your master plan, Henry?
Yeah, and then the server crashes, and we have to change it. So I think we'll take a quick break while we sort that out. That's going to take a few minutes.
I like that part of your plan.
Yeah, this is all part of it. It all comes together. You'll see what happens when we get back into this. But we'll take a very quick break, guys. And I said that with bated breath. Maybe it won't be very quick, but don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. We're ready to roll 9-1 the score. We got a tactical timeout call from mousesports. Rightfully so, down 9-1. Pretty abysmal start.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. It's been a pretty rocky road for them. The last time on Cobble, they took the pause. They managed to bounce back and actually win the half. So, you know, maybe there's no chance of winning the half, but they could probably get 10-5. Maybe we're discussing they had what, like $3,800, I think, maybe 4,000. And
you had a master plan you were going on about.
Well, I did have a plan. I speculated it. Now it's kind of broken. The pace of it, it's gone.
Right.
They were getting into it. They were feeling it.
Too long. The chemicals
they really thought it. I could see them working towards it, but maybe they think against it now. But basically, my idea was at about $4K, they're going to have maximum loss bonus next time. Let's get a scout, get some deagles, one scout on A, push towards B, try and get that kill on Get Right. He's normally by himself. That's what I'd be going with it. Nico, the scout on A. That's what I'm hoping for. And if it happens, just got the update. Another break.
We didn't say. Well, no, you didn't say that. They said they messed up again.
Messed up again.
Means
so okay. So we're already having a discussion. We won't go to break. I think we won't go to a break. Let's try and make this interesting.
It's all right. We're still not as far behind as Northern Arena.
I think.
What do you want to talk about? We already did this once today.
We did. If you missed it, well, I'm using this time as some self-promotion. If you missed it, there was a great podcast on today.
You tend to do that.
Drop the bomb. We talked about everything CS:GO. Make sure you check it out.
Anything else you want to promote about yourself?
Just that.
Okay.
You know.
Just wondering.
ESL have helped us out with it. You know, so
I'm
sure they're happy to have a little plug here and there.
Yeah, why not?
Anyway, so we've had this game so far. NIP, Michael Ailey, he's looked okay on Cash. They're winning 9-1. You can't really call out anyone's performances when you're winning everything. It's a team game after all. And if they're winning rounds and he's finding the kill here and there, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I mean, and he did get the 2 kill with the shotgun in the last map.
That's true. He did his dive. You could do nothing all game, and then if you're the one who wins the game for your team, then you know what? That's enough.
Just like Sidney Crosby in the 2010 Olympics. He had a terrible Olympics, but he got the golden goal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Exactly the point I would have gone for.
I know you don't watch real sports.
Who's
sorry. Don't worry about it.
Ice hockey or something?
Yeah, there you go. It's a sport. We just call it hockey.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 versions, isn't there? You can have like
not really
field
hockey.
Yeah,
it's not. Those are all just imitations.
Is it? Are you sure?
Yeah,
is hockey the original?
Actually, I think field hockey might be, but why would it be called field hockey? Why wouldn't it just be hockey?
Don't know. It's on a field.
But why isn't? That's my point, though. Hockey is just hockey. It's not ice hockey, which implies that it was the origin.
I'd call it ice hockey. Oh, they're playing ice hockey.
It's fun. So I got my Final Fantasy reference in. I did not get a Formula 1 reference in. Felipe Massa retired.
Yep. If I had any information about him, I'd join in the conversation. I just don't really know who that is.
I know you don't watch real sports.
No, I don't. I've spent my life dedicated to Counter-Strike. Missed out on everything. And
Apparently,
so
I'm the
behind.
nerd, but the other guy is cool as AF. I don't know what that means.
You're the nerd.
I mean,
You're the one who's liking all the sports.
Yeah, I'm the one that literally did everything else except for gaming in my life. Yet here I am.
No.
What went wrong?
Oh, we're actually into this one. So it's cool. See, we carried it through our own banter. Didn't even have to talk about Counter-Strike things. No?
No.
Nope.
It's fine. We're not into it.
Okay, no.
I think right
I'm
now,
not going
at
to say anything
this
until I
point
actually
in
get a
time,
confirmation.
ESL is just taking on the trolling game. They really just want to get involved. Hashtag new ESL.
New ESL.
This has to be live. We're 1 minute and 51 in. There's a proper
No, this
buy.
is the buy. This is the buy we were looking for. Look at Matt. I've called it perfectly. I've actually done it.
All right.
Forward towards B. Scout on A. Every time. He nails it.
No, he doesn't. He misses. And he goes down to 66, Nico. I really wish you were wrong. But he's inside of the site. We'll see what they can try and do. Flash coming through. And Nico's just going to wait for anyone to push that, respectively. Man up. Try and dump them when they come through, but nades landing on him. He's losing further HP. Goes for the jump. What is that? The no-scope in the get right. Yes, sir! And he's got the tag into Freiburg. Follows it up through the smoke as Freiburg's completely blind. Well, the master plan, it's definitely starting to work out. We're not done just yet. Exist is going to pull this back. We've got highlight material, but will they get the icing on the cake by sealing the round? They do. A timeout extended by a delay. Go to the scouts and go to Nico.
The coach, Henry G, calls it perfectly as usual.
All right, make this about
and
you.
He absolutely nails it. That was just worked perfectly. To be fair, though, those jumping shots from Nico, that's what did it. What the hell was this? Boom. There's not really much he can do to avoid that situation. It's so unlikely to happen. Perfect flashbangs coming in as well. Nico gets 2, and the setup works. He's just buying time for his teammates. That's what we wanted to see, and that was more than enough. We go into round number 2. The break works again for mousesports this time. They get the second round on the board. Oscar stuck in a horrible position. Molotovs all around him, but he gets the first shot as well. Takes that get right. Looking for the second. That could have been it. And he has an opportunity, but only finds one. That's enough considering the circumstances. What's Speedy up to? He just pushes through randomly. He gets a kill for it, but now still isolated behind his teammate Smoke. And he gets a grenade to the face. Exist takes him down.
Zinedine Zidane's the grenade, but it's going to be Exist taking out Chris J as well. Dennis and Nico versus Forrest, Exist, and Micah Lilly. Dennis trying to play inside of those smokes over toward B. He's got a nade pulled. I take it back. It's a Go TV glitch, as he's got an AK out. I thought he had a nade drawn for some reason, but he's got an invisible weapon at this point in time. He's going to throw out some nades now. Flash as well, back to the AK in hand. Try desperately to find an angle favorable to him as Forrest is looking for the same opportunity with the AWP in return, but the further they get slowed, the more time is gone and the less opportunity they'll have to rotate back, more so because the rotation's coming in toward middle. And in the site, they do find Dennis. Now they've got time for the plant. It's late from Nico, but he does have an AWP. He's going to try desperately to catch them in transition after the post plant. They won't cross. I can't imagine them trying to take that chance. Michael Lilly will just sit back in the site, watch heaven, and the door close up, watched by Forrest, which is a very, very audacious angle to cover with an AWP, but Nico's going to have to face it no less with the same weaponry. And who would you favor up close? I'd put my money on Nico. The problem is the second man in all this. Michael Lilly standing up on top of the boxes, staring it down, and he's got the angle Nico never would have expected.
Well, there it is. After mousesports win with that force buy there, you thought that would give them some resurgence back into this game. But it's another difficult result for them. Another reset comes through. And it's round number 13. Difficult times. You can see 2 players on sub $2,000. That's Nico and Oscar. They just managed to adjust themselves slightly. Speedy has bought an M4. So Deagle, M4, a couple of P250s, and Forrest, he's got the AWP towards middle. This is a chance for an IP to run away with this game. We're already hitting double figures and 3 rounds to go. It's going to be Nico aggressive towards Squeaky Door. Michael Lilly spots him, can't nail the shot. Playing a fire here, facing Nico, but he does manage to take him down. And then Turn actually pick up the advantage while Dennis just hunting for what he can and beginning of A main there. At this point, LRP don't even have to commit to anything. This whole back work together. I think Michael's going down there, yeah.
Yeah, because this can't get there fast enough. And when he does, he takes a bit of early damage in the exchange. So Nip with the core 4, the stand in no more. Exist throwing a Molotov in will force Chris J out the door, and he'll get the kill. It's going to be AK-47 for him to do so against merely a pistol.
Ooh,
I do like the effort. I admire it.
It does 2 damage, but it hit him. So
that's all that counts.
It's fine. It works. Well, it's going to be a B play now, pretty much a guaranteed situation. Speedy probably wants to think about saving that M4, but they're going to be going towards Vent. I guess at this point, they desperately need rounds. They need someone to go absolutely sick here, but it's going to be Get Right. Nailing that first headshot. Speedy alone, 4 versus 1, no kit, no grenades. You feel like he has to save. Now, still hasn't got a gun in his hands in our screen. Do you know what, like in Quake, when I used to play that, you used to have this setting where you had no guns, you had nothing on your UI whatsoever, you wanted the full screen. I wish you could still do that in CS, that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, well, in CS, there's, to be fair, not as much as like vertical angles as Quake, but you can block a lot of vision by having the gun up.
Yeah, I would love that. But
I came from Iron Sights games, which you could block off half the friggin' screen by bringing your gun up, so...
Well, then this is just getting pretty dire now for mousesports. They have to buy at this point. Can't go into the second half of just 2 rounds. So Scouts, Pistols, Pyjamas, and Michael, he fancies the orb this time. Decent spawn for him. Freiburg gets the second kill. You don't think they'll be expecting a third. So Oscar could do some serious work here. It's Freiburg committing by himself. And Nico, once again, aggressive towards A storage, manages to neutralize things here in a 3-on-3. You feel like that might have been a bit of an overcommitment from NIP at that point, but still.
Yeah, you assume and make an ass out of you and me makes the situation really awkward because they just walk in, as you mentioned, they wouldn't have anticipated the third member, but they assumed it. They never actually cleared it out correctly.
And Freiburg went running to his doom at that point. That's the thing, though. You have the first 2 kills, and it's very easy to get ahead of yourself and get excited and think, oh, I've won the round, let's get in the bomb side. But all of a sudden, things can turn on their head, and this round certainly has. It goes into 3-on-3, 1 minute remaining. Still a huge advantage for NIP, of course, considering Speedy doesn't even have a weapon. But with Nico alive and an AK-47 in his hands, anything can happen.
Langley tries.
Did he hit him?
I think he did, yep. Oscar's down to 21, crossing over, so he definitely got him through edge of the wall. He's going to go back and Get Right.
Wow.
Surprisingly doesn't snap back in time. Despite that 21 HP, Oscar gets the headshot lineup. And the AK prevails. It gives the man advantage to mousesports. 33 seconds. They're still trying to get out from middle. We know how awkward this can be as well, walking up highway alone with no one on A to help with smokes or utility. You've got such an easy lineup from quad, so they're going to try and go B instead. It's Michael to lead the way through. And this is a great camera angle to cover it off. Fortunately, the Quake gun does not work for Speedy this time. It exists to get the kill, and Oscar, he's laid in. They've bypassed him, but he tries to wait too long and get a little bit too smart for his own good, as Exist will find him in return. And Nico's got to do something in this. Try and pull it back. Bomb's going to go down. 4 seconds. He'll wait to confirm that before committing. Clears off the angles, and inside of the site, 2 will wait to find. Can't really set a full crossfire from this position, but they can time their peaks accordingly. And with the gun barrel showing through the wall, tag to 10. Exist to finish out the round, a 3K for him.
12-2, we go into the final round of the half here, and the money's still completely dire for mousesports. They had to force the last few rounds. They missed out on Cobble and IP with the stand-in as well. The new stand-in, they were playing with Disco Doppler before, so now it's more fresh blood, I guess. And Michael was part of the lineup in previous iterations, so it's not hard, as much as a hard adjustment, but still 2 scouts for mousesports to finish things off. Chris J and Nico, 3 Deagles to accompany them. Gotta say, man, this is looking pretty grim. Okay, well, every time apparently he seems to be nailing these shots. Don't know what to say. There's not really much I can do to analyze that, right? It's just Nico, like he's just absolutely nuts. There's no one else you can compare him to.
Guy's nutty.
Just one of those players, right? When you talk about CS as a general approach to the game and how it should be played, to him it doesn't apply. He can just do what the hell he wants.
Forrest will go in. Both vents have to be popped on the way through. That gives the information to Speedy, who turns around with a Deagle. Getting the shot, and not the gun, though, and to pick up as Get Right did wait toward Toxic. He's known to do that. He'll play there. They try and flush people out of the vents and let him to get the kill, but that time it just didn't work out because he had never cleared up behind the box, as was never the plan. So Forrest get caught off by that. Meanwhile, though, Exist going to clear out a sight bomb. Back toward middle should start making its way in this direction. Dennis also gunless in this is going to have a Deagle, just to clarify for everyone. Good time Molotov, actually, because that's exactly where Dennis was hoping to go from the top of highway. Now, I don't think Exist will have heard him be that close, but it's going to limit his options. He's going to have to just sit and wait for anyone walking out of main now with that smoke as well. It is an angle that could hinder Freiburg's entry, but Exist finds it first. Chris can't land the shot, does the second time. Bomb's going to go plant regardless. 25 seconds, they'll just stare him down, and Exist again will be the one that finds the important kills mid-round. 13-2 at half. Impressive, I have to say, overall from NIP, and that reset actually ends up hurting them.
Yeah, well, what can you say about that one? A huge lead for NIP, 13-2 in the first half. They'll be switching over and to the CT side, arguably the more favoured side. Not by much, but still, I would say that's definitely true. And you can see mousesports there after some difficult force buys there. Couldn't really get rolling, reset after every single round. Heavy aggression coming from them at the start. Just never seemed to string anything together. And now they've been in a fantastic position. And this is one of the big rounds in his screen right now. Nico trying to do what he can with the pistol, but let's see whether he can bounce back and do they have any footing into the next half. Doing really well.
Welcome back, guys. Ready for halftime number 2, our last game of Night 10 ESL Pro League Season 4 NIP mousesports, and a very one-sided game. NIP 13-2 over mousesports on the T side. They'll now go CT, and we could be done pretty quickly if they win this pistol.
We'll see.
They always forget to mute themselves after the half, the production team, and then we just get a blast of something in our ear. It's great.
It's really nice. But there's going to be 3 sets of armor here. mousesports, a must-win pistol. I can't really put any more urgency on that because if they lose it, it's pretty much over at that point. It's going to be an IP with 4 sets of armor, and mousesports actually setting 3 players towards squeaky door. I like that. It can work out sometimes, but also gives the opportunity for a big spray down and get right going aggressive towards A main. Gets taken by Chris J. That's a signal for his teammates to move right now as they actually get onto the A site. Undetected, uncontested for now. So this should be almost guaranteed round for mousesports. This retake is very difficult and coming from all angles as well. Speedy was boosted up, waiting for his time to strike. 5 on 2, they've done it. Now the uphill battle begins to try and actually find as many rounds as they possibly can in a row.
Oscar gets the shot into Freiburg in turn. They forced Forrest way back on this. He can't do anything about it. So never mind what I said about done quickly if they get pistol, because mousesports, well, they pick it up instead. So chance to start something, Henry. We've seen stranger things. You literally have. You like that series.
Yeah, that's awesome. You should watch it. You'd
not
like
my thing. I watched part of it and I wasn't into it.
Really?
It's not my thing.
It was amazing. Anyway, it's going to be 5 smokes for NIP here. No armor. It's not a full force buy. Michael keeping things a little bit more modest and purchase anything really, but it's going to be a fast play from mousesports. Boosting up, seeing if there's any close mid confrontation. Nothing available for now. Oscar just sets himself up with a 1, but it does fire, but Michael hears it. Won't be facing this time. And now it's just a waiting game. Mousesports can, we saw them on Cobble. They like to be very slow on the T side. Flush out every possibility, then go in together. Sometimes to their detriment, sometimes not having enough time to actually plant the bomb if they get caught with 1 player on the bomb side, but well, Oscar hoping he can land that first shot.
Let's stay and wait for that first shot to present itself as well. Get right will position himself differently inside of the A site as he gets a little bit more company. He'll move and vacate the position at Forklift. It's easier for Exist to slip in there, or so it seems. Flashes, smokes. Perhaps we're dressed in front of A main using what utility they can to put pressure on mousesports to correctly enter the site when they do, and that rate will be right now as smoke out to the left of Exist. He's going to have to sit in this position. CZ75 drawn, and they're actually backing away from this. Bomb's gone over. Freiburg's still inside of this B site, but that's a lot of pressure to put on one individual. And he's going to have to hit the shot any second. Deagle in hand, lining it up for the headshot beside the board, but the jump in, you always talk about that jumping to change the accuracy. It throws it off, can't land headshot. Speedy gets the kill, and that should pretty much be the round at this point in time. Oscar's going to get Mike Lilly. He'll go down in the end, but they still have a lurk player way out towards Squeaky that should catch them in rotation. It's Nico. He'll be a little bit late, so all they have to do is just deter them and hold them out of these vents, which Dennis is going to try and do.
Yeah, that jump thing is like, you still can dive, you jump in the corner. The idea is you reset the defending CT's aim by so much, they can't get multi-frags, at least not very easily. But this time it does work out quite nicely for mousesports here. A couple of frags coming in for NIP. Exist with the CZ, looking for his second. Doesn't actually find it though, it's just be get right, looking for the exit kills towards the B side. Speedy will be coming towards him as well, so potentially, I think he's always got a shot that was guaranteed. There it is. And manages to pick up a UMP, but will he be able to save it? That's the next question. He's got someone lurking in. It's going to be Chris J. There it is, finds the final kill. So mousesports start their campaign. And just to make a point as well, this is, we normally kind of discuss my mentality on the force buys when you see when you have a huge lead here. That's why NIP didn't really go in much on the second. They want to make sure they have everything they possibly can play with on the first gun round, hit the fourth round, and it means you can actually have incendiaries, you can have rifles, defuse kits, and we'll see whether it actually comes in next round. As we enter round number 3, it's actually a focus towards middle from NIP. Using some smoke, they've got H's as well. That'll probably 3 of them towards boost, I'd imagine. And Nico gets the first headshot. I imagine this comes an airstrike towards, there it is. There's 1, 2, third might do it. No, he didn't really get tagged up too much for those first 2.
Yeah, first one went a little deep. Get Right's waiting with it too. I would have loved to have seen it. Don't you love when that happens? Like, that's such a classic play. And you always feel so good when you throw the nades and it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis
will get Freiburg down. That'll leave just Forrest. Well, never mind. That tree's been cut. It's now Chris inside of the site, bomb being planted, and they'll boost up to look for exits at this point.
Well, 5-on-2, Exist and Get Right. Not really much to play with. That airstrike was pretty much all they had going for them and going to that round, but didn't get much for it. Nico took a bit of damage, but that was about it. It will be now a chance for Nico to go hunting, get his confidence up. He's going to need it. Going to need his strength for this epic comeback. Could be on the cards. You never know. Oh, that doesn't help.
Shot from Dennis, successful, but Oscar decides that's enough. I wanted that kill.
Well, here we go then. This is a much more positive situation for a CT side in the first gun round. Normally we see them struggling a little bit, but NIP are able to get the orbs out. You can see Exist actually leading the charge by quite some margin, man. He's got 28 kills and 9 deaths. No one else on his level, really.
I mean, it's kind of shown. Every time we saw them on the terrorist side, he was getting 3Ks late in rounds, walking in and clearing out sites. So I'm not entirely surprised, but we haven't really noticed it in that way. Hasn't been flashy, I guess you could say. It's just been consistently chipping at it.
Well, then maybe a counter boost coming in here. Oscar takes considerable damage at the start of the round. Actually, grenade lands in his chest, and pretty default setup here for the CTs. Just someone below boost spot, and Nico, once again, by himself towards Squeaky Door, just trying to get that first pick. Does manage to spot Get Right, I believe it was, but no, they will be repositioning.
Nico forced out away from that door with all of the damage dealt into him early. They're gonna try, I like this. Use whatever there is inside of that smoke. Graphics in 2016, straight edges in something that loft and looms. Oscar's still got that cap presented. That's, whew, what are your graphics settings? I don't know if I'd spot that fast enough, but we'll see if he can, if anyone goes that direction away from the quad position. I was trying to lead something on there as if Rush might have turned off the X-ray because there was no one on the screen, but it was in fact on and there was no one there. You could have looked at minimap.
Lady though, he finds that first shot, and could this be the round that gives NIP to number 14 a step closer as 30 seconds remain? The execution comes in from mousesports, and next kill going to be very influential indeed. Exist, the big performer so far, spraying wildly, and he hits the kill onto a key player, Nico from Squeaky Door.
Well done indeed. Dennis though, planting. Do they boost on top, Speedy? Try and use the vision while they can, or are they just gonna have to fight from within? Look at the amount of bullets being sprayed toward them as well. It's a firing range, and caught in the middle of it is Dennis. Live training. And Speedy now has to pull this back. They cross over, and Forrest nails the shot immediately with the M4. That's going to be 14 rounds now for NIP. And they could go 2-0 on the evening quite comfortably here if they can ride this out a little bit further. The money on this T side, we're not in server because we switched over. Unfortunately, I can't take a peek right now, but it should be enough for one more buy, I think, based on their early performance. No, it's not. I thought they were a little bit more efficient on round 2. So they'll buy an AWP. They can get another additional gun out on Speedy and drop one. They'll force what they can, but it's not going to be comfortable.
Definitely not. It's 2 AKs overall. Nico might have something on the floor. He's at 25 AKs. He can drop the UMP. So a tough round. Basically, fundamentally based around Oscar here finding the first pick. He's boosted up, but Molotov down. Doesn't matter apparently. Takes his chances in the flames and hits the first shot. Michael Eddy taken down there, so something to work with here. Not much, but something. As Forrest tries to reposition, gets a bit closer towards middle. At this point, mousesports, we know they like to do a slow gameplay so far, so this is perfect. They get an early kill, can just sit back and see what else is available. Nico, I'd assume, will be towards Squeaky Door by himself, which he is. But this time he's only got the UMP. There's not really much he can do in terms of picks with that weapon.
Forrest waiting for this to present. Problem is now as he backs away, we just saw it. Chris just waiting for that angle. So Forrest almost pretty much has to stay here. He won't know that yet. Oh, gun barrel, that's gonna pull him back further. Chris. I dare say Chris is gonna get this. Forrest is gonna start to get impatient with time continues on. He hasn't heard Oscar drop away. The flash, well, it's a smoke. I thought it might have been a flash going over top, and he'll cover back in. He's got support in this. That'll start to pull them in. Forrest hears it. Where does he look first? Goes for the trigger discipline. Nope, takes what he can get, but only gets one. Oscar jumping back in will find the shot, and the smoke out toward that Z connector is going to force them away. Mid now in the control of the terrace, and they're going to split onto the B site. Exist not really in the best position just as of yet, but now he'll have the AWP in a much better location. Missing a first shot though, and Freiberg down on the heaven immediately is going to put a lot of pressure as they round the corner. Already up close, first shot successful. Nico goes down up close. Exist showing some flair with an AWP of all weapons, but he can't replicate that again onto Speedy, and it's going to now just be Get Right in a 1 versus 2. Quickly arriving on the scene though, bomb not crossed. It's dropped down, 8 seconds to work, and Get Right's got to fight this. Sees the shoulder from Speedy, and he's hesitated on this. He's not planted in time. That's 3 seconds, I'm sure of it.
No, he's got it.
Okay, he just got it. And Get Right's gonna watch this out. Knows he's not left the site. Where could he possibly be? Behind the big box or to the right, waiting for the angle. Just sees the bullet come through. Now he knows. Tries to peek back in. He's managed to cross it out silently, and he's got the shot. It's gonna be that point for NIP.
Yeah, you have to wake up pretty early in the morning to be Get Right in a 1v1. You knew exactly what's going on there, hoping that the time was gonna run out, but as long as you have just about 4 on the clock, you can get it down. That's exactly what he had. So it was Get Right trying to outplay the situation, but this was the key moment. What was this from Exist? Like you said, very rare to see him pick up an AWP. First shot was good, but the no-scope, that was very flashy indeed. Here he comes. It was Nico coming around, hoping to catch him out there, but the headshot as well just makes it look pretty impressive. It's the last round, essentially here. You can see 4 pistols and a UMP. That's all they've got to work with. And we'll take an absolute magician play from someone like Nico to actually get back into this one. 15-5, 10 rounds in a row. Required from mousesports to take us to overtime. And you feel like NIP would want to close things out right here, right now.
And they should do, all things considered. Molotov on door. Smoke on either side. Get Right does hold off Nico as they try and charge toward the quad position. Speedy's gonna follow that up. He goes down, same hand, same gun, same position for Get Right lineup as well, and Exist has 2. It's all on to just Chris J, and nice. The poor lad's been greeted by a bullet in the dome. It's gonna now be 16 to, I don't even know, what was it, 3?
Yeah, I think so, maybe 4.
It was, yeah, 5 in the end.
3, 4, 5, one of them. What are the numbers?
That many numbers. Impressive stuff, and I mean, mousesports not really showing up on cash, but in some senses we knew that NIP was very good, but you start out that slow, 9-1, and then the reset, unfortunately.
With the first showing of Michael Ailey here, we thought they'd be struggling on some of these maps. They come out 2-0 tonight. So.
And he wasn't even really the one that stepped up. This was a team game. I think Freiburg was firing away very well, especially on Cobblestone, and then we just saw Exist drop over 30.
Yep. That was actually a really strong performance from him. Like you said, not even getting like 6 clutches or anything like that or multiple spray downs, just contributing every single round and being a useful 1 or 2 kills every single time. And what a landslide victory. NIP continue their strong cash form.
Well, that said, we're going to throw it back over to the desk. And that's it for this week. 10 days of Pro League already done. Mitch, I love you.
I love you too, man. Thank you. All right, what a performance there as well. Exist, a player pointed out there with Mercurial showing here on cash.
Yeah, it feels like he was just the first among equals, though, right? It felt like NIP were just running over mousesports.
Absolutely.
From the start, first couple of gun rounds, they were just getting picked off. You know, in defaults, NIP would get a man advantage early on, and then they would just pick a side pretty much. And you could see that early on, Mouse was stuck in 2v3 retakes where the A bomb set is already taken over, and they opted to save, you know, a couple of rounds, but you can only save so many times. They needed to try and get some rounds on the board, and they just couldn't make it happen.
Well, let's talk about Counter-Strike Nightmares. That's, you know, a classic example.
You said exactly that.
Yeah, you lose the pistol, and then obviously you're 3-0 down. You win the 4th round, you know, 1v1, and then you lost the 5th round, and then you'll totally reset. And on top of that, then, yeah, I mean, middle was definitely a point where Mouse was struggling, and Chris J wasn't having a fun time at all. I mean, he was sitting at, what, 2 frags, like, to the bottom, to the tail end of the CT, half for them. And then NIP, with their flawless executes or the B bomb side, for example, was just, yeah, Mouse was very uncomfortable. They were not having a lot of fun there. The only, I mean, when you're getting as little rounds as they did, and it was off of basically Nico single-handedly just destroying NIP, you know, that's not a fun statistic to remember.
And it's something that always is highlighted in losing matches for mousesports. Quite often it is Nico that is called upon to try and salvage the situation, but it's just one man here as well. I remember, and Spitty in one situation that we'll talk about B executes there, where the NIP dropped 3 Molotovs on his head over on that B side as well. It's like he's woken up to a bad nightmare.
Yeah, you just get bombarded. You get a flash first, and Molotovs come in, another flash comes in, you don't even know where you are, then you're burning, you have guys coming left, right, and center. I mean, what you gonna do in that situation? He got even 1 kill, I remember, in one of those situations, so that's more than you even can ask for anymore.
Well, I'm going to wrap this one up here, gentlemen. Thank you for that one. A very strong showing from NIP. Cash, obviously, as we know, being their home ground. Well, they did not disappoint this time as well. But let's recap a little bit here over what we've already seen tonight. I was quite surprised here. Flipside did put up a strong fight on towards Train, but Na'Vi really ground them out when we went over towards Cobblestone.
Yeah, Train especially. I mean, Na'Vi just pulled through because of their superior individual skill, basically. Coming out on top of a lot of rounds where they were down even 3-on-5. At the same time, Flipside did the same in a lot of the occasions, but in the end, it was just Na'Vi being superior individually.
And of course, Cobblestone was where the nightmare begun for mousesports, though a bit of a stronger start for them. Unfortunately, they petered out towards the end.
Yeah, they had a couple of really close rounds where, you know, they were running down the clock towards the end. A couple of individual mistakes too in crucial rounds. The one before from Freiburg probably should never happen, but I mean, it is how it is. That's what cost them the game in the end.
Yeah, and obviously a pretty sloppy showing from them on Cash. They were mollified quite heavily by NIP on that map.
Yeah, you said, Janko was saying how they were kind of ran over. I thought they were just demolished.
Yeah, they're just not a promising performance from them as well. And, you know, we don't really harp on players here, or at least we've tried to avoid it as well. But, you know, a lot of people, fans of Chris J especially, are looking to see him find his role in that team as well. And look, you can say a lot when there's one player performing poorly in a team that's performing poorly as well. But for him, a couple rough games off the back of this one here. Well, I'll be interested to see how Mouse keep integrating it.
Yeah, it's tough to see that he was, at points, he seems to be third on the food chain of opping. I mean, you know, he used to be the prominent main opper for the team. So definitely going to take a bit of time for him to adjust, you know. Got to give him a bit of time. Let's see in a month's time how he's really adjusting to this new role. And if it's still rough, then you got to try to find some new medicine there.
Yeah, the guy's got some time. We'll give him a grace period, no doubt about it. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the North American region later on this evening. Of course, Northern Arena is pumping away in Canada, but there are still matches happening over there. And we can have a look at them here. Renegades versus Team Liquid now. Renegades obviously with a very strong showing against already SK.
Best team in the world confirmed.
Yeah, Australia boys. It's going to be an Aussie doubleheader though as well, because we move on to SK versus Winter Fox later on in the piece here as well. Winter Fox showing up a little bit now as well, but SK definitely have to answer back to some of their critics, of course. It wasn't just the one map that really hurt them up against Renegades, as well as a fairly average nuke showing. So 4 games coming up for you guys in that one. And then we are going to be back later on. It won't be here tomorrow or over the weekend. It's going to be Tuesday that we do return here to the ESL Pro League for another match week. I think it's just the 2 match nights coming at you as well. Still going to be jam full of great CSGO action though, so no doubt about it. Guys, do come and join us for that one as well. Alex should be back here on the desk and I'll get to go and hang around on the caster desk. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, good night and we'll see you next time.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!